Korea's death mall, 502 dead and 40 missing inside high-end department store. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most devastating peacetime disasters in South Korean history, a story of greed, corruption, and unimaginable tragedy that unfolded in the heart of Seoul's most affluent district. This is the story of the Sampoong department store collapse, where a symbol of economic prosperity became a tomb for over 500 people in just 20 seconds. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this case involves real victims and grieving families. We'll handle this story with the respect and sensitivity it deserves while examining how such a preventable tragedy could occur. If you appreciate detailed, thoroughly researched true crime content, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing. It really helps the channel grow. Now let's step back to Seoul, South Korea, in the summer of 1995. Part 1. Seoul's gleaming surface. The summer heat hung heavy over Seoul on June 29, 1995. In the affluent Seocho district of Gangnam, the afternoon sun beat down on streets lined with luxury boutiques, expensive restaurants, and gleaming high-rises. This was the face of South Korea's economic miracle, a neighborhood that embodied the nation's transformation from war-torn poverty to Asian tiger prosperity in just 4 decades. At the heart of this district stood the Sampoong department store, a bright pink building that had become a landmark since opening its doors in July 1990. 5 stories of retail paradise rose above 4 basement levels, connected to a second wing by an elegant atrium lobby. The store's distinctive cotton candy pink exterior made it impossible to miss, a beacon drawing shoppers from across Seoul with promises of designer fashion, electronics, cosmetics, and fine dining. On this particular Thursday, the store was busier than usual. Despite the oppressive heat, approximately 1,500 customers and employees moved through the climate-controlled interior, browsing the latest fashions, sampling cosmetics, shopping for electronics, or dining in one of the 8 restaurants on the 5th floor. The Sampoong department store attracted roughly 40,000 visitors daily during its 5 years of operation, establishing itself as one of Seoul's premier shopping destinations. For most people inside the building, June 29th seemed like any ordinary day, albeit uncomfortably warm. The air conditioning had been mysteriously turned off, leaving shoppers and staff to endure the stifling humidity that characterizes Seoul summers. Customers complained to store clerks, asking why such a prestigious establishment would operate without proper cooling. The employees, just as uncomfortable and confused, had no real answers. Management had made the decision, and they were simply told to keep working. 19-year-old Park Seung-hyun worked in the children's department on the 1st basement level. Even without air conditioning, she maintained her professional demeanor, helping customers select clothing for their kids, processing purchases, restocking shelves. It was just another shift in what she thought would be another ordinary day. Years later, she would recall that despite the heat, despite the minor inconveniences, life continued normally. Customers shopped, workers worked, the rhythms of commerce carried on. 18-year-old Yoo Ji-hwan, another store clerk, dealt with increasingly irritated customers who questioned why Sampoong, of all places, would have non-functioning air conditioning. Based on later testimony, employees working the floor that day weren't informed about the building's structural issues. The deliberate shutdown of the cooling units on the roof and management's attempts to reduce stress on the failing ceiling remained known only to upper management. Above her head, cracks were spreading like spider webs across concrete that could no longer bear its burden. On the fifth floor, where 8 traditional Korean restaurants attracted crowds with their ondol floor heating and authentic cuisine, diners sat cross-legged on warm floors, enjoying bibimbap and bulgogi, completely unaware that the floor beneath them was slowly giving way. The restaurants had been particularly busy for weeks, drawing customers who appreciated both the food and the commanding views of Gangnam from their elevated perch. Outside, Seoul throbbed with the energy of a city on the rise. South Korea had spent the past decade cementing its position as an economic powerhouse. The 1988 Summer Olympics had put Seoul on the world stage, showcasing gleaming infrastructure and technological prowess. In the years since, construction cranes had become permanent fixtures of the skyline. New buildings seemed to sprout overnight. The economy was expanding at breathtaking speed. But beneath this gleaming surface, serious problems festered. The construction boom that followed the Olympics had overwhelmed local companies, prohibited from hiring international contractors due to protectionist regulations. South Korean construction firms found themselves juggling too many projects with too little oversight. Speed and profit took priority over safety and quality. Corners were cut, bribes were paid, warnings were ignored. The Sampoong department store was a perfect embodiment of this dangerous combination of ambition and negligence. What looked from the outside like a monument to prosperity was, in reality, a disaster waiting to happen. Every structural decision, every modification, every ignored warning had been building toward this moment. The building had been doomed from its inception, and now, after 5 years of operation, it was finally about to fail in the most catastrophic way possible. But for the 1,500 people inside at 5:57 that evening, the danger remained invisible. The structural fractures spreading through concrete columns, the groaning of overstressed steel, the building slowly surrendering to forces it was never designed to withstand. All of this was happening beyond their awareness. They were simply going about their lives, making purchases, eating meals, earning wages, with no indication that they were standing inside what would soon become South Korea's deadliest peacetime disaster. Part 2. The Economic Miracle and its Dark Side. To understand how the Sampoong department store collapse could happen, we need to understand the context of South Korea's explosive growth in the decades leading up to 1995. This wasn't just a story about one corrupt developer or one poorly constructed building. It was a systemic failure born from a culture that prioritized rapid development over public safety, that valued economic growth above human life. The transformation of South Korea following the Korean War remains one of the most remarkable economic stories of the 20th century. In 1953, when the armistice finally brought an end to 3 years of devastating conflict, South Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world. The war had destroyed much of the nation's infrastructure. Seoul lay in ruins. Poverty and hunger were widespread. The future looked bleak. But over the following decades, South Korea underwent a transformation so dramatic that economists coined a term for it: the Asian tiger economy. Through a combination of authoritarian planning, export-focused industrialization, and heavy investment in education, South Korea began its climb from the ashes. By the 1980s, this once devastated nation had become a global manufacturing powerhouse, producing everything from ships to semiconductors to automobiles. The 1988 Summer Olympics marked South Korea's coming-out party on the world stage. Hosting the Olympics was both a point of national pride and a catalyst for massive infrastructure development. Seoul needed to present itself as a world-class city capable of hosting athletes and tourists from around the globe. This meant new stadiums, new hotels, new roads, new everything. The construction boom that preceded the Olympics was staggering in scale. Cranes filled the skyline. Entire neighborhoods were demolished and rebuilt. New commercial districts rose where farmland had been only years before. The government poured resources into making Seoul shine, and private developers rushed to capitalize on the opportunity. But this breakneck pace of development came with serious costs. South Korean law at the time prohibited foreign construction companies from signing contracts for projects in Seoul. This protectionist policy was intended to benefit local firms, but it had unintended consequences. Domestic construction companies suddenly found themselves overwhelmed with more projects than they could properly manage. The results were predictable. Quality suffered. Safety standards were ignored. Buildings were erected quickly and cheaply to meet impossible deadlines. Corners were cut at every stage of construction. Inferior materials were used. Structural specifications were ignored. Building codes existed on paper but were rarely enforced in practice. Corruption became endemic in the construction industry. City officials, responsible for inspections and code enforcement, found themselves in a position to demand bribes in exchange for looking the other way. Developers, eager to cut costs and speed timelines, were more than willing to pay. A culture of graft and negligence took hold, creating an environment where dangerous buildings could be approved and occupied despite obvious safety concerns. The broader South Korean culture of the time reinforced these dangerous practices. The nation's rapid development had created what some observers called an egocentric society, where individuals competed ruthlessly to privatize resources and maximize personal gain. The collective trauma of war and poverty had given way to a hustle culture obsessed with wealth accumulation and status. Success was measured in one and real estate, not in the safety or well-being of the community. This was the environment into which Lee Jun entered when he decided to build what would become the Sampoong department store. Lee embodied many of the traits that characterized South Korea's economic elite during this era. Documents from the trial and investigative reports reveal a pattern of ruthless ambition and a consistent disregard for regulations. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, the evidence suggests he saw past the site's history as a former landfill with questionable soil stability. What mattered was its prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. Lee Jun was the chairman of the Sampoong Group's construction division, a position that gave him significant resources and connections. He had built a business empire through a combination of shrewd investment and strategic relationships with government officials. When he looked at a plot of land in the Seocho district of Seoul, he didn't see a former landfill with questionable soil stability. He saw a prime location in one of Seoul's most affluent neighborhoods, a place where a luxury department store could generate enormous profits. The site had previously been used as a landfill, which engineering standards would typically flag as requiring extensive soil analysis and reinforced foundations. In the freewheeling construction culture of 1980s Seoul, however, such technical concerns could be, and often were, dismissed when financial incentives and political connections aligned. Lee Jun had the capital, the connections, and the determination to build something impressive on this spot, and the available evidence suggests he wasn't inclined to let geological complications interfere with his plans. The broader economic context made projects like Sampoong particularly attractive. South Korea's middle and upper classes were growing rapidly, and they had disposable income to spend on consumer goods. Department stores represented a relatively new retail format in Korea, offering a more upscale shopping experience than traditional markets. The success of early department stores had proven there was demand for this type of shopping environment, especially in wealthy areas like Gangnam. Gangnam itself was emblematic of the new South Korea. The area south of the Han River had been transformed from agricultural land into the most expensive real estate in the country. Luxury apartments, designer boutiques, and high-end restaurants catered to Seoul's newly wealthy. A large, prestigious department store in the heart of this district seemed like a can't-miss proposition. But the same forces that made the project attractive also made it dangerous. The pressure to build quickly and cheaply, the culture of cutting corners, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the prioritization of profit over safety. All of these factors would come together in the construction of Sampoong, creating a building that looked impressive from the outside, but was fundamentally unsound. The Sampoong story is often framed as the result of one man's greed and negligence, and while Lee Jun certainly bears enormous responsibility for what happened, the disaster was also a product of its time and place. It was the inevitable result of a construction culture that had lost sight of basic safety principles in the rush to build bigger, faster, and cheaper. It was the culmination of years of ignoring warning signs, of prioritizing economic growth over human life, of valuing appearance over substance. Other disasters had already provided warnings that something was seriously wrong with South Korea's construction practices. The Seongsu Bridge, which connected Seoul's Gangnam district to the rest of the city, had collapsed in October 1994, only 8 months before the Sampoong disaster. 32 people died and 17 were injured when a section of the bridge suddenly gave way during morning rush hour, sending vehicles plunging into the Han River below. The bridge collapse had sparked public outcry and prompted some discussion of construction safety, but not enough to prevent what was coming. The underlying issues, the corrupt relationships between developers and officials, the culture of cutting corners, the lack of meaningful oversight, all of these problems remained unaddressed. And so when Lee Jun began construction on his department store in 1987, all of the conditions were in place for another catastrophic failure. Part 3. A building doomed from the start. The story of the Sampoong department store's construction is a masterclass in how not to build anything, let alone a large commercial structure that would house thousands of people daily. From the initial planning stages through to the building's completion in 1989, virtually every decision made was wrong, and virtually every warning was ignored. Construction began in 1987, with the Sampoong Group breaking ground on what was originally planned as a 4-story residential apartment building. The project was assigned to Woosung Construction, a reputable firm that had been hired to handle both the construction and project supervision. The initial blueprints called for a straightforward residential structure with 4 floors above ground and 4 basement levels. The design included proper load-bearing columns, appropriate reinforcement, and structural elements suitable for the building's intended purpose. But Lee Jun had other plans. Midway through the construction process, he made a fateful decision to completely change the building's purpose. Instead of apartments, he wanted a department store. This wasn't a minor modification. It was a fundamental transformation that would require extensive changes to the building's structural design. Apartment buildings and department stores have very different requirements in terms of open floor space, load distribution, and structural support. To accommodate his new vision, Lee Jun demanded significant modifications to the existing blueprints. Support columns needed to be removed to create the open floor plans necessary for a retail environment. Walls had to be reconfigured. The entire internal structure had to be reimagined. Perhaps most critically, Lee Jun decided to add a fifth floor to the building, taking it beyond its original four-story design. The engineers at Woosung Construction immediately recognized the problems with these proposed changes. The building's foundation and structural framework had been designed for a four-story residential building, not a five-story commercial structure. Removing support columns would critically compromise the building's ability to bear its own weight. The load calculations would be entirely wrong. The whole plan was structurally unsound and potentially catastrophic. When the Woosung engineers raised these concerns and refused to implement the dangerous modifications, Lee Jun's response was swift and decisive. He fired Woosung Construction and hired his own company to complete the project. This move allowed him to circumvent the professional concerns of qualified engineers and instead impose his will on the construction process. Anyone who disagreed with his plans would simply be removed and replaced with someone more compliant. The new construction company proceeded to implement all of Lee Jun's modifications, despite their obvious structural problems. Support columns were removed to make way for escalators. The fifth floor was added, and it didn't stop there. Lee Jun continued to make changes as construction progressed, each one further compromising the building's integrity. The fifth floor itself underwent multiple transformations. Initially, it was supposed to be a roller skating rink. This designation was partly a way to circumvent zoning regulations that restricted pure retail development in the area. By classifying the fifth floor as recreational rather than commercial, Lee Jun could sidestep certain restrictions. But he later changed his mind again, deciding instead to install 8 traditional Korean restaurants on the top floor. This final change had serious structural implications. Traditional Korean restaurants use a floor heating system called ondol, which involves hot water pipes running through a thick concrete base. To accommodate this heating system, the fifth floor needed an unusually thick concrete foundation. Instead of a standard floor, the restaurants sat on concrete that was 1.2 meters thick, roughly 4 feet. This massively increased the weight that the building's structure would need to support. But the problems went far beyond just adding weight. The entire building was designed using what's called a flat slab structure. This type of construction doesn't use the crossbeams or steel skeleton that would normally help distribute loads across the building. Instead, each floor is essentially a flat concrete slab supported directly by columns. This can work if the columns are properly sized and spaced, but it leaves little margin for error. Lee Jun, in his quest to maximize open floor space for retail use, made another critical decision. He ordered that the diameter of the building's support columns be reduced from 80 centimeters to just 60 centimeters. That's a reduction from about 31 inches to 24 inches. This might not sound like much, but in structural engineering, such changes have enormous implications for load-bearing capacity. The reduced columns simply weren't adequate to support the weight they would eventually be asked to bear. To make matters worse, the spacing between columns was increased to 11 meters, about 36 feet. This maximized the amount of open floor space, but meant that each individual column had to support a much larger area of the floor above it. Fewer columns, each one undersized for its task, trying to hold up floors that were heavier than originally designed. It was a recipe for disaster. The construction company also used substandard materials. The steel reinforcing rods embedded in the concrete were thinner than building codes required. The concrete itself was of inferior quality. Every aspect of the construction cut corners, sacrificed safety for cost savings, and ignored basic engineering principles. As construction neared completion, Lee Jun made one final modification that would prove to be the proverbial last straw. He decided to install 3 large air conditioning units on the roof of the south wing. Each unit, when empty, weighed 15 tons. When filled with water and fully operational, they were even heavier. These units were designed to cool the entire building, and their weight far exceeded what the roof had been designed to support. The installation of these air conditioning units demonstrated the utter carelessness that characterized the entire project. Instead of using cranes and professional equipment movers to carefully position the units, workers simply dragged them across the roof to their final locations. This created tremendous stress on the roof surface, literally gouging cracks into the concrete as the heavy equipment scraped across it. The damage was immediately visible, but no one seemed concerned. The final structure was a catastrophe waiting to happen, built on a former landfill, designed for one purpose but used for another. Support columns removed and undersized. Floors made heavier than intended. Materials below code specifications. Massive weights added to a roof that couldn't support them. Every single element of the building's construction was wrong. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire construction process was how it was allowed to happen. Building inspectors were supposed to ensure that structures met safety codes. City officials were supposed to enforce regulations. Engineers were supposed to refuse to sign off on dangerous designs. But at every step, these safeguards failed. Corruption played a central role in this failure. Lee Jun used bribes to get his building approved despite its obvious deficiencies. City officials accepted payments to look the other way. Inspectors rubber-stamped paperwork without actually examining the structure. The entire regulatory system that was supposed to protect public safety had been compromised by greed. 12 local building officials would eventually be convicted of accepting bribes in connection with the Sampung project. These weren't small payments. Some officials received as much as $17,000, a substantial sum in 1980s South Korea. In exchange, they approved modifications that any competent engineer would have recognized as dangerous. They issued permits for a building that never should have been allowed to open. When the building was finally completed in late 1989, it looked impressive from the outside. The distinctive pink facade gave it a cheerful, modern appearance. The spacious interior featured wide aisles, high ceilings, and an elegant atrium connecting the two wings. To the casual observer, it seemed like a perfectly normal, even upscale, department store. The building opened to the public on July 7, 1990. From the beginning, it was a commercial success. The location in affluent Gangnam attracted wealthy shoppers. The variety of stores and restaurants gave people reasons to spend hours browsing. Within weeks, the store was drawing an estimated 40,000 visitors per day. Revenue was strong. Lee Jun's gamble appeared to have paid off. But beneath the surface, the building was already showing signs of stress. Small cracks appeared in walls and ceilings. Floors sometimes made unsettling sounds. Vibrations from the air conditioning units could be felt throughout the upper floors. These were warning signs that something was wrong, but they were ignored or dismissed as minor issues. The building operated for nearly 5 years before its final catastrophic failure. During that time, it generated enormous profits for Lee Jun and the Sampoong Group. Thousands of people shopped there. Hundreds of employees worked there. It became a landmark, a destination, a symbol of Seoul's prosperity. And all the while, the structural deficiencies that had been built into its very foundation were slowly worsening. Cracks spreading, columns weakening, the building inexorably moving toward collapse. Part 4. The Warning Signs. The Sampoong department store didn't collapse without warning. In the months and weeks leading up to June 29, 1995, the building practically screamed that it was in distress. Cracks appeared and widened, floors sagged, strange sounds echoed through the structure. But at every turn, management chose to ignore these warnings, prioritizing profit over the safety of employees and customers. The first serious signs of trouble appeared in April 1995, about 2 months before the collapse. Cracks began forming in the ceiling of the 5th floor in the south wing, right where the 8 Korean restaurants were located. These weren't hairline fractures that might be dismissed as cosmetic issues. These were substantial cracks, the kind that should immediately trigger alarm in anyone who understands buildings. The restaurant staff noticed the cracks and reported them to management. The response revealed a troubling pattern. Instead of closing the floor for inspection or bringing in structural engineers to assess the situation, management simply moved merchandise and some equipment from the 5th floor down to the basement. The choice to relocate items while keeping the building operational suggests management recognized there was a problem serious enough to warrant moving valuable goods, yet not serious enough in their judgment to interrupt business operations. Over the following weeks, the situation deteriorated. The cracks didn't just stay the same size, they grew. New cracks appeared. The ceiling began to sag visibly in certain areas. Water started leaking through the cracks. These were all clear indicators of structural failure in progress, yet the store remained fully operational. Employees who worked on the 5th floor became increasingly nervous. Some reported feeling the floor move beneath their feet. Others heard strange creaking and groaning sounds coming from the structure itself. These are the sounds a building makes when it's under stress, when structural elements are beginning to fail. But management continued to assure workers that everything was fine, that there was no danger, that they should just keep working. Then came June 29th, the day the building would finally fail. That morning, the situation went from concerning to critical. The cracks that had been slowly widening over the past 2 months suddenly began expanding rapidly. What had been inch-wide gaps in the concrete became gaping fissures several inches across. The ceiling of the 5th floor wasn't just sagging anymore. In some places, it was visibly bowing downward. Store employees who arrived for work that morning were immediately struck by how bad things looked. The cracks were no longer something you might miss if you weren't paying attention. They were obvious, alarming, impossible to ignore. Several employees approached management with their concerns. The building didn't feel safe. Something was clearly wrong. Shouldn't they close the store, at least temporarily, while engineers assessed the situation? Management's response was to close the 5th floor restaurants, but that was it. The rest of the store would remain open for business. After all, it was a Thursday, and Thursdays were typically busy shopping days. The number of customers in the building was unusually high. Closing the entire store would mean losing a day's revenue, and Lee Jun was not willing to accept that loss. By mid-morning, civil engineering experts were finally brought in to examine the structure. Their assessment was immediate and unequivocal. The building was in imminent danger of collapse. They recommended immediate evacuation and closure of the entire building. This wasn't a suggestion for some time in the future. They meant right now, immediately get everyone out. But Lee Jun, who had arrived at the store after being notified of the situation, looked at the packed floors of customers and made a fateful calculation. The engineer's warnings pointed to imminent danger, but his actions that day suggest he either didn't believe the severity of their assessment or prioritized financial considerations above evacuation. The store was generating substantial revenue, and every operational hour represented significant sales. Based on witness testimony from the trial, he decided the building would remain open. Around noon, in an attempt to reduce stress on the failing structure, management made the decision to shut off the building's air conditioning system. This is why customers and employees that day found themselves sweltering in the summer heat. The massive cooling units on the roof were turned off, and the water was drained from them. This was meant to reduce both the weight and the vibrations stressing the roof. But it was far too little, far too late. The structural damage had been accumulating for years. The building had been doomed from the moment it was constructed, with undersized columns and removed supports. Turning off the air conditioning in the final hours wasn't going to save it. At about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, more ominous signs appeared. The fourth-floor ceiling, directly below the fifth-floor restaurants, was now sagging noticeably. The concrete was bowing downward under the enormous weight pressing on it from above. Management finally decided to close the fourth floor as well, but still kept the lower 3 floors and the basement levels open for business. 5 hours before the collapse, at around 1 in the afternoon, the first of several loud bangs echoed through the building. These weren't subtle sounds. They were sharp, explosive noises that startled customers and employees throughout the store. The sounds were support columns beginning to fail, concrete and steel giving way under stress they could no longer withstand. Each of these bangs should have triggered an immediate evacuation. But incredibly, management still did not order people to leave. Employees on the lower floors, who might not have fully understood how serious the situation was, continued working. Customers continued shopping. The store's PA system did not announce an evacuation. No alarms were sounded. Some employees, recognizing the danger, even without official instruction, began leaving on their own. They could hear the ominous sounds. They could feel something was terribly wrong. They trusted their instincts and got out. These people would survive. Others, following management's assurances that everything was under control, stayed at their posts. These would be the victims. Lee Jun himself, along with several other senior executives, left the building in the early afternoon. The timeline established through trial testimony shows they were present for the engineering assessment and departed shortly afterward. Yet no evacuation order was issued to employees or customers. The contrast between their departure and the continued operation of the store below became one of the most disturbing aspects of the disaster. Those with the authority to order an evacuation and ensure everyone's safe exit instead chose to leave without doing so. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the building was still operating. The lower floors were still full of customers. Employees were still at their registers and departments, and the structure was entering its final hour of existence. Witnesses later described hearing what sounded like small explosions or gunshots in the hour before the collapse. These were support columns failing one after another, the building's structural system beginning a cascading failure that would soon become catastrophic. Each failing column transferred more stress to the remaining columns, which were already inadequate for the loads they were bearing. At 5:47, just 10 minutes before the collapse, workers throughout the building heard a sound unlike anything before, a deep, resonant groan that seemed to come from the building itself. The structure was screaming its distress. Some people finally understood that they needed to get out immediately. A rush toward exits began, but for most of the 1,500 people still in the building, there simply wasn't enough time. At 5:50 in the evening, alarms finally began sounding throughout the store. Automated fire alarms had been triggered by the building's movements. A recorded announcement told people to evacuate immediately. But the warning came just 7 minutes before the building would collapse. 7 minutes for 1,500 people to realize the danger, stop what they were doing, and make it to exits and downstairs to safety. It wasn't enough time. Not nearly enough. Part 5. 20 Seconds of Hell. 5:57 on the evening of June 29, 1995. For 1,500 people inside the Sampung department store, the world was about to end in the most terrifying way imaginable. The collapse didn't begin with a single catastrophic failure. It was the culmination of a cascade that had been building for the past several hours, indeed for the past several years. But when the final failure came, it was sudden, violent, and complete. The initiating event was the complete separation of Column 5E from the fifth-floor slab. This column, located in the center of the south wing, had been showing signs of critical stress for hours. The cracks at its base had widened throughout the day. The concrete had been crumbling. And now, at 5:57, it finally gave way completely. When a support column fails in a flat slab structure like Sampung, the results are catastrophic. Without the column to support it, the concrete slab above begins to fall. But it doesn't fall cleanly. The concrete around where the column was attached experiences what engineers call punching shear failure. Essentially, the column punches through the floor slab like a fist through paper. The moment column 5E failed, the portion of the fifth floor it had been supporting dropped. This wasn't a slow settling. It was a sudden, violent drop of several feet. The impact sent shockwaves through the rest of the structure, and more critically, it transferred all of the weight that column 5E had been carrying onto the surrounding columns. Those surrounding columns were already operating at or beyond their design capacity. They were undersized for their task. They had been weakened by years of stress and by the constant vibration from the air conditioning units. Now suddenly, they were being asked to support not just their original load, but the additional load from the failed column. They couldn't do it. Within seconds, these columns also began to fail. As each one gave way, it transferred its load to the next column, creating a cascading failure that rippled outward from the initial failure point. It was like watching dominoes fall, except each domino was a massive concrete column, and each fall dropped another section of floor. The fifth floor collapsed first, dropping into the fourth floor. The combined weight of both floors, along with the momentum of the falling concrete, was more than the fourth floor could bear. It failed almost instantly, collapsing onto the third floor. Then the third floor gave way, dropping into the second, then the second into the first. Each floor pancaking onto the one below in rapid succession. The entire process took approximately 20 seconds from the initial column failure to the final settling of debris in the basement. 20 seconds during which 5 floors of reinforced concrete, steel, furniture, fixtures, merchandise, and most horrifyingly, people collapsed in a progressive implosion. Survivors who made it out would later describe the sound as unlike anything they had ever experienced. A deafening roar that combined the cracking of concrete, the screaming of twisted metal, the explosion of shattering glass, and the desperate screams of those caught in the collapse. The noise was so loud that it could be heard blocks away, drawing people out of their homes and businesses to see what had happened. The collapse was visible from outside the building. Witnesses watched in horror as the center of the south wing simply dropped, the floors pancaking down into the basement in a massive cloud of dust and debris. The pink exterior walls initially remained standing, creating the surreal image of a building facade with nothing behind it. Then these too began to crumble and fall. Inside the building, for those who survived the initial collapse, the experience was nightmarish. The world literally fell out from under them. Everything that had been solid became chaos. The lights went out immediately. The air filled with choking dust. The sounds of screaming and the groaning of settling debris filled the darkness. Choi Myung-sok, who had been on one of the lower floors, later described the experience. One moment he was going about his business. The next, the floor dropped beneath him and everything went dark. He felt himself falling, surrounded by debris and dust. When the movement stopped and he could think again, he found himself pinned in a small pocket of space, surrounded by concrete and twisted metal, unable to see anything in the complete darkness. For Park Seung-hyun, working in the children's department in the first basement level, the collapse came as a sudden, violent impact from above. The ceiling came down on the floor she was standing on. She was buried instantly under concrete and debris, trapped in a space so small she could barely move. In the pitch darkness, unable to see anything, feeling crushing weight all around her, she had no way of knowing if she would survive the next few seconds, let alone the next few days. Yoo Ji-hwan was in a similarly terrifying situation. The collapse buried her in the basement level, creating a tiny survival pocket where she lay surrounded by debris. In the immediate aftermath, she could hear other people nearby, fellow employees who had been buried alongside her. They called out to each other in the darkness, trying to maintain hope, trying to stay calm, trying to believe that rescue would come. Outside, in the minutes immediately following the collapse, there was initially stunned silence from the crowds that had gathered. People couldn't quite process what they were seeing. A major building, a landmark, a place where thousands shopped daily, had simply ceased to exist. In its place was a massive pile of rubble and dust, a crater where the south wing had been. Then the screaming started. Not from inside the rubble, though there was certainly plenty of that, but from the crowds outside. People who had family members shopping in the store, employees' relatives waiting to pick them up after their shifts, passers-by, who realized they were witnessing a major catastrophe with hundreds of people buried alive. The first emergency calls went out within a minute of the collapse. The Seoul Fire Department received multiple simultaneous reports of a building collapse at the Sampoong department store. The scale wasn't immediately clear from these initial reports. A building collapse could mean anything from a partial wall failure to what actually occurred. But as more calls came in, all describing the same massive collapse, dispatchers began to understand they were dealing with a major disaster. The first fire engines and ambulances arrived on the scene within 10 minutes of the collapse. What they found was a scene of utter devastation. The entire center section of the south wing had collapsed into the basement, creating a crater roughly 100 meters long and spanning all 5 floors. The remaining structure was unstable, with walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Dust filled the air, making it difficult to see or breathe. And somewhere in that massive pile of concrete, steel, and debris were approximately 1,500 people, dead or alive. The immediate priority was to begin searching for survivors. Firefighters and emergency workers began carefully picking through the rubble near the edges of the collapse, looking for anyone who might have survived in air pockets or spaces between the slabs. Every movement had to be careful. The remaining structure was unstable. Any disturbance could trigger further collapse that would kill both survivors and rescuers. In the first hours, rescuers pulled out dozens of survivors from near the edges of the collapsed area. These were the lucky ones who had been near exits when the building came down, or who had been on the periphery of the collapse zone and ended up buried under less debris. Many were injured, some critically, but they were alive. Each rescue gave hope that more survivors might be found deeper in the rubble. But as the hours passed and night fell, the true scale of the disaster became horrifyingly clear. This wasn't a collapse with a few dozen casualties. This was a catastrophe that had killed hundreds. The vast majority of the 1,500 people who had been in the building when it collapsed was still buried in the rubble, and with each passing hour, the chances of finding them alive grew smaller. The collapse of the Sampung department store would ultimately be recorded as the deadliest peacetime building disaster in South Korean history. 502 people died. 937 were injured, many critically. 6 people were never found, their bodies presumably pulverized by the immense forces of the collapse or buried so deep in the rubble that they couldn't be recovered. But in those first hours after the collapse, the full death toll was unknown. All anyone knew was that something terrible had happened, that hundreds of people were trapped, and that time was running out to save them. Part 6. The First Hours, Chaos and Heroism. The immediate aftermath of the Sampung department store collapse was characterized by chaos, confusion, and remarkable acts of bravery by ordinary people who rushed to help. In the hours before organized rescue operations could be fully established, it was these volunteers, neighbors, and passers-by who saved many of the lives that would be saved. The collapse occurred at 5:57 in the evening, during the busy hours when many people were still out and about in Gangnam. The sound of the collapse, that terrible roar of failing concrete and steel, drew people from blocks around. Within minutes, hundreds of civilians had gathered at the site, and many immediately began trying to help. These early volunteers didn't have proper equipment, training, or coordination. What they had was courage and desperation. Many had family members or friends who worked at or shopped at Sampung. Others were simply moved by the cries for help coming from the rubble. They began pulling away chunks of concrete and twisted metal with their bare hands, calling out to anyone who might be buried and listening for responses. The scene was incredibly dangerous. The remaining structure was unstable, with portions of walls and floors threatening to collapse at any moment. Electrical wires hung loose and live from the wreckage, posing electrocution hazards. Gas leaks created the risk of explosion. Sharp edges of broken concrete and twisted rebar were everywhere. But none of this deterred the volunteers who climbed over and into the rubble despite the dangers. In these first chaotic hours, many survivors were pulled from the debris by these civilian rescuers. People who were near the edges of the collapse zone, who were conscious and able to call out, were located and extracted. Some were relatively uninjured, shocked but mobile. Others had been crushed or trapped by debris and needed multiple people working together to free them. The volunteers formed human chains, passing chunks of concrete hand to hand to clear paths to trapped survivors. One particularly dramatic rescue involved a woman who was trapped under a large concrete slab with only her head and one arm visible. Volunteers worked frantically to dig around her, removing smaller pieces of debris while trying to figure out how to lift or break the slab that pinned her. They knew that moving the slab wrong could shift other debris and kill her or others who might be nearby. After nearly an hour of careful work, they managed to create enough space to pull her free. She had multiple broken bones and internal injuries, but was alive. The first emergency responders, fire trucks and ambulances from nearby stations, began arriving within 10 to 15 minutes of the collapse, but they faced immediate challenges. The narrow streets of the Gangnam district were quickly clogged with traffic as people tried to flee the area or come to help. Emergency vehicles struggled to get through. When they did arrive, they found a scene that was overwhelming in scale. The Seoul Fire Department was equipped to handle normal emergencies, apartment fires, car accidents, the occasional industrial incident. They were not prepared for a disaster of this magnitude. They didn't have enough equipment, enough personnel, or established protocols for something like this. The reality was that South Korea in 1995 had never experienced a building collapse on this scale and simply wasn't ready for it. In the first hours, rescue efforts were uncoordinated. Different fire stations and police precincts responded, but there was no unified command structure directing the overall effort. Multiple groups of rescuers worked in different areas of the collapse zone, sometimes getting in each other's way. There was no clear system for marking areas that had been searched or for tracking who had been rescued and where they had been taken. The lack of proper equipment was also a critical problem. Rescuers needed heavy machinery, cranes to lift large pieces of concrete, excavators to dig through debris, cutting equipment to get through steel reinforcement. But bringing such equipment to the site took time. It had to be transported from construction sites or equipment yards. Operators had to be located and brought to the scene. And even when the equipment arrived, it had to be used carefully because of the risk of causing further collapse or crushing survivors who might be buried nearby. Medical response was similarly chaotic. Injured survivors pulled from the rubble needed immediate medical attention, but the sheer number of casualties overwhelmed the available ambulances and nearby hospitals. There was no established triage system to prioritize the most critical cases. Injured people were taken to whichever hospital was closest or had the first available ambulance, rather than being distributed based on the severity of their injuries and the capabilities of different hospitals. Family members of people who had been in the store began arriving at the scene, desperately seeking information about their loved ones. But there was no organized system for providing information or for matching survivors with family. Some people wandered through the crowd of evacuees, hoping to spot a familiar face. Others went from hospital to hospital, checking emergency rooms. Still others simply stood at the edge of the rubble, calling out names and hoping for a response. As night fell, floodlights were brought in to illuminate the collapsed site, creating an eerie scene of long shadows and harsh light. The work continued through the night, but it was becoming clear that most of the people still buried were probably dead. The ones who had survived the initial collapse and were accessible had mostly been reached in the first few hours. Those still buried were either dead or trapped so deeply that reaching them would take days. Around midnight, approximately 6 hours after the collapse, Seoul's mayor, Choi Pyong-yeol, arrived at the scene. After consulting with fire officials and engineers, he made a controversial announcement. The rescue operation would be called off due to concerns that the unstable remains of the building could collapse further, endangering rescue workers. The announcement triggered immediate and intense backlash. Family members of the missing surrounded the mayor and city officials, demanding that rescue efforts continue. How could they give up when there might still be people alive in the rubble? The mayor tried to explain the safety concerns, that the risk of the remaining structure collapsing was very real, and that continuing rescue efforts could result in rescue workers being killed. But to the desperate families, this sounded like the authorities were abandoning their loved ones. The protest grew larger and more heated. Media coverage of the mayor's decision to halt rescue efforts sparked public outrage across Seoul and indeed across the country. Protesters began gathering at the site, refusing to leave, demanding that rescue operations continue regardless of the danger. The combination of media pressure and public anger forced city officials to reverse the decision. After several hours of protests, the mayor announced that rescue efforts would continue, but with extra precautions to try to stabilize the remaining structure. Engineering teams worked through the night to assess the stability of what was left standing and to devise ways to stabilize it. They brought in steel cables and supports to brace unstable walls. They carefully removed portions of the structure that seemed most likely to collapse, trying to make the site safer for rescue workers to operate in. By dawn on June 30th, a more organized rescue operation was beginning to take shape. Additional heavy equipment had arrived. A command structure had been established with clear chains of authority. Search areas were being systematically mapped and assigned to different rescue teams. Medical triage was being set up at the site so the most critical patients could be prioritized for transport. The chaos of the first night was being replaced with something more organized, though the scale of the disaster meant conditions were still far from ideal. But the hard reality was setting in. Most of the people who were going to be found alive had already been found. Those still buried were almost certainly dead, or buried so deep that they wouldn't be reached for days or even weeks. The operation was shifting from rescue to recovery, though no one was ready to admit it yet. As long as there was any possibility of finding someone alive, the workers would keep searching. And remarkably, against all odds, they would indeed find survivors even days and weeks after the collapse. People who had been buried alive, trapped in tiny pockets of space, surviving without food and with only rainwater to drink, somehow managing to hold on until rescuers could reach them. Their stories would become symbols of hope and human resilience in the face of unimaginable horror. Part 7. Days in Darkness. The Long Rescue. As the hours stretched into days following the Sampoong department store collapse, the rescue operation transformed into a race against time. Every hour that passed decreased the chances that anyone still buried could survive. Yet rescue workers continued to find survivors, even several days after the collapse, in what can only be described as miraculous circumstances. The second day of rescue operations, June 30th, brought both hope and heartbreak. Teams of workers continued carefully excavating through the massive pile of debris, using a combination of heavy machinery for the larger pieces and hand tools for more delicate work when they suspected someone might be nearby. Every few hours, another survivor would be located and pulled from the rubble. Their rescue met with cheers from workers and families gathered at the site. But for every survivor found, many more bodies were recovered. The true scale of the disaster was becoming horrifyingly apparent. Entire sections of the building had pancaked so completely that there were no survival spaces, just layers of compressed concrete with the crushed remains of what had been on each floor. Rescue workers, many of whom were volunteers with no training for dealing with such gruesome scenes, were traumatized by what they found. The heat was oppressive. Seoul in late June is hot and humid, and the sun beat down mercilessly on the rescue workers as they labored in heavy protective gear. The smell from the rubble was becoming increasingly unbearable, a combination of building materials, leaking chemicals, and decomposing bodies. Workers had to take frequent breaks to avoid heat exhaustion and to cope with the emotional toll of the recovery effort. One of the significant challenges facing rescuers was the sheer instability of the rubble pile. The collapsed structure wasn't a stable mass. It was a chaotic assemblage of concrete slabs, steel beams, and other building materials delicately balanced against each other. Moving one piece could trigger a cascade that would bury survivors or kill rescue workers. Engineers had to constantly assess the stability and direct where excavation could safely proceed. On July 1st, 3 days after the collapse, rescue workers made contact with a group of survivors trapped together in a pocket of space in the basement. Through a small opening, they could communicate with the trapped people, who were alive but in bad condition. The problem was that reaching them required removing a massive concrete slab that was precariously balanced. Moving it wrong could crush the very people they were trying to save. For hours, engineers debated the best approach. Heavy machinery couldn't be used because the vibration might trigger a collapse. Hand tools would take too long, and the trapped people were already severely dehydrated. Finally, they decided to carefully drill through the slab to create an opening large enough to pull people through. The drilling process took most of the day, every moment agonizing for the trapped survivors and their families watching from behind barriers. When the opening was finally complete, rescue workers began pulling people out one by one. 5 people were extracted alive from that space, 4 of them in serious condition. One elderly woman died shortly after being pulled out, her body simply unable to recover from the trauma and dehydration. But 4 more survivors had been saved, and each rescue sustained the hope that others might still be found. Communications with potentially trapped survivors became a key part of the rescue effort. Workers would periodically stop all machinery and call for silence, then shout into the rubble or use listening devices, hoping to hear a response. Several times, they made contact with people who were alive but couldn't be immediately reached. These situations were agonizing for everyone involved. Knowing someone was alive but being unable to rescue them immediately was deeply frustrating. Korea Telecom set up a system where they would transmit a signal every half hour, designed to trigger any cell phones or pagers that trapped survivors might be carrying. The idea was that rescuers could listen for these devices going off and use the sound to locate buried victims. While this technology helped in a few cases, it was limited by the fact that cellular phones were not as common in 1995 as they would become in later years, and many phones' batteries were dead by this point anyway. As the days progressed, the operation increasingly shifted from rescue to recovery. By July 2nd, 4 days after the collapse, city officials were publicly stating that anyone still in the building was likely dead, and that the focus should be on recovering bodies rather than searching for survivors. However, workers continued to search thoroughly, knowing that giving up too soon could mean abandoning people who were still clinging to life. Conditions for those trapped in the rubble were almost unimaginably harsh. Complete darkness, crushing confinement, no food. The only water was rainwater that trickled down through cracks in the debris. The psychological toll of being buried alive, not knowing if rescue would come, was immense. Many who were pulled out alive described the experience as a constant battle against despair, trying to maintain hope even as hours stretched into days. Choi Myung-sok, who was trapped for 10 days before being rescued, later described his experience in interviews. He had been pinned in a small space, unable to move much, but not badly injured. In the complete darkness, his mind played tricks on him. He heard sounds and couldn't tell if they were rescuers working nearby or just the settling of the debris. From his accounts, we can infer that conserving energy and oxygen became paramount concerns. Time lost meaning in the darkness. The cycle of day and night became impossible to track. According to his testimony, Choi's focus narrowed to the most elemental aspects of survival. Each breath, occasional sips of rainwater when it trickled down, maintaining consciousness. His later interviews suggest he spent considerable time thinking about his family, wondering about their search efforts, and making mental commitments about how he would approach life if he made it out. When he finally heard voices that he was certain were rescuers, not just his imagination, he used the last of his strength to make noise, banging on the concrete around him to help them locate him. When light finally broke through and he saw human faces, he could barely process that he was actually being rescued. 10 days of darkness and isolation had left him disoriented and overwhelmed. He was severely dehydrated and had lost 11 pounds, but against all odds, he was alive. Yu Ji-hwan had a similar ordeal, trapped for 12 days in a space so small she could barely move. Only 18 years old, she survived in a tiny pocket measuring just 4.5 feet long and 19 inches wide. She was sustained entirely by rainwater that dripped down to her location. When rescuers finally reached her on July 11th, nearly 2 weeks after the collapse, she was remarkably coherent and in relatively good physical condition considering her ordeal, though severely dehydrated and with minor injuries to her leg. The rescue workers were amazed by her survival. 12 days trapped in the rubble, with no food and only rainwater to drink, should have killed her. The fact that she was found alive and alert gave everyone involved in the rescue operation renewed energy and hope. If someone could survive 12 days, maybe others were still alive deeper in the rubble. The search continued with renewed intensity, but the most remarkable survival story was yet to come. On July 16th, 17 days after the collapse, rescue workers were systematically clearing one of the last sections of the basement when they heard something. A faint sound, possibly human. They stopped all equipment and listened. There it was again. Someone was alive down there. The rescue team worked frantically but carefully, removing debris piece by piece, constantly talking to the trapped person to reassure them and to gauge their location. As they got closer, they could make out a female voice. She was conscious, able to respond to questions. After hours of painstaking excavation, they created an opening and saw a young woman looking back at them. It was Park Sung-hyun, the 19-year-old store clerk who had been working in the children's department when the building collapsed. She had been trapped for 17 days in the darkness, buried under massive amounts of concrete and debris. She had survived by drinking rainwater that trickled down to her small survival space and by sheer force of will. When rescuers pulled her out, she was wrapped in a blanket, having lost the clothes she had been wearing. She was severely dehydrated and malnourished, but astonishingly, she had no major injuries. Just 17 days buried alive, and she walked out of that hellhole alive. Her rescue was broadcast on television across South Korea and became an international news story. She represented hope, resilience, the possibility of survival against impossible odds. Park Sung-hyun would be the last person pulled alive from the rubble of Sampung department store. Her rescue on the 17th day marked an extraordinary end to one of the most intensive rescue operations in South Korean history. In total, approximately 392 people were pulled from the wreckage alive, though many died later from their injuries, bringing the final death toll to 502. The stories of the long-term survivors like Choi, Yoo, and Park captured public imagination and provided some measure of hope and redemption in an otherwise horrific disaster. Their survival demonstrated the resilience of the human body and spirit, but their experiences also highlighted the randomness and cruelty of the disaster. Why did these three survive when 500 others didn't? It came down to pure chance, to being in the right spot when the building collapsed, to ending up in one of the few spaces that didn't completely close off, to being fortunate enough to have rainwater reach them. Many survivors struggled with guilt and trauma after their rescue. They had survived while co-workers and friends had died. Some developed severe post-traumatic stress disorder. The psychological toll of being buried alive, of believing you were going to die, of hearing others around you dying, was immense and lasting. Support systems for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea at the time, and many victims received inadequate mental health care in the aftermath. The rescue operation formally concluded in late July. More than 3 weeks after the collapse, the recovery of bodies continued for weeks beyond that. In total, the operation had involved thousands of workers, both professional rescuers and volunteers. Heavy equipment from across Seoul had been mobilized. The estimated cost of the rescue and recovery operation ran into the millions of dollars. But no amount of money or effort could bring back the 502 people who died, or the 6 whose bodies were never recovered. The Sampung department store disaster had ended, but its impact on South Korean society was just beginning to be understood. Part 8. Investigation and Justice. Even as rescue operations continued in the days following the Sampung collapse, investigations into what caused the disaster and who was responsible were already underway. The Seoul District Prosecutor's Office took the lead, assembling a team of investigators, engineers, and forensic experts to examine every aspect of the building's construction and the decisions that led to the collapse. The investigation was exhaustive, eventually producing a comprehensive report titled The Final White Book of Finding Out the Real Truth of the Collapse of the Sampung department store. This document, running hundreds of pages, meticulously detailed the structural failures, the construction shortcuts, the corrupt relationships, and the decisions on June 29th that led to such massive loss of life. The structural analysis revealed what many engineers had suspected from the beginning. The building had been doomed from its conception. The investigators confirmed that the original design had been fundamentally compromised by Lee Jun's modifications. The support columns, reduced from 80 centimeters to 60 centimeters in diameter, were simply inadequate for the loads they needed to bear. The removal of support columns to make room for escalators had critically weakened the structure. The addition of the fifth floor had added weight the building wasn't designed to support. But the most damning findings concerned the building's flat slab construction and the loads it was subjected to. Engineers calculated that the fifth floor was bearing approximately 4 times its intended design load. The heavy Ondol heating system in the restaurants, the thick concrete floor, and especially the 3 massive air conditioning units on the roof had pushed the structure far beyond its capacity. The investigators also confirmed that the air conditioning units had been negligently installed. Instead of being properly lifted into place by cranes, they had been dragged across the roof, creating significant damage. The vibrations from these units, when operational, had transmitted stress throughout the building, gradually widening existing cracks and weakening already compromised columns. Turning off the air conditioning on the day of the collapse was an attempt to reduce this stress, but by then, the damage was far too extensive for such a measure to matter. The forensic analysis of the rubble provided detailed information about the collapse sequence. The investigators confirmed that column 5E had been the initiating failure point. This column, located centrally in the 5th floor of the south wing, had completely separated from the floor slab it was supporting. The punching shear failure at this column triggered the progressive collapse that brought down the entire center section of the south wing in about 20 seconds. Material testing revealed another layer of negligence. The concrete and steel used in construction were below specifications. The concrete was weaker than it should have been, suggesting either inferior materials or improper mixing and curing. The steel reinforcement bars were thinner than building codes required. Every aspect of the actual construction cut corners and sacrificed safety for cost savings. But the investigation went beyond just the structural failures. Prosecutors delved into the corrupt relationships that had allowed such a dangerous building to be approved and operated. They examined financial records, interviewed city officials, and traced the bribes that had been paid to allow the building's illegal modifications to proceed. What they found was a web of corruption involving Lee Jun, his son Lee Han-sung, who served as the company's president, and at least 12 city officials responsible for building inspection and approval. These officials had accepted bribes totaling hundreds of thousands of dollars, in some cases as much as $17,000 to individual officials, to approve modifications and provide certificates that the building met safety standards. The investigation also examined the events of June 29th and the decisions made by building management as warning signs became increasingly dire. Testimony from survivors and analysis of security footage revealed that Lee Jun and other senior executives had been informed multiple times throughout the day that engineers believed the building was in imminent danger of collapse. Despite these warnings, Lee Jun made the decision to keep the store open. Trial testimony from employees and managers revealed that discussions throughout the day repeatedly returned to the potential revenue loss from closing on a busy Thursday. Even when engineers explicitly recommended immediate evacuation, management resisted, initially closing only the most obviously dangerous floors while keeping the rest of the building operational. The pattern of decision-making that day suggests financial considerations weighed heavily in the response to the engineering warnings. Perhaps most damningly, the investigation revealed that Lee Jun and several other senior executives had left the building in the early afternoon, well before the collapse. They knew the danger was serious enough that they didn't want to be in the building, but they didn't order an evacuation or even inform employees and customers about the risk. They saved themselves and left everyone else behind. This revelation caused enormous public outrage when it became known. The image of wealthy executives fleeing a building they knew was about to collapse, while leaving 1,500 other people inside, became a symbol of the callous greed and disregard for human life that characterized the disaster. The public response to the investigation's findings was swift and furious. Mass protests erupted across Seoul, with thousands of people taking to the streets demanding justice for the victims. The disaster had shaken public confidence, not just in the Sampoong Group, but in the entire construction industry and the government officials responsible for oversight. A broader investigation into construction practices across Seoul revealed just how widespread the problems were. A government survey of high-rise buildings in the city found that 14% were structurally unsafe and needed to be completely rebuilt. 84% required significant repairs to meet basic safety standards. Only 2% of buildings surveyed were found to fully meet codes and government safety standards. These findings were shocking, but not entirely surprising. The construction boom of the 80s and early 90s had prioritized speed and profit over safety. The results were buildings that might look impressive from the outside, but were fundamentally unsound. The Sampoong collapse had been the most dramatic failure, but investigators now understood it was just the most visible example of systemic problems. On December 27, 1995, 6 months after the collapse, the first verdicts came down. Lee Jun was convicted of criminal negligence and sentenced to 10 years and 6 months in prison. This would later be reduced, on appeal, to 7 years and 6 months. His son, Lee Han-sang, was convicted of corruption and accidental homicide and sentenced to 7 years. The 12 city officials who had accepted bribes were also convicted and sentenced to various terms. These sentences ranged from 3 to 7 years, depending on the extent of their involvement and the amounts of money they had accepted. Several were also ordered to pay substantial fines. Public reaction to the sentences was mixed. Many felt that even the longest sentences were inadequate given the scale of the tragedy. 7.5 years in prison for 502 deaths seemed woefully insufficient. Others noted that at least in this case, unlike many cases of corporate malfeasance, those responsible were actually being held accountable and sent to prison. In addition to the criminal proceedings, civil cases were filed by victims' families and survivors seeking compensation. 2 months after the collapse, Lee Jun and his son submitted a jointly signed memorandum to the city of Seoul, offering their entire wealth to compensate the families of victims. This wasn't just a gesture. The Sampoong Group ceased to exist as a business entity. The compensation settlement ultimately involved 3,293 separate cases, with total payouts amounting to approximately 375 billion won, roughly $300 million. These payments were distributed to victims' families and survivors over several years, with all payouts completed by 2003. For many families, no amount of money could compensate for the loss of a loved one or the trauma of survival. But the comprehensive compensation program was at least an acknowledgement of responsibility and an attempt at making amends, something that victims of corporate disasters often struggle to obtain. Lee Jun served most of his sentence, being released in 2002. He was reported to be in poor health following his release and died a few years later. His son served his full sentence and subsequently maintained a low profile, the family's business empire having been dismantled to pay compensation to victims. The legal proceedings and their outcomes sent a clear message. Those responsible for the disaster would be held accountable. This represented something of a departure from the past, when corporate leaders often escaped serious consequences for negligence that resulted in loss of life. Part 9. Reform and Legacy. The Sampoong department store collapse served as a catalyst for sweeping changes in South Korea's construction industry, building codes, and disaster response capabilities. The disaster had exposed such fundamental failures in the system that the status quo was no longer tenable. Public pressure and governmental embarrassment combined to force genuine reforms. In the immediate aftermath, the South Korean government launched a comprehensive review of building safety regulations. A special task force was assembled to examine existing building codes, identify gaps and weaknesses, and propose strengthened standards. The goal was to ensure that another disaster on the scale of Sampoong could never happen again. The resulting reforms touched every aspect of building design, construction, and oversight. New regulations required independent structural reviews whenever significant design changes were proposed during construction. No longer could a developer simply fire one construction company and hire another, more compliant one to implement dangerous modifications. Any major changes to approved plans now required re-evaluation by independent engineers who had no financial relationship with the project. Column specifications and load-bearing requirements were strengthened, particularly for flat slab structures like Sampoong. The new codes required larger columns with more spacing restrictions to ensure adequate support. The use of flat slab construction without proper reinforcement was essentially banned for large commercial structures. Building inspection procedures were overhauled. Instead of relying primarily on initial approval with minimal ongoing oversight, the new system required periodic inspections throughout construction and random audits of completed buildings. Inspectors were given more training and resources, and penalties for accepting bribes or falsifying inspection reports were dramatically increased. The government also established new disaster response protocols. The chaos of the first hours after the Sampoong collapse, with no unified command structure and inadequate equipment, had demonstrated the need for better preparation. New emergency management systems were developed specifically for large-scale disasters, with clear chains of command, pre-designated staging areas, and stockpiles of specialized rescue equipment. The disaster also revealed deficiencies in emergency medical response. The lack of triage systems and the chaotic distribution of injured patients to hospitals had hampered effective medical care. In response, South Korea developed one of the world's most advanced disaster medicine protocols, including specialized trauma centers, helicopter transport systems, and comprehensive triage procedures. Beyond the technical reforms, the Sampoong disaster prompted a broader cultural reckoning about the costs of rapid development. The notion that economic growth should take precedence over safety and human welfare was increasingly questioned. The disaster became a cautionary tale used in business schools, engineering programs, and government training to illustrate the consequences of prioritizing profit over responsibility. The construction industry itself underwent significant changes. Many companies that had been operating with questionable safety practices found themselves under increased scrutiny. Some were forced out of business when their buildings were found to be structurally unsound. Others reformed their practices to comply with the new, stricter standards. The industry as a whole became more professional and safety-conscious, though problems certainly didn't disappear entirely. The question of memorializing the disaster and remembering its victims became controversial. Families of the deceased wanted a memorial built on the site where Sampung had stood, a place where they could gather to honor their loved ones. However, this proposal faced opposition from local politicians and real estate interests who argued that the land, located in one of Seoul's most expensive districts, was too valuable to be used for a memorial. This dispute revealed continuing tensions between commercial interests and public memory. After extended negotiations, a compromise was reached. A memorial would be built, but not on the Sampung site itself. Instead, the memorial was erected in Yangjae Citizens Forest, a park located approximately 4 kilometers from where the disaster occurred. The memorial, designed by Ewha Women's University professor and sculptor Kim Bong-gu, stands 12 meters high and is made of marble. It was funded by the Sampung Group as part of their compensation to victims. The design incorporates symbolic elements representing both the tragedy and the hope for prevention of future disasters. Each year on June 29th, bereaved families gather at this memorial for a ceremony remembering those who died. The land where Sampung Department Store once stood was sold to a private developer. In 2001, construction began on a luxury apartment complex called Acrovista, which was completed in 2004. Walking through the area today, there is no visible sign that a disaster killing over 500 people occurred here. The gleaming apartment towers, home to some of Seoul's wealthiest residents, have completely erased the physical traces of the tragedy. This erasure has been criticized by some as emblematic of a broader tendency to forget uncomfortable aspects of the past in favor of presenting an image of progress and prosperity. The fact that a former president of South Korea, Yoon Suk Yeol, lived in one of these apartments before moving to the presidential residence only reinforced this sense that the tragedy had been paved over and forgotten by those in power. But for the families of victims and survivors, the memory remains vivid and painful. Studies conducted years after the disaster found that many survivors continued to struggle with post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. A survey done on the 30th anniversary of the collapse found that 19 of 30 bereaved family members surveyed were still suffering from what psychologists categorized as post-traumatic embitterment disorder, a pathological reaction to negative life events characterized by feelings of injustice and helplessness. The psychological impact of the disaster extended beyond direct victims and their families. The collapse had inflicted collective trauma on South Korean society. Coming just 8 months after the Seongsu Bridge collapse, Sampung seemed to confirm fears that the rapid development of the previous decades had been built on dangerously shaky foundations. People began to question whether the buildings they worked in, the bridges they drove over, the stores they shopped in, were actually safe. This broader loss of trust in institutions and infrastructure was perhaps one of the disaster's most significant social impacts. It represented a coming of age for South Korean society, a recognition that economic prosperity meant nothing if it came at the cost of basic safety and human life. The hustle culture that had driven the nation's remarkable development was increasingly seen as having a dark side that needed to be acknowledged and addressed. The Sampung disaster has been extensively studied by engineers, architects, disaster management professionals, and social scientists. It appears in textbooks and case studies around the world as an example of how corruption, negligence, and flawed engineering can combine to create catastrophe. The technical details of the collapse have been analyzed to understand failure modes and improve building design. The social and organizational failures have been examined to improve oversight systems and corporate governance. In South Korea itself, the disaster lives on in popular culture. Songs, films, novels, and television programs have explored the tragedy from various angles. Rock band NEXT released a song in 1995 called The World We Made that reflected on the disaster and the society that produced it. The lyrics asked who should be blamed and suggested that everyone was complicit in creating a world where such disasters could occur. More recently, documentaries and dramatic series have revisited the disaster, interviewing survivors and examining the circumstances that led to the collapse. These cultural productions serve to keep the memory alive and to remind new generations of the costs of negligence and corruption. They ensure that Sampung remains a living memory rather than just a historical footnote. The reforms prompted by the Sampung disaster have undoubtedly saved lives. South Korea's building codes are now among the most stringent in the world. The country's disaster response capabilities are highly developed. While problems certainly still exist in the construction industry, nothing on the scale of Sampung has occurred in the 3 decades since. Yet questions remain about whether the lessons have been fully learned. Periodic scandals involving shoddy construction, bribery of building inspectors, and inadequate safety enforcement suggest that some of the underlying problems persist. Rapid development continues to be valued, and economic pressures can still lead to corner cutting. The challenge is maintaining vigilance and commitment to safety, even as the memory of the disaster fades. Part 10: The Human Cost. Beyond the statistics of 502 dead and 937 injured, the Sampung department store collapse represents hundreds of individual tragedies, each one a life cut short or forever changed by negligence and greed. To understand the true impact of the disaster, we need to remember that these weren't just numbers. They were people with families, dreams, and futures that were stolen from them. Among the dead were store clerks, many of them young women in their late teens or early 20s working their first jobs. They were saving money for college, helping support their families, learning about responsibility and independence. They showed up for work on June 29th like any other day, expecting to spend their shift helping customers, restocking shelves, processing sales. They never went home. Restaurant workers on the 5th floor, many of them skilled cooks and servers who took pride in their craft, were going about their preparations for the evening dinner service when the building collapsed. Some were cooking, others were setting tables, preparing for the customers who would never arrive. The 8 restaurants on that floor were completely destroyed, their staff buried under the massive weight of the roof and air conditioning units that crashed down on them. Shoppers who had come to browse or make purchases were trapped mid-transaction. Families who had brought their children to look at toys in the children's department. Office workers stopping by after work to pick up something on their way home. Elderly shoppers who had been loyal customers since the store opened 5 years earlier. All of them became victims through the simple bad luck of being in the wrong place when a greedy developer's shortcuts finally caught up with him. The families left behind faced not just grief, but often severe financial hardship. Many victims had been breadwinners for their families. Their deaths meant not just emotional devastation, but economic catastrophe. Widows and widowers suddenly found themselves single parents struggling to make ends meet. Parents who had lost adult children faced futures without the support those children would have provided in their old age. The compensation provided by the Sampung Group, while substantial in total, was distributed among thousands of claimants and took years to fully process. In the meantime, families struggled. Some lost their homes. Children had to drop out of school, The ripple effects of the disaster extended far beyond the immediate casualties. Survivors faced their own challenges. Many suffered permanent physical injuries, crushed limbs, spinal damage, traumatic brain injuries, organ damage from crushing injuries. Some would never fully recover, facing lives of chronic pain and disability. The young store clerk, who had been excited about her first job, now faced years of painful physical therapy and reconstructed bones. The psychological trauma was equally severe and often less visible. Survivors frequently developed severe anxiety, particularly claustrophobia and fear of buildings. Simple things like entering an elevator or standing in a crowded room could trigger panic attacks. Many experienced recurring nightmares about being trapped in darkness, unable to move, feeling crushing weight all around them. Choi Myung-seok, the survivor trapped for 9 days, struggled significantly after his rescue despite being physically relatively unharmed. He experienced survivor's guilt. Why had he lived when so many others died? He had difficulty readjusting to normal life, finding the routine concerns of everyday existence trivial compared to the life and death struggle he had experienced in the rubble. Eventually, Choi channeled his experience into a career in structural engineering. He pursued degrees in architecture and structural engineering and spent years working for a construction company, ensuring that the buildings he worked on were safe and properly constructed. His goal was to prevent anyone else from experiencing what he had gone through. He found purpose in taking his trauma and using it to make a positive difference. But not all survivors were able to find such redemption. Some struggled with depression and substance abuse. The trauma of the experience was simply too much to process and integrate into a normal life. Mental health resources for disaster survivors were limited in South Korea in the 1990s, and many people suffered without adequate support. Yoo Ji-hwan, the survivor, pulled out after 12 days, experienced her own difficulties adjusting. The media attention following her rescue was initially overwhelming. She was invited to television interviews and talk shows, asked to recount her ordeal again and again. At first, she handled it with grace, even making light-hearted comments about wanting to date one of her rescuers and drinking iced coffee after being deprived for so long. But constantly reliving the trauma through these interviews took its toll. She began to withdraw, struggling with the expectation that she should feel lucky to be alive when the experience had been so horrific and when so many others had died. Eventually, she largely removed herself from public view, focusing on building a normal life away from media scrutiny. She married and settled into a quiet existence, finding healing in privacy rather than in public remembrance. Park Seung-hyun, the last person rescued after 17 days, became the most famous survivor due to the miraculous nature of her rescue. Her story was covered extensively by international media. She represented hope, the idea that survival was possible even in the most dire circumstances. But this fame came with its own burdens. She too found the constant media attention difficult to manage. The trauma of being buried for 17 days wasn't something that could be neatly packaged into a feel-good story about human resilience. The reality was dark, painful, and traumatic in ways that didn't fit the narrative people wanted from her. She eventually sought normalcy, marrying a classmate of one of the other survivors, and building a life focused on the present rather than the past. The rescue workers and first responders who worked the site also experienced lasting trauma. Many developed post-traumatic stress disorder from the horrific scenes they witnessed and the grueling, emotionally devastating work of searching for survivors and recovering bodies. Firefighters and police officers who thought they had seen everything in their careers found the scale and horror of Sampung overwhelming. Some rescue workers described being unable to eat certain foods after the disaster because the smells reminded them of the rubble. Others had nightmares about being unable to reach people they could hear calling for help. The psychological support for first responders was inadequate, and many struggled in silence with trauma they felt unable to discuss. The bereaved families formed support groups in the aftermath, coming together to share their grief and to advocate for proper memorialization and ongoing support. These groups became important sources of comfort and community for people who felt isolated in their loss. They organized annual memorial ceremonies and pushed for reforms to prevent future disasters. But tensions sometimes emerged within these groups as well. Some families received larger compensation settlements than others, depending on the circumstances of their loss and the earning potential of the deceased. Some had recovered their loved ones' remains and were able to have proper funerals, while others never had that closure. These differences created complex dynamics within the survivor community. One particularly poignant aspect of the human cost was the number of young lives cut short. Many of the victims were in their teens or 20s, just starting their adult lives. They had barely begun to experience independence, to discover who they would become. All of that potential, all those possible futures, were erased in 20 seconds. Parents who lost children faced unique agonies. They had expected to watch their children grow up, get married, have children of their own. Instead, they had to bury them and face decades of wondering what might have been. Some parents reported that the hardest moments came during what would have been major milestones: the year their child would have graduated college, the age when they likely would have married, the time when they might have become grandparents. The disaster also claimed entire families in some cases. Instances where parents and children shopping together were all killed, where multiple siblings working in the store all perished. These losses left extended families devastated, sometimes leaving elderly grandparents without any direct descendants. The compensation settlement, while financially significant, could never truly compensate for these losses. How do you put a price on a child's life? How do you calculate the value of a future that will never exist? The money helped with practical matters, preventing financial destitution on top of emotional devastation, but it couldn't fill the fundamental void left by the deaths of loved ones. 30 years later, as bereaved families gather annually at the memorial in Yangtze Citizens Forest, the pain remains fresh for many. Time doesn't heal all wounds, it just teaches people to carry them differently. The annual memorial services are filled with tears, with offerings to the dead, with prayers and remembrances. Time has passed, and yet every year we honor those who died in the collapse. One bereaved family member said at a recent ceremony, "We just hope that South Korea will be able to become a safer country." So that hope that the sacrifice of their loved ones might lead to meaningful change that saves future lives is what many families cling to. The reforms that followed the disaster, the improved building codes, the better emergency response, all of these represent a kind of legacy for the victims. Their deaths, while senseless and preventable, at least prompted action that has likely prevented other disasters. But for the families and survivors, these policy changes remain abstract compared to the concrete, daily reality of absence and trauma. The person who isn't there for family dinners, the voice that will never be heard again, the presence that's felt only through its absence. These are the real human costs of the Sampung department store collapse, costs that can never be fully tallied or compensated. Conclusion. The Sampung department store collapse stands as one of the most preventable disasters in modern history, a catastrophe that resulted from a perfect storm of greed, corruption, negligence, and systemic failure. 502 people died not because of an earthquake, a war, or an unavoidable natural disaster, but because a developer wanted to maximize profit, because city officials accepted bribes, because warnings were ignored, and because a society prioritized rapid economic growth over basic safety. Every single death at Sampung was preventable if Lee Jun had not made dangerous modifications to the building design, if Woosung Construction had not been fired for raising safety concerns, if the support columns had been properly sized, if the building had been constructed with materials meeting code specifications, if the heavy air conditioning units had not been added to the roof, if city officials had not accepted bribes and falsified inspections, if management had evacuated the building when warned it was about to collapse. If any of these failures had been prevented, the disaster would not have occurred. The tragedy of Sampung is that everyone involved knew better. Engineers warned that the design was unsafe. Construction professionals raised concerns that were ignored. On the day of the collapse, structural engineers explicitly told management the building was in imminent danger. Yet at every decision point, the wrong choice was made, the safe option rejected in favor of saving money or maintaining profit. The disaster revealed the dark underside of South Korea's economic miracle. The gleaming towers and prosperous surface concealed systemic corruption and dangerous practices. The construction boom had been built partly on shoddy workmanship, inadequate oversight, and bribes. Sampung was the most dramatic failure, but the post-collapse survey revealing that only 2% of Seoul's buildings fully met safety codes showed it was far from the only dangerous structure. In the aftermath, South Korea did implement meaningful reforms. Building codes were strengthened, inspection procedures were improved, disaster response capabilities were developed, the construction industry became more professional. These changes have undoubtedly saved lives over the past 3 decades, making the disaster a catalyst for positive change despite its horrific cost. But the question remains, have the lessons truly been learned, or have they simply faded from memory as time passes and the urgency of the disaster recedes? The families of victims worry that as Seoul's skyline continues to reach higher, as development pressures remain intense, as memories fade, the temptations that led to Sampung, the shortcuts, the bribes, the prioritization of profit over safety might return. The memorial in Yangjae Citizens Forest exists to ensure these lessons are not forgotten. The 502 names inscribed there represent not just lives lost, but a collective commitment to remember, to learn, and to do better. Each year, as families gather to honor their dead, they remind South Korean society that the price of negligence is measured in human lives, in families destroyed, in futures stolen. For those of us watching from outside South Korea, the Sampung disaster offers its own lessons. It reminds us that regulation exists for a reason, that building codes are written in blood, that oversight and inspection are not bureaucratic hindrances, but essential safeguards. It shows us how corruption corrodes not just government efficiency, but public safety. It demonstrates that rapid development without adequate regard for safety carries enormous risks, The story of Sampung is ultimately a story about what happens when greed is allowed to operate without constraint, when profit is valued above human life, when those in power prioritize personal gain over public welfare. It's a cautionary tale that remains relevant not just in construction, but in any field where cutting corners can lead to catastrophic consequences. As we conclude this examination of the Sampung department store collapse, let us remember Park Seung-hyun trapped for 17 days in darkness, Yoo Ji-hwan surviving 12 days in a space barely large enough for her body, Choi Myung-sok's 10 days of isolation and fear. Remember the 502 who didn't make it out, whose last moments were filled with terror and pain. Remember the families still gathering at that memorial 3 decades later, still mourning, still hoping their loss meant something. And let us commit to learning from their suffering, to demanding accountability from those in power, to supporting strong regulations and rigorous enforcement, to choosing safety over profit, to valuing human life above economic growth. The victims of Sampung deserve nothing less than our determination to prevent such a tragedy from ever happening again. If you found this deep dive into one of history's most devastating building collapses informative and thought-provoking, please consider hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps me continue producing detailed, well-researched content about cases that matter, and please share your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The Burning Sun Scandal, when K-pop's glittering facade shattered. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're diving into one of the most shocking and complex true crime stories to emerge from South Korea in recent memory, a scandal that would shake the foundations of the country's beloved K-pop industry, expose systemic corruption, reaching the highest levels of law enforcement, and ignite a nationwide reckoning with deeply entrenched misogyny and violence against women. This is the story of Burning Sun, a nightclub in Seoul's glittering Gangnam district that became ground zero for revelations of sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, and police corruption. It's a story about power, privilege, and the devastating ways they can be weaponized against the vulnerable. But it's also a story about courage, the bravery of journalists who refused to look away, of victims who came forward despite unimaginable pressure, and of one young woman whose final act of defiance would help bring the truth to light, even as her own life slipped away. The Burning Sun scandal didn't just topple some of South Korea's biggest entertainment stars. It forced an entire nation to confront uncomfortable truths about gender inequality, the protection afforded to the wealthy and famous, and the systems that allow predators to operate with impunity. This is a story that demands to be told, not just for what happened, but for what it reveals about the darker currents running beneath the surface of modern society. So settle in as we explore this labyrinthine case, peeling back layer after layer to understand how a single assault at a nightclub would unravel into one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean history. Part 1. The glittering world of K-pop and Gangnam's dark underbelly. To understand the Burning Sun scandal, we first need to understand the world it emerged from, a world of contradictions, where carefully crafted public images concealed private horrors, and where the machinery of fame operated according to rules very different from those that governed ordinary lives. By the late 2010s, K-pop had conquered the world. Korean pop music, with its infectious melodies, precision choreography, and impossibly polished performers, had become a global phenomenon worth billions of dollars. Groups like BTS, Blackpink, EXO, and Big Bang weren't just popular in Asia. They were selling out stadiums in Los Angeles, performing at Coachella, and topping charts worldwide. The so-called Korean wave, or Hallyu, had become one of South Korea's most successful cultural exports, projecting an image of the country as modern, vibrant, and irresistibly cool. At the heart of this industry were the idols themselves, young performers, often teenagers when they debuted, who had typically spent years as trainees in the grueling system maintained by major entertainment companies. These trainees would practice singing, dancing, and foreign languages for hours every day, living in dormitories and adhering to strict rules about their behavior, appearance, and personal lives. The successful ones would eventually debut in carefully assembled groups, each member chosen for a specific role and appeal. The public image of K-pop idols was meticulously managed. They were meant to appear flawless, wholesome, and devoted entirely to their fans. Romantic relationships were often forbidden or hidden, as the fantasy of availability was part of the idol's appeal. Scandals could end careers overnight. Fans expected purity, and the industry delivered it, or at least the illusion of it. But beneath this glossy surface, the K-pop industry had a darker side. The intense pressure, lack of privacy, and exploitation of young performers created an environment ripe for abuse. Female idols, in particular, faced constant objectification and harassment. The same system that demanded perfection also demanded silence about its failures and cruelties. Seoul's Gangnam District embodied these contradictions perfectly. Made famous worldwide by Psy's 2012 hit Gangnam Style, this neighborhood on the south bank of the Han River was synonymous with wealth, luxury, and status. Designer boutiques lined the streets. Luxury cars cruised the boulevards. High-rise apartments commanded astronomical prices. Gangnam was where Seoul's elite lived, shopped, and played. And play they did. Gangnam's nightlife was legendary, a hedonistic playground where the wealthy and famous could indulge their desires behind velvet ropes and tinted windows. Nightclubs with names like Octagon, Arena, and Burning Sun catered to VIP clientele, places where celebrities could party without the prying eyes of the general public. These weren't just dance clubs, they were status symbols, exclusive worlds where the rules that governed ordinary life seemed not to apply. Burning Sun itself opened in February 2018, located in the Le Méridien Seoul Hotel in Yeoksamdong, in the heart of Gangnam. From the outside, it appeared to be just another high-end club, albeit one with an impressive pedigree. One of its publicity directors was Lee Seung-hyun, better known by his stage name Seungri, the youngest member of Big Bang, one of the most successful K-pop groups of all time. Big Bang had debuted in 2006 under YG Entertainment, one of the big three K-pop companies. Over the years, they'd become massive stars, not just in Korea, but throughout Asia and beyond. Forbes magazine reported that in 2015, the group had made $44 million in pre-tax earnings. They were cultural icons, trendsetters, whose music, fashion, and behavior influenced millions of fans. Seungri, born on December 12, 1990, had joined Big Bang at just 15 years old. As the youngest member, or maknae, he'd sometimes struggled to stand out among his more prominent bandmates. But he'd found his niche, not just in music, but in business. Seungri positioned himself as an entrepreneur, opening restaurants, launching a dance academy, investing in various ventures. He was multilingual, charismatic, and networked extensively. The media dubbed him Korea's Great Gatsby, a reference that would prove eerily prescient, like F. Scott Fitzgerald's J. Gatsby. Seungri's glittering parties and business success masked illicit activities carried out in the pursuit of wealth and status. In the summer of 2018, Seungri released his first solo Korean-language studio album and embarked on his first solo tour, aptly titled The Great Seungri. He was filling the void left by his Big Bang bandmates, who were completing their mandatory military service. Everything seemed to be going Seungri's way. He was successful, famous, wealthy, and positioned to become even more influential. But Seungri's world, and the world of Burning Sun, was built on foundations far more sinister than anyone outside could have imagined. Behind the pulsing music and bottle service, behind the VIP rooms and celebrity clientele, a culture of violence and exploitation flourished. Women were drugged and assaulted. Illegal videos were filmed and shared. Police officers looked the other way, their silence purchased with bribes and favors. It was a system that depended on the silence and complicity of many, the vulnerability of victims who had no voice, and the confidence of perpetrators who believed themselves untouchable. That confidence would prove to be their downfall. Because in November 2018, on a Saturday night at Burning Sun, an incident occurred that would set in motion a series of events exposing everything. A man named Kim Sang-kyo would file a complaint about what happened that night, a complaint that would ultimately trigger one of the most significant criminal investigations in South Korean entertainment history. His name was Kim Sang-kyo, and his decision to speak out would change everything, though his story, like so much about this case, would prove far more complicated than it first appeared. Part 2. The Night That Started It All. The date was November 24th, 2018. It was a Saturday night, and Kim Sang-kyo, a 28-year-old man, had come to Burning Sun with friends to celebrate a birthday. By his account, they'd reserved a table and were drinking champagne when around 7 in the morning, as the long night was winding down, he witnessed something that disturbed him. According to Kim's later testimony, he saw a woman at a nearby table who appeared to be in distress. A man was grabbing at her, trying to pull her back to the table. The woman broke free and hid behind Kim, grabbing onto his shoulder. Kim claimed he intervened, holding the man's arms back and asking security for help. Instead of assistance, Kim said, the man punched him. What happened next would become the subject of intense dispute and investigation. According to Kim's account, he was dragged outside the club by multiple staff members, including managers and security guards. Once outside, in an area without CCTV coverage, he was beaten severely. He managed to call the police at around 7:02 in the morning, but rather than stopping the assault, the beating continued. When police arrived at the scene, what happened next shocked Kim and would eventually shock the nation. Rather than arresting the Burning Sun employees who'd assaulted him, the police arrested Kim himself. He was taken to the Gangnam police station, where he claimed officers continued to abuse him. He was held for nearly 8 hours before being released to seek medical treatment. At the hospital, doctors documented extensive injuries. Kim had 4 fractured ribs, a condition called rhabdomyolysis, where muscle tissue breaks down and can cause kidney damage, paralysis in his right finger, and severe bruising throughout his body. These weren't minor injuries from a scuffle. They were the result of a sustained, brutal beating. But Kim's ordeal was far from over. In the days and weeks that followed, rather than investigating his assault, authorities seemed intent on building a case against him. Burning Sun staff claimed Kim had been the aggressor, that he'd been causing trouble in the club and sexually harassing women. The police, rather than treating Kim as a victim, treated him as a suspect. Frustrated and injured, Kim did something that would prove crucial. He went public. In late January 2019, he filed a petition with the Blue House, South Korea's presidential office, detailing what had happened to him. The petition described his assault in vivid detail, including his claims that police had colluded with Burning Sun staff to cover up the incident and falsify evidence. The petition quickly gained traction. Within days, over 200,000 people had signed it, demanding an investigation. Media outlets picked up the story. CCTV footage from outside Burning Sun began to circulate, showing Kim being beaten by multiple men while on the ground. Additional footage from inside the police station showed officers handling Kim roughly, contradicting their claims that they'd treated him appropriately. The public was outraged. Here was clear evidence of excessive force by both private security and police officers, yet the victim was the one facing charges. Questions arose. Why had police arrested the victim rather than his attackers? Why had they tried to suppress the CCTV footage? What were they trying to hide? Kim's case struck a nerve because it exemplified something many Koreans suspected but couldn't prove, that the wealthy and well-connected could literally get away with assault, with police serving as their protectors rather than enforcers of justice. Burning Sun was owned and operated by people with connections. Surely, many thought, those connections explained why Kim had been treated not as a victim, but as a problem to be dealt with. President Moon Jae-in himself weighed in, ordering a thorough investigation, not just into the Burning Sun assault, but into potential police corruption. The Seoul Metropolitan Police Agency announced they would examine the conduct of officers who'd responded to Kim's call and handled his detention. But as investigators began looking into Burning Sun, they discovered something unexpected. Kim's assault, serious as it was, turned out to be just the surface. Beneath it lay a world of criminality that went far beyond one nightclub beating. Investigators started hearing whispers about drugs, about women being assaulted, about illegal videos, about payments to police to look the other way. The more they dug, the more disturbing the picture became. It's important to note that Kim Sang-kyo's story would become more complex as events unfolded. While his initial complaint proved instrumental in launching the investigation that would expose the Burning Sun scandal, Kim himself would later face serious legal challenges. In the years following that November night, he was charged with more than 15 offenses stemming from events at Burning Sun. In November 2022, nearly 4 years after that fateful night, a court found Kim guilty of sexually harassing a woman at Burning Sun on the same evening he was assaulted, as well as obstruction of business and defamation. The court cited CCTV evidence and victim testimony in reaching its verdict. Kim received a suspended sentence of 1 year in prison with 2 years of probation, along with mandatory completion of a 40-hour sexual assault treatment program and 80 hours of community service. Kim maintained throughout his legal battles that many of the charges against him were attempts to discredit him as a whistleblower, and that authorities had aggressively pursued him in retaliation for exposing corruption. He was acquitted of 2 other sexual harassment charges due to insufficient evidence. The court did acknowledge procedural irregularities in Kim's arrest, including failure to properly read him his rights and improper handling during his transport to the station. This complexity doesn't negate the importance of Kim's initial report in exposing the systematic criminal activity at Burning Sun. His complaint, whatever the circumstances surrounding it, did trigger an investigation that would ultimately reveal crimes far more serious and widespread than anyone initially imagined. But it does illustrate something important about this case, that the events of that night and the scandal that followed involved layers of truth that defied simple narratives of heroes and villains. Real life rarely offers the clear moral lines that make for easy storytelling, and the Burning Sun scandal was no exception. What Kim's complaint did accomplish was this. It forced authorities to look closely at Burning Sun, and once they started looking, they couldn't ignore what they found, and what they found would prove explosive in ways no one could have predicted. Part 3. Burning Sun's Dark Reality. As investigators began examining Burning Sun in response to Kim Sang-kyo's complaint and the public outcry it generated, a picture emerged of a club where criminal activity wasn't an aberration but standard operating procedure. The assaults on customers, it turned out, weren't isolated incidents. They were part of a pattern of violence used to control the club and protect its illegal operations. Multiple women came forward with similar stories. They'd gone to Burning Sun for a night out and found their drinks tasting strange. They'd wake up the next morning, or sometimes days later, with little or no memory of what had happened, with injuries they couldn't explain, or in unfamiliar places. When they tried to report these incidents to police, they were dismissed, told they'd simply had too much to drink, that they needed to be more responsible. The stories followed disturbing patterns. Women reported feeling suddenly disoriented or losing consciousness after just 1 or 2 drinks. Security footage, when it existed, often showed women being carried or dragged out of the club by staff or male customers while clearly incapacitated. Club employees seemed not just indifferent to women in distress, but actively facilitating their removal from the premises. Investigators began testing for drugs commonly used to facilitate sexual assault. They found evidence of GHB gamma hydroxybutyrate, known colloquially as a date rape drug, and other substances designed to incapacitate victims. These drugs were being administered to club guests, particularly women, without their knowledge or consent. Once drugged, these women became vulnerable to assault, and the club's systems seemed designed to enable rather than prevent such assaults. The club's management structure also raised red flags. While Seungri was the most famous figure associated with Burning Sun, serving as a publicity director and business partner, the day-to-day operations involved a network of managers, promoters, and security personnel. Some of these individuals had connections to organized crime. One security staff member had ties to gangs, and there were allegations that the club employed violence not just against troublesome customers, but as a means of enforcing loyalty and silence among staff. Lee Moon-ho, one of Burning Sun's CEOs, became a focal point of the drug investigation. Authorities found evidence that Lee had not only used drugs himself, including ecstasy and ketamine, but had supplied them to club customers. This wasn't recreational use happening incidentally at a nightclub. This was systematic distribution, with drugs being provided to specific customers, often wealthy businessmen being entertained by club management. The club's financial records revealed other irregularities. There were allegations of money laundering, tax evasion on a massive scale, and violation of food sanitation laws. An investigation would later reveal that Arena, another club with similar ownership, had evaded approximately 16 billion won in taxes, around $14 million, between 2014 and 2017. But perhaps most disturbing were the allegations about prostitution. Investigators heard consistent reports that Burning Sun and other clubs in the same network weren't just venues where prostitution might happen incidentally. They were places where prostitution was actively arranged by management for VIP customers and potential investors. Women were recruited, sometimes under false pretenses, and provided to wealthy men as part of business entertainment packages. These weren't independent sex workers making their own choices about clients and compensation. These were women being directed, managed, and provided by club staff to men who'd been promised such services as part of their VIP experience. Some of the women involved may not have even realized they were being positioned as prostitutes until they found themselves in situations they couldn't easily escape. The scale of the operation was stunning. This wasn't a few corrupt employees taking advantage of their positions. This was systematic criminality woven into the club's business model. Burning Sun made money not just from bottle service and cover charges, but from facilitating illegal activities for customers willing to pay premium prices for experiences that existed outside legal boundaries. And none was more prominent than Seungri, whose name and image had been used to market Burning Sun to the young and wealthy. As a publicity director and business partner in the club, Seungri had benefited financially from Burning Sun's operations, but his involvement went deeper than many initially realized. As investigators dug into Seungri's business dealings and communications, they discovered something that would prove even more explosive than the revelations about Burning Sun itself. They found evidence of secret group chats on KakaoTalk, South Korea's most popular messaging app. And in these chats, Seungri and other prominent figures in the K-pop world had been discussing activities that would horrify the nation: prostitution arrangements, illegal hidden camera footage, and sexual assault. The scandal was about to get much, much worse. Part 4. The chat rooms, messages that exposed everything. The discovery of the KakaoTalk chat rooms represented a turning point in the Burning Sun scandal, transforming what had begun as an investigation into one nightclub into an expose of widespread criminal activity among some of South Korea's most famous and beloved celebrities. These messages, extracted from the personal phone of singer Jung Jun-young, would reveal crimes that had been going on for years, involving multiple famous figures and victimizing countless women. The story of how these messages came to light reads almost like a thriller. In September 2016, Jung Jun-young, then a rising star in the Korean entertainment industry, had been investigated by police after a woman accused him of secretly filming a sexual encounter. At the time, Jung's agency claimed the allegations were a misunderstanding, and in October 2016, after what the agency characterized as a thorough investigation, Jung was acquitted. The case was closed, and Jung's career continued uninterrupted. But someone knew the truth. When Jung took his phone to a private forensics company for repairs sometime around 2018, a technician there discovered something disturbing on the device: videos and chat messages that clearly showed Jung filming sexual encounters without the consent of the women involved, then sharing those videos with friends. The technician, whose identity has never been publicly revealed, made a decision that would prove momentous. Rather than simply fixing the phone and returning it, the technician copied the incriminating material. The technician then reached out to a lawyer named Bang Jung-hyun, sending him an email containing thousands of chat messages spanning an 8-month period from late 2015 through mid-2016. Bang recognized immediately that what he was looking at was evidence of serious crimes. When the Burning Sun scandal began making headlines in early 2019, Bang forwarded these messages to SBS's investigative news program SBS Fun-E and to the Anti-Corruption and Civil Rights Commission. On February 26, 2019, SBS Fun-E published the contents of the first chat room. The revelations were explosive. The messages showed Seungri instructing staff at Burning Sun and his other business ventures to provide prostitutes to potential investors and wealthy businessmen. He discussed the arrangements in clinical, business-like language, treating the women involved as commodities to be provided as part of his hospitality to business partners. But that was just the beginning. On March 11, 2019, SBS's 8 o'clock news revealed more chat rooms, and these were far more disturbing. These groups included not just Seungri, but Jung Jun-young, Choi Jong-hoon, a former member of the popular K-pop group FT Island, and several other men. The content of these chats was genuinely shocking, even to investigators and journalists who thought they'd seen everything. Jung Jun-young had been systematically filming sexual encounters with women without their knowledge or consent. The videos showed women who were clearly drunk or unconscious, unable to consent to being filmed or to the sexual acts themselves. Jung would then share these videos in the group chats, sometimes within minutes of filming them. The other members would respond with messages cheering him on, requesting more videos, or sharing their own illegal footage. The messages weren't just evidence of crimes, they revealed the mindset of the perpetrators, their complete lack of respect for their victims, and their confidence that they would never face consequences. The men joked about drugging women. They discussed which victims were best and rated them. They shared tips on where to find vulnerable women and how to avoid getting caught. When one participant expressed mild concern about the legality of what they were doing, others laughed it off, assuring him that they had police connections who would protect them, and they weren't wrong to feel confident. The chat rooms also revealed a cozy relationship between these celebrities and high-ranking police officials. One figure referred to in the chats as the police superintendent general appeared to be providing the group with inside information about investigations and helping them avoid legal troubles. The group members joked about their police protection, confident that they were essentially untouchable. The sheer number of victims was staggering. According to court documents that would later be released, Jung Jun-young alone had filmed and distributed content from at least 11 different women between November 2015 and June 2016, and that only covered the period for which investigators had direct evidence. Jung had shared these videos across 5 different group chats and sent them in 3 separate private conversations, with 14 different people receiving the illegal material. The victims in these videos had not given consent to be filmed. Many didn't even know the videos existed until police contacted them during the investigation. Some of the women had been in relationships with Jung and thought they were having private, consensual, intimate moments. Others had been too drunk or drugged to know what was happening. When authorities reached out to these women as part of the investigation, many were devastated. One victim, interviewed by reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who broke the story, begged Please save me. How do I live after this? The trauma inflicted on these women was immeasurable. Not only had they been violated in the most intimate way possible, but their private moments had been shared among strangers, turned into entertainment for a group of men who saw them as nothing more than objects. And because the videos had been shared digitally, the women faced the terrifying reality that these images might still be circulating, impossible to fully delete or contain. As investigators dug deeper into the chat rooms, more names emerged. In addition to Jung and Choi, the group included Kim, a former Burning Sun employee, Kwon Hyuk-jun, a businessman who would later be revealed as the older brother of Girls' Generation member Yuri, Heo, a former YG Entertainment employee, and several other men whose identities were protected due to their status as non-public figures. One particularly disturbing aspect of the chat rooms was the participants' discussions of gang rape. Messages suggested that multiple men had participated in assaulting unconscious or severely intoxicated women, with the attacks sometimes being filmed and shared. These weren't spontaneous crimes of opportunity, but coordinated assaults, with participants discussing logistics, sharing locations, and celebrating their crimes afterward. What made these revelations particularly shocking to the Korean public was the contrast between the public personas of these men and their private behavior. Jung Jun-young had been a beloved television personality, appearing on popular variety shows where he portrayed himself as charming and fun-loving. Choi Jong-hoon had been a member of FT Island, one of Korea's most popular rock bands, whose music often dealt with themes of love and respect. Seungri was a member of Big Bang, whose fans numbered in the millions worldwide. These men had stood on stages, accepted awards, and spoken about being role models. Their fame had been built on the devotion of fans, many of them young women, who'd supported their careers for years, buying albums, attending concerts, and defending them against critics. Those fans now had to reckon with the fact that their idols had been living double lives, projecting wholesomeness while privately engaging in the most degrading treatment of women imaginable. The technical integrity of the chat messages was carefully verified. When lawyer Bang Jung-hyun appeared on SBS's 8 o'clock news on March 11th to discuss how he'd obtained the messages, he explained that the files had been protected with tamper-proof verification, a hashcode system that would show if any alterations had been made. This meant the messages could stand as legitimate evidence in court, despite claims by some of the accused that the chats had been manipulated or taken out of context. As more chat room contents were revealed, the scandal expanded beyond just the core group. Other celebrities found themselves under scrutiny for their connections to the participants. Journalists began investigating whether other prominent figures in the entertainment industry might have been involved or had knowledge of these activities. The entire K-pop industry came under suspicion, with questions raised about how many more celebrities might be engaging in similar behavior, protected by their fame and industry connections. The chat room revelations transformed public perception of the scandal. What had started as a story about one nightclub's bad practices had become a window into a culture of misogyny, violence, and sexual exploitation at the highest levels of the entertainment industry. These weren't just random criminals. These were men who'd been role models, whose faces appeared on billboards and television screens, whose music played on the radio and in shopping malls across the nation. The discovery of these messages would lead to criminal charges, convictions, and prison sentences. But perhaps more importantly, they sparked a national conversation about the treatment of women in South Korea, the abuse of power by celebrities, and the systems that had allowed these crimes to continue for so long. The pretty facade of K-pop had been ripped away, revealing the ugliness that had been hidden behind it. Part 5. Goo Hara, the brave woman who helped expose the truth. Among the many tragic elements of the Burning Sun scandal, few are more heartbreaking than the story of Goo Hara. A former member of the popular girl group Kara, Hara would play a crucial role in exposing police corruption at the heart of the scandal. But the courage she showed would come at a devastating personal cost. Goo Hara was born on January 3, 1991. She debuted with Kara in 2008, and the group quickly became one of the most successful K-pop acts of the early 2010s. They were particularly popular in Japan, where they achieved mainstream success rare for Korean acts at the time. Hara was known for her bright personality, her dancing ability, and her dedication to her craft. But behind the scenes, Hara faced challenges that her public image didn't reflect. The pressure of idol life took its toll. The constant scrutiny, the impossible beauty standards, the grueling schedules, and the lack of privacy wore on her. Like many idols, she struggled with depression and anxiety, conditions that were often dismissed or stigmatized in an industry that demanded performers maintain cheerful, flawless public personas regardless of their internal suffering. In 2018, Hara's personal life became painfully public when her relationship with a hairdresser named Choi Jong-bum turned abusive. The couple had begun dating after meeting on the set of a beauty television program called My Mad Beauty Diary. Initially, the relationship seemed happy, but it deteriorated into violence and manipulation. On September 13, 2018, just 2 months before the Burning Sun incident, Choi broke into Hara's home while she was sleeping. According to Hara's account, a fight ensued, triggered by Choi's jealousy over Hara having lunch with a male acquaintance. The argument escalated into physical violence. Choi assaulted Hara, causing injuries including damage severe enough that she experienced uterine hemorrhaging. But the physical assault wasn't the worst of it. During the fight, Choi threatened Hara with something that would cause her even more terror than the violence itself. He told her that he had secretly filmed them having sex, and he would release the video to destroy her career if she didn't comply with his demands. This threat, the weaponization of intimate footage, would hang over Hara for the rest of her life. Both Hara and Choi filed assault complaints against each other. When the case went to court, the details that emerged painted a picture of a deeply abusive relationship. Choi had been controlling, jealous, and violent. The assault on September 13th was not an isolated incident, but part of a pattern. Evidence showed that Choi had indeed filmed intimate encounters and had threatened to release them. In August 2019, a court found Choi guilty of assault, making threats, property damage, and coercion. However, he was not convicted on the illegal filming charge. The court ruled that there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove the recording itself was illegal, though it acknowledged he'd used the threat of releasing the video as blackmail. Choi received a suspended sentence, 1.5 years in prison, suspended for 3 years. This meant he wouldn't serve jail time unless he committed another crime during the probation period. The sentence sparked outrage. Here was a man who had violently assaulted his girlfriend, caused her significant physical harm, and blackmailed her with threats to release intimate footage that would destroy her career. And he received no jail time. The message to victims of domestic abuse and revenge porn seemed clear. The justice system would not protect them adequately. For Hara, the sentence felt like a betrayal. She'd been brave enough to come forward, to testify about her abuse in public, to allow the details of her victimization to become part of the public record. And in return, her abuser walked free. Worse, she faced intense public scrutiny and judgment. While some supported her, others blamed her for the relationship's problems, suggesting she'd somehow provoked Choi's violence or questioning why she dated him in the first place. The cruel logic of victim blaming was applied mercilessly. Choi had physically assaulted Hara, damaged her property, and terrorized her with threats to release intimate videos, yet he received only a suspended sentence. The message seemed clear. Even when the justice system acknowledged a man's abusive behavior, it wouldn't impose serious consequences. The stress of the case, combined with the intense public judgment, took a terrible toll on Hara's mental health. In May 2019, she attempted suicide. Fortunately, she survived, and her friend and fellow Kara member Gu Ji-young found her in time. Hara was hospitalized and later released, but the incident revealed the depth of her suffering. Around this same time, the Burning Sun scandal was unfolding. As we've already discussed, Hara reached out to reporter Kang Kyung-yoon to offer help with the investigation. Despite dealing with her own traumatic situation, the lawsuit, the suicide attempt, the continuing public scrutiny, Hara wanted to help other victims of illegal filming and sexual exploitation. Hara's role in identifying Yoon Kyu-gun as the corrupt police official protecting the Burning Sun criminals was crucial. She used her connection to Choi Jong-hoon, whom she'd known since their trainee days, to convince him to tell the truth. She recorded the conversation where Choi revealed Yoon's identity and provided it to investigators. Without Hara's intervention, this key piece of the puzzle might never have been solved. When Hara spoke to Kang about why she wanted to help, she explicitly identified with the victims of Jung Jun-young and the others. "I am also a victim of revenge porn," she told Kang. Hara understood what it felt like to have your intimate moments weaponized against you, to be threatened and violated, and then blamed for your own victimization. She wanted to prevent others from suffering as she had suffered. Hara's bravery during this period was remarkable. She was simultaneously fighting her own battle against an abuser, dealing with the psychological aftermath of a suicide attempt, and helping to expose one of the biggest criminal scandals in South Korean entertainment history. All of this while facing public judgment, online harassment from fans who didn't want to believe the accusations against their favorite celebrities, and the knowledge that her ex-boyfriend might at any time release intimate footage of her. After the Burning Sun scandal broke fully into public view, Hara continued her activities, including traveling to Japan for work commitments. She posted on social media, sharing updates with fans. In photos and videos from this period, she appears to be trying to maintain normalcy, to continue her career despite everything happening in her personal life. But beneath the surface, Hara was struggling terribly. On November 24, 2019, exactly 1 year and 1 day after the incident that started the Burning Sun investigation, Hara was found dead in her home in the Cheongdam neighborhood of Seoul. She was 28 years old. Police investigated and ruled the death a suicide. There were no signs of foul play. In her final Instagram post, published just 2 days before her death, Hara had written simply, "Goodbye" in Korean. To those who'd been watching closely, who'd seen her struggles, who understood the crushing weight she'd been carrying, the message was heartbreakingly clear. Hara's death devastated her fans and the Korean public, coming just weeks after the suicide of another female K-pop idol, Sulli, who'd also faced intense online bullying and harassment. Hara's death forced Korea to confront the dark side of its celebrity culture. The pressure on idols, particularly female idols, was not just intense, it was sometimes deadly. In the aftermath of her death, over 200,000 people signed a petition calling for stronger punishments for revenge porn and illegal filming. Another petition demanded action against online bullying and hate comments. Hara's suffering and her courage in fighting back against her abuser became a catalyst for demands for legal reform. In 2024, 5 years after her death, it was revealed that Hara had played an even more crucial role in the Burning Sun investigation than had been publicly known. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon disclosed the full extent of Hara's contribution, including how she'd helped identify Yoon Kyu-gun, Hara's brother, Gu Ho-in, who'd been present during the phone call with Choi Jong-hoon, confirmed his sister's involvement. Hara had known that helping with the investigation might bring more scrutiny to her own experiences with illegal filming threats. She'd known it might reignite public interest in her most traumatic experiences. She'd helped anyway, because she understood that staying silent protected perpetrators while speaking out protected potential future victims. Her final act of courage was trying to save others from the fate she'd experienced. The tragedy of Gu Hara's story lies not just in her death, but in the fact that the system failed her at every turn. When she reported her abuser, he received a sentence that felt like a slap on the wrist. When she faced public judgment, authorities did little to protect her from harassment and hate comments. When she tried to help expose corruption and sexual crimes, she had to carry that burden largely alone, without the support and protection she deserved. Hara's death remains one of the most painful chapters in the Burning Sun saga. She was a victim of the same culture that enabled the crimes at Burning Sun. A culture where women's pain was minimized, where abusers faced few real consequences, where speaking out often brought more suffering than silence. But she was also a hero, someone who refused to let her own victimization prevent her from helping others, who used her platform and her knowledge to fight for justice even when it cost her so much personally. In death, Hara became a symbol of what needed to change in Korea. Not just the laws around revenge porn and illegal filming, not just the treatment of abuse victims, but the entire culture that made women like her vulnerable and then blamed them for their vulnerability. Her memory became a rallying cry for reform, a reminder that behind every statistic about gender-based violence was a real person who'd suffered and deserved better. Part 6. Unraveling the Criminal Network. As the scope of the Burning Sun scandal became clear throughout early 2019, law enforcement agencies launched one of the most complex criminal investigations in South Korean history. What had begun as an inquiry into one nightclub assault had expanded into a multi-pronged investigation involving sexual assault, illegal filming, drug trafficking, prostitution, embezzlement, tax evasion, and police corruption. Dozens of suspects, hundreds of victims, and thousands of pieces of evidence had to be tracked, verified, and prosecuted. The investigation was, in many ways, a race against time. Once the scandal broke publicly, there was concern that evidence might be destroyed, witnesses might be intimidated, and suspects might flee the country. Prosecutors and police had to move quickly to secure phones, computers, and other devices that might contain incriminating material. They had to interview victims who were often traumatized and reluctant to come forward. They had to navigate complex digital forensics to recover deleted messages and videos. Jung Jun-young was one of the first to be arrested. On March 21, 2019, police took him into custody on charges of illegally filming and distributing sexual content. Jung's immediate admission of guilt was startling. In a statement to the press, he said, "I admit to all my crimes. I filmed women without their consent and shared it in a chat room. And while I was doing so, I didn't feel a great sense of guilt." His candor seemed to reflect not remorse so much as resignation. He knew the evidence against him was overwhelming. But as police dug deeper, they uncovered allegations even more serious than the illegal filming. Women came forward claiming that Jung, along with other men, including Choi Jong-hoon, had raped them while they were unconscious or too intoxicated to resist. One woman described being assaulted by 5 men, including Jung, in March 2016 at a hotel. She'd been drinking and lost consciousness, waking later with injuries and fragmented memories of the attack. When she learned that the assault had been filmed and shared in a group chat, she was devastated. Choi Jong-hoon, the former FT Island member, was also arrested. Initially, Choi denied all charges, claiming he hadn't assaulted anyone, but evidence from the chat rooms showed him discussing assaults, and testimony from victims contradicted his denials. Choi had also been involved in a separate scandal, bribing a police officer to cover up a drunk driving incident. That investigation, too, became part of the broader case. Seungri's case proved more complex. While the chat room messages clearly showed him arranging prostitution services for business associates and potential investors, Seungri maintained that he'd been unaware of the illegal nature of these arrangements. He claimed his business partners had handled the details without his knowledge or approval, and that messages showing his involvement had been taken out of context or misunderstood. But prosecutors built a strong case. They had messages where Seungri explicitly discussed providing women to investors. They had testimony from employees who'd arranged these services at his direction. They had financial records showing payments related to prostitution services. Seungri was charged with multiple counts of prostitution mediation, essentially pimping, along with embezzlement, illegal gambling, and violation of the Food Sanitation Act. In March 2019, Seungri announced his retirement from the entertainment industry. "The public's anger toward me is very serious, he said in a statement. "I've decided to retire from the entertainment industry." He maintained his innocence on most charges, but acknowledged that his association with the scandal had become untenable. 2 months later, he enlisted in the military, a move that some saw as an attempt to avoid further scrutiny or to have his case handled by military rather than civilian courts. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was arrested on drug charges. Investigators found evidence that Lee had regularly used ecstasy and ketamine and had supplied drugs to club customers. Another club official, a promoter known as MD Cho, received even more serious charges related to drug smuggling and large-scale distribution. Police drug sweeps at Burning Sun and related venues netted hundreds of arrests for possession and distribution of various controlled substances. The police corruption investigation proved particularly difficult. Identifying and prosecuting corrupt officers required navigating an institution that was understandably defensive about accusations of widespread corruption. The blue wall of silence, The tendency of police to protect their own made witnesses reluctant to testify and evidence difficult to obtain. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior police official identified through Gu Hara's intervention, became the highest-profile target. Yoon was arrested in March 2019 on charges of bribery and using his position to suppress investigations and provide inside information to club owners and operators. The charges alleged that Yoon had accepted bribes in exchange for warning club operators about planned raids, providing information about ongoing investigations, and using his influence to minimize the consequences when club operators were caught breaking laws. President Moon Jae-in personally weighed in on the scandal, calling for thorough investigations of both the entertainment industry figures and the police officers who'd enabled them. The Burning Sun incident is not just about one club, Moon said. It's about the culture of corruption and the abuse of power. He ordered police reforms, including better oversight of nightlife venues and stricter protocols for handling sexual assault cases. But the police corruption investigation faced obstacles. Many of the lower-ranking officers who'd responded to the initial Burning Sun call or who'd had regular contact with club officials received only administrative punishments, reprimands, suspensions, or transfers. The most serious charges were dropped or resulted in acquittals. In several high-profile cases, judges ruled that while the officers' conduct had been inappropriate, prosecutors hadn't proven criminal intent or that money had actually changed hands. This frustrated many who felt the scandal had revealed systemic corruption that went unpunished. The two officers most directly involved in Kim Sang-kyo's arrest and detention were cleared of assault charges, with the court ruling that while their procedures had been flawed, there wasn't sufficient evidence to prove they'd intentionally harmed Kim. The message seemed to be that institutional failures and bad judgment weren't criminal offenses, even when they enabled serious crimes by others. Meanwhile, victims of the crimes faced their own challenges. Many women who'd been filmed without consent or sexually assaulted struggled with whether to cooperate with investigators. Coming forward meant having their victimization become part of the public record. It meant facing questions about their behavior, their clothing, their alcohol consumption, or the victim blaming that typically accompanies sexual assault cases. It meant potentially facing the perpetrators in court, reliving trauma, and having intimate details of their assaults discussed by strangers. Reporter Kang Kyung-yoon, who'd broken many of the key stories, became an advocate for these victims. She worked to protect their identities while ensuring their stories were told. She faced death threats and harassment for her reporting, threats serious enough that she required police protection at times. Other journalists investigating the scandal faced similar intimidation, highlighting how dangerous it could be to challenge powerful men and institutions. Some victims chose to settle their cases privately rather than go through criminal trials. Under Korean law, certain offenses can be settled through financial compensation and agreements not to pursue charges if the victim agrees. This created controversy. Some felt it allowed wealthy perpetrators to literally buy their way out of consequences. But for victims, the decision to settle often came from exhaustion, trauma, and the knowledge that even successful prosecutions might not bring satisfying justice. The investigation also revealed the scale of the Molka problem in South Korea. The Burning Sun case wasn't isolated. It was part of a much larger epidemic of illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Police were overwhelmed with complaints about hidden cameras in changing rooms, public restrooms, hotels, and other spaces. Websites openly hosted and profited from illegal content. The technology to film secretly had become cheap and ubiquitous, while the legal and social responses had lagged far behind. By mid-2019, prosecutors had indicted dozens of people in connection with the Burning Sun scandal and related cases. The entertainment industry reeled as more names emerged. Several other celebrities found themselves under investigation for their connections to the chat rooms or similar behavior. Talent agencies scrambled to distance themselves from the scandal, while fans grappled with the reality that their idols had committed serious crimes. The trials themselves would take years. COVID-19 pandemic-related delays, appeals, and the sheer complexity of the cases meant that final sentences weren't handed down for some defendants until 2021 and 2022. But as the legal process unfolded, the contours of justice and its limitations became clear. Part 7. Verdicts, Sentences, and the Incomplete Nature of Justice. The legal proceedings arising from the Burning Sun scandal stretched across more than 3 years, with trials, appeals, and final verdicts gradually determining the fates of those involved. The sentences handed down would spark debates about whether justice had truly been served, whether the powerful and famous received preferential treatment, and whether the legal system adequately addressed the severity of the crimes. Young Jun-young and Choi Jong-hoon were tried together for rape and sexual assault. On November 29, 2019, the Seoul Central District Court delivered its verdict. Jung was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Choi received 5 years. Both were also ordered to complete 80 hours of sexual violence treatment programs. Judge Kang Seong-soo, in delivering the sentence, was blunt about the nature of their crimes. The defendants are well-known celebrities and friends, but the chat they've had showed that they simply considered women as objects of sexual pleasure and committed crimes that were extremely serious, he said. Strict punishment is inevitable, as the damage inflicted has not properly been recovered and the victims demand harsh penalties. Jung's 6-year sentence covered multiple crimes: 2 counts of gang rape committed in 2016, where he and other men had assaulted unconscious women, and 11 counts of illegal filming and distribution of sexual content. The court found that Jung had systematically filmed women without consent, often when they were unable to resist, and had shared this content with others for entertainment. On appeal, Jung's sentence was reduced to 5 years. The appellate court acknowledged his expressions of remorse and the fact that he'd admitted guilt, though many observers noted that this remorse had only come after he'd been caught with overwhelming evidence against him. Jung would ultimately serve the full 5-year sentence, being released from prison in March 2024. Choi Jong-hoon's 5-year sentence reflected his participation in gang rapes and his attempts to use his celebrity status and connections to avoid consequences. Evidence showed that after one assault, Choi had contacted police officials, asking them to suppress the investigation. This attempt to manipulate the justice system was considered an aggravating factor. Unlike Jung, Choi had initially denied all charges before eventually pleading guilty during the trial process. Seungri's case took a different path because he'd enlisted in the military before being formally charged. This meant his trial was conducted by a military court rather than a civilian court, following different procedures and potentially different standards. Critics argued this gave Seungri an advantage, as military courts were sometimes seen as more lenient. In August 2021, a military court found Seungri guilty on all 9 charges against him. These included prostitution mediation, procuring prostitution services for himself, embezzlement of approximately 528 million won, around $455,000, habitual gambling in Las Vegas involving approximately 2.2 billion won, around $2.2 billion million, violation of the Foreign Exchange Transaction Act, violation of the Food Sanitation Act, sharing illegally filmed content, and ordering subordinates to threaten people. The court sentenced Seungri to 3 years in prison and ordered him to pay a fine of approximately 1.15 billion won, about $9 million, $190,000. While this was a substantial sentence, prosecutors had asked for 5 years, and many felt 3 years was insufficient given the range and severity of his crimes. But Seungri's legal journey didn't end there. He appealed the sentence, and in January 2022, a military appeals court reduced his sentence to 1.5 years. The reduction came after Seungri admitted to all charges and expressed remorse, a marked change from his earlier denials. The appeals court cited his acknowledgement of guilt and stated intention to reflect on his crimes as mitigating factors. In May 2022, South Korea's Supreme Court upheld the 1.5-year sentence, making it final. Because Seungri had already served several months, he faced approximately 9 more months in civilian prison after being discharged from military service. He was ultimately released in February 2023, having served less than 2 years total. The reduction of Seungri's sentence sparked outrage. Many felt that his wealth and celebrity status had allowed him to receive preferential treatment. The pattern seemed clear: admit guilt after fighting charges for years, express remorse once it becomes strategically advantageous, and receive a reduced sentence. For a man who'd arranged for women to be provided to business associates as commodities, who'd benefited financially from prostitution and illegal activities, and who'd shown no remorse until legally cornered, 1.5 years seemed inadequate. Other figures in the scandal received varied sentences. Lee Moon-ho, Burning Sun's CEO, was sentenced to 1 year for habitual drug use. MD Cho, the promoter involved in large-scale drug smuggling, received 4.5 years. These sentences, while substantial, still seemed light relative to the damage done and the scale of the criminal enterprise they'd operated. Yoon Sok, Seungri's business partner, who'd admitted to arranging prostitution services for investors, received a suspended sentence of 3 years probation. He'd cooperated with investigators and testified against others, which worked in his favor. His willingness to provide information about how the prostitution arrangement worked and who had benefited from it was considered valuable to the prosecution's case. Yang Hyun-suk, the head of YG Entertainment, the company that had managed Big Bang, was fined for illegal gambling and money transactions in Las Vegas. While the fine was substantial, the fact that a major entertainment company executive faced no jail time for activities that included covering up or being connected to criminal behavior disappointed many observers. The police corruption cases proved most frustrating for those seeking accountability. Yoon Kyu-gun, the senior officer accused of bribery and protecting Burning Sun, was ultimately acquitted at trial. The court ruled that while his conduct had been inappropriate and his relationship with club operators suspicious, prosecutors hadn't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he'd accepted bribes or intentionally suppressed investigations. The acquittal suggested how difficult it was to prosecute corruption cases when evidence often came down to he said, she said testimony and circumstantial connections. Lower-ranking officers involved in the initial response to Kim Sang-kyo's assault were disciplined administratively but faced no criminal charges. 12 out of 40 officers involved in the case received some form of disciplinary action, but the punishments were generally minor. Reprimands, short suspensions, transfers to different departments. None faced the kind of serious consequences that might deter future corruption or misconduct. This pattern of minimal accountability for institutional actors contrasted sharply with the years-long legal battles faced by individuals like Kim Sang-kyo, who, despite triggering the investigation that exposed the scandal, ended up convicted of sexual harassment and other charges himself. The system seemed more capable of punishing individuals than of reforming the institutions that enabled their crimes. For the victims, the legal outcomes were mixed at best. Some received validation when their perpetrators were convicted and sentenced to prison. These convictions acknowledged, in the formal language of law, that real crimes had been committed against them. But the sentences often felt inadequate to the harm suffered. Years in prison couldn't undo violations, couldn't remove videos from the internet, couldn't restore privacy or dignity or peace of mind. Many victims also received financial settlements from perpetrators seeking to resolve civil claims. While the money provided some tangible benefit, it also highlighted the transactional nature of justice for the wealthy. Write a check, serve a reduced sentence, move on. For women whose intimate moments had been filmed without consent and shared among strangers, no amount of money could truly compensate for the violation. The scandal's legal resolution also highlighted problems with how South Korea handled sexual crimes. Convictions for rape and sexual assault often resulted in surprisingly light sentences compared to many other developed nations. The concept of quasi-rape, sexual assault of someone unable to consent due to intoxication or unconsciousness, sometimes received lesser punishment than forcible rape, as if taking advantage of an unconscious victim was somehow less serious than physically overpowering a conscious one. Illegal filming and distribution of intimate content, despite the severe psychological harm to victims, often resulted in fines or suspended sentences for first-time offenders. The laws had been strengthened over the years, but enforcement remained inconsistent. Judges sometimes showed leniency toward defendants who expressed remorse or who claimed they hadn't understood the seriousness of their actions. Lenience that victims felt was misplaced. The incomplete nature of justice in the Burning Sun scandal reflected broader truths about legal systems everywhere. Perfect justice, outcomes that fully heal victims, adequately punish perpetrators, and prevent future crimes is perhaps impossible. Legal systems can provide formal acknowledgement of wrongdoing, can remove dangerous individuals from society temporarily, can create some deterrent effect. But they cannot undo harm, cannot restore what was taken, cannot make victims whole again. For the women victimized by Yoon Jun-young, Seung-gi, Choi Jong-hoon, and others, the convictions and sentences provided something, validation, a sense that they'd been heard and believed, the knowledge that their abusers would face consequences. But they also had to live with the knowledge that their private moments remained somewhere in the digital ether, potentially being viewed by strangers. They had to cope with trauma that would take years to process. They had to rebuild lives that had been shattered by violations they'd never asked for and often hadn't even known about until investigators contacted them. The Burning Sun legal proceedings concluded with convictions and sentences, but not with closure. The trials ended, but the harm continued. Justice had been served in a formal sense, but in the lived experience of victims, justice remained incomplete and always would be. Part 8. The broader context: South Korea's reckoning with gender-based violence. The Burning Sun scandal didn't occur in a vacuum. It emerged from and exposed broader patterns of gender-based violence in South Korean society, particularly the phenomenon of molcha, illegal filming and distribution of intimate content. Understanding the scandal requires understanding this wider context and the women's movement that was fighting for change even before Burning Sun became headline news. The term molcha is a Korean abbreviation meaning secret camera or hidden camera. While technically it could refer to any covert filming, in practice it came to specifically mean illegal filming of women for sexual purposes, in bathrooms, changing rooms, subway cars, or during intimate encounters. The content would then be shared online, often for profit, creating a market for violations of women's privacy and dignity. By the late 2010s, molcha had become epidemic in South Korea. Hidden cameras were found in public bathrooms, hotel rooms, changing facilities, and even women's homes, installed by stalkers or former partners. The technology had become incredibly sophisticated and miniaturized. Cameras could be hidden in pens, clocks, air fresheners, power outlets. Nearly any object in a room might conceal surveillance equipment. The websites hosting this content operated openly with minimal legal consequences. Men would share footage they'd taken and discuss techniques for filming without detection. Some operated as sophisticated businesses, charging subscription fees for access to large libraries of illegally obtained content. The women in these videos often had no idea they'd been filmed, much less that their most private moments were being bought and sold online. Women responded by becoming hypervigilant. They learned to check bathrooms for suspicious objects, to cover or avoid certain types of fixtures that commonly concealed cameras, to be constantly on guard in spaces that should have felt safe. This hypervigilance itself was a form of harm, the psychological burden of knowing you might be filmed at any moment, that your body might become content for strangers' consumption without your knowledge or consent. In 2018, women in South Korea began organizing mass protests, specifically targeting molcha crimes and the inadequate legal and social responses to them. The protests grew to be some of the largest demonstrations in South Korean history, with tens of thousands of women taking to the streets of Seoul and other cities. The protests held in May and June 2018 were particularly significant. Women gathered in Seoul's Daehangno area, holding signs reading, "My life is not your porn," and demanding stricter punishments for perpetrators, better enforcement of existing laws, and social recognition of molcha as a serious crime rather than merely embarrassing or unfortunate incidents. The protesters highlighted stark disparities in how the justice system treated perpetrators versus victims. Men caught filming illegally often received fines or suspended sentences, particularly for first offenses. Meanwhile, the women who'd been filmed faced lifelong consequences: anxiety, trauma, the fear that videos of them might surface at any time, damage to relationships and careers if their victimization became known. The protests also drew attention to the common practice of blaming victims for molcha crimes. When women were secretly filmed, they often faced questions about why they'd been in certain spaces, why they hadn't been more careful, whether they'd somehow invited the attention. This victim blaming deflected responsibility from perpetrators to victims, making women responsible for preventing men's crimes against them. The connection between the molcha epidemic and the Burning Sun scandal was direct and profound. Jung Jun-young's crimes weren't different in kind from the Molke cases that had sparked the protests. They were different only in that he was famous, wealthy, and had felt so secure in his impunity that he'd shared his videos with friends rather than selling them anonymously online. The sense of entitlement, the objectification of women, the confidence that consequences would never come. These were the same elements that characterized Molke crimes across Korean society. For the women who'd been protesting throughout 2018, the Burning Sun scandal validated everything they'd been saying. This wasn't a problem of a few deviant individuals. It was systematic, reaching to the highest levels of entertainment and business. The police corruption that had protected Burning Sun was the same corruption that allowed Molke perpetrators to operate with minimal consequences. The victim blaming that survivors of sexual assault faced was the same victim blaming that made women afraid to report Molke crimes. The protests continued throughout 2019, now explicitly connecting the Molke epidemic, the Burning Sun scandal, and broader issues of gender inequality. At the protests, women held signs reading "Rape Cartel" and "Dismantle the Boys Club." They demanded prosecution not just of the celebrities directly involved in Burning Sun, but of the police officers who'd protected them, the executives who'd enabled them, and the industry structures that had allowed such behavior to flourish. The protests also highlighted how thoroughly women's concerns had been dismissed before, when women had been reporting strange incidents at clubs, suspicious drinks, waking up with no memory of the previous night. Their complaints had been ignored or minimized. They were told they just had too much to drink, that they needed to be more careful, that they were making mountains out of molehills. The revelation that these complaints had been accurate, that women really were being systematically drugged and assaulted at places like Burning Sun, underscored how completely the system had failed them. International attention focused on South Korea's gender issues. Reports noted that the country ranked near the bottom among developed nations for gender equality, with significant pay gaps, limited representation of women in leadership positions, and deeply entrenched cultural attitudes that viewed women as subordinate to men. The combination of the Molke protests and the Burning Sun scandal put South Korea's treatment of women on the global stage, creating pressure for change from both domestic and international sources. But progress remained halting. Even as some reforms were implemented, new cases emerged. The Nth Room scandal, which broke in 2020, revealed another massive operation involving sexual exploitation and distribution of illegal content through Telegram chat rooms. It demonstrated that despite the awareness raised by Burning Sun, the fundamental problems remained. The women who'd led the protests understood that real change would require more than punishing individual perpetrators. It would require dismantling the cultural attitudes, power structures, and institutional failures that enable gender-based violence to flourish. The Burning Sun scandal was a symptom of much deeper issues, and addressing it properly meant confronting those issues directly. The movement for change included not just protests, but legislative efforts. Activists pushed for stronger penalties for illegal filming, for mandatory education programs about consent and respect, for better training of police and prosecutors handling sexual assault cases, for resources to help victims remove illegal content from the internet. Some reforms were enacted, though advocates argued they didn't go far enough. The Burning Sun scandal, despite its horrors, provided an opportunity. It forced conversations that had been avoided. It made visible patterns of abuse that had been normalized or hidden. It created political will for reforms that had previously faced resistance. The question was whether that opportunity would lead to meaningful change, or whether, once the scandal faded from headlines, old patterns would reassert themselves. For the women who'd been fighting against gender-based violence long before Burning Sun became news, the scandal was both vindicating and exhausting. Vindicating because it proved they'd been right about the scope and severity of the problem. Exhausting because it showed just how much work remained to be done, how deeply entrenched the attitudes and systems they were fighting against truly were. Part 9. Lessons and Legacy. Years have passed since the Burning Sun scandal first broke, and the immediate crisis has faded from daily headlines. The convicted have served or are serving their sentences. The club itself has long since closed. The entertainment careers of those involved have ended, though some have attempted comebacks to varying degrees of success and public acceptance. But the lessons of Burning Sun remain relevant, both for South Korea and for societies everywhere grappling with similar issues. First, the scandal demonstrates how easily systems meant to protect the vulnerable can be corrupted to instead protect the powerful. The police officers who should have investigated crimes instead suppressed them. The entertainment industry that should have safeguarded its artists instead created conditions where abuse flourished. The cultural norms that should have promoted dignity and respect instead enabled violence and exploitation. At every level, institutions failed the women who were victimized, choosing instead to protect men with money, fame, and connections. Second, the scandal reveals the particular vulnerability women face in societies marked by deep gender inequality. The crimes committed at Burning Sun and documented in the chat rooms weren't random acts by disturbed individuals. They were systematic exploitation enabled by cultural attitudes that viewed women as objects existing for male pleasure. The victim blaming that survivors faced, the lenient sentences perpetrators received, and the difficulty victims had in getting their cases taken seriously all reflected these underlying attitudes. Third, the scandal shows the power of journalism and civic engagement in forcing accountability. Without reporters like Kang Kyung-yoon and Park Hyo-sil, the truth might never have emerged. Without Kim Sang-kyo's refusal to stay silent, despite the personal cost, the investigation might never have begun. Without the mass protests by women demanding change, authorities might have continued ignoring the Molka epidemic and related crimes. Change came not from institutions working properly, but from people outside those institutions, forcing them to act. Fourth, the scandal demonstrates that fame and success don't correlate with character. Young Jun-young, Seungri, and Choi Jong-hoon had achieved what millions dream of: success in the competitive entertainment industry, wealth, and the adoration of fans. Yet they were capable of terrible cruelty and criminality. The lesson isn't that fame corrupts, though it certainly can, but that we shouldn't assume success means someone is inherently good. Character must be demonstrated through actions, not inferred from accomplishments. Fifth, the scandal highlights how digital technology can enable new forms of violation. The ease with which Jung could film and distribute videos, the encrypted chat rooms where criminals coordinated, the websites where illegal content was bought and sold, all these reflected how technology that could be used for good could also facilitate terrible harm. South Korea's struggles with Molka crimes showed how quickly predators could adapt new technology for their purposes and how slowly legal and social systems responded. Finally, the scandal reminds us that justice is often incomplete. While some perpetrators faced consequences, many others didn't. Police officers who'd enabled crimes received minimal punishment. The cultural attitudes that enabled systematic abuse remained largely unchanged. Victims received some acknowledgement, but no real recompense for what they'd lost. Legal victories didn't erase trauma or restore violated privacy. Perfect justice was impossible, and survivors had to make peace with whatever imperfect justice the system provided. What then should be done? The answer is complex and multifaceted. Legal reforms must continue and deepen. Stronger penalties for sexual violence, illegal filming, and distribution of sexual content are necessary. Police corruption must face serious consequences. Victim protection mechanisms need strengthening. Digital sex crimes require specialized investigation units and courts equipped to handle the technical and psychological complexities these cases involve. Cultural change is perhaps more important than legal reform. Societies must actively combat misogyny, teaching boys and men to view women as full human beings deserving respect. Consent education must become standard. Victim blaming must be challenged whenever it appears. Celebrity culture needs reform, moving away from treating entertainers as products to be consumed and toward recognizing their humanity and agency. Institutional accountability must be enforced. Entertainment companies must face real consequences when they enable abuse. Police departments must be held accountable for corruption and failures to protect citizens. News media must maintain high standards of investigative journalism even when powerful interests pressure them to back off. Without institutional accountability, individual prosecutions ring hollow. Support systems for victims must expand dramatically. Women who experience sexual violence, illegal filming, or other violations need access to competent, compassionate support, legal aid, mental health counseling, assistance removing illegal content from the internet, protection from retaliation. The burden of seeking justice shouldn't rest entirely on traumatized individuals navigating hostile systems alone. International pressure can play a constructive role. South Korea, like many countries, cares about its international reputation. Foreign attention to ongoing problems with digital sex crimes, gender inequality, and police corruption can create pressure for reform that domestic criticism alone might not achieve. However, this pressure must come from a place of genuine concern rather than cultural superiority. Every society struggles with gender-based violence and institutional corruption in various forms. The Burning Sun scandal will, in time, fade from headlines and public consciousness. The convicted will serve their sentences and attempt to rebuild their lives. New scandals will emerge to capture public attention. But the lessons of Burning Sun about power, privilege, gender, and justice remain relevant. The suffering of victims like Goo Hara, who paid the ultimate price for her bravery, must not be forgotten. The courage of journalists who faced death threats to expose the truth must be honored. The determination of women who protested under the banner, "My life is not your porn," must inspire continued activism and reform. Change is possible, but not inevitable. It requires sustained effort from many people over long periods. It requires individuals willing to speak up when they witness wrongdoing. It requires journalists willing to investigate powerful people. It requires prosecutors and judges committed to equal justice under law. It requires voters demanding accountability from elected officials. It requires parents raising children who understand respect and consent. It requires all of us choosing to be part of the solution rather than complicit in the problem. The story of Burning Sun is ultimately about choices. The choices made by predators to hurt others, the choices made by systems to protect the powerful rather than the vulnerable, but also the choices made by brave individuals to resist, to speak truth, to fight for justice. In telling this story, we honor those who made the hard choice to stand up, and we challenge ourselves to do the same when we encounter injustice in our own lives and communities. Thank you for staying with me through this difficult but important story. If you found this examination of the Burning Sun scandal informative, please consider subscribing to the channel. More importantly, if you or someone you know has experienced sexual violence or illegal filming, please reach out to appropriate support services in your area. You are not alone, and what happened to you was not your fault. Remember, silence protects perpetrators, while speaking out protects potential future victims. The bravest thing any of us can do is refuse to stay silent in the face of injustice. Until next time, take The Doomsday Mum, when love, faith, and madness ended in murder. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we're going deep into one of the most disturbing and complex true crime cases in recent American history. This is a story that has everything you'd expect from a fictional thriller, except it's devastatingly, horrifyingly real. It's a story about a beauty pageant contestant turned mother who came to believe she was a goddess destined to lead people through the end times. It's about a self-proclaimed prophet who wrote books about the apocalypse and claimed he could communicate with the dead. It's about two missing children whose faces appeared on billboards across America, whose grandparents pleaded on national television for their safe return, only for their worst fears to be confirmed when law enforcement discovered two small bodies buried in a rural Idaho backyard. This is the story of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell, a couple whose twisted religious beliefs and obsessive romance would leave a trail of bodies across multiple states. 3 confirmed murders, 2 attempted murders, multiple suspicious deaths that may never be fully explained. And at the center of it all, 2 innocent children, 7-year-old Joshua Jackson, J.J. Vallow, an autistic boy who loved his red pajamas and playing with his toys, and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, a teenager who loved Chipotle and driving her Jeep, a girl who was just beginning to figure out who she was and who she wanted to be. The case of the Doomsday Mom, as the media would come to call Lori Vallow Daybell, isn't just about murder. It's about how seemingly ordinary people can become radicalized by fringe beliefs. It's about how love can become obsession, how faith can become fanaticism, and how the human capacity for self-deception can lead to unspeakable evil. It's about a mother who referred to her own children as zombies, whose bodies had been possessed by dark spirits, who smiled for the camera on a Hawaiian beach just weeks after burying them in shallow graves. As we trace this story from its beginning, through the disappearance of J.E.J. and Tylee to the horrific discoveries that would follow, we'll explore not just what happened, but how it happened. How did a woman who friends described as a devoted mother transform into someone capable of murdering her own children? How did a seemingly harmless author of religious fiction become an accomplice to multiple homicides? And perhaps most importantly, how did they manage to operate for so long, leaving a wake of death behind them before anyone could stop them? This is a story that demands to be told, not for the sensational aspects, though there are certainly shocking elements, but because understanding what happened might help us recognize the warning signs when someone we love begins to slip away from reality. It's a story about the people who tried to save J.J. and Tylee, about the investigators who refused to give up, and about a family torn apart by secrets, lies, and an ideology that valued the eternal over the lives of the living. So settle in. This is going to be a long journey, and parts of it will be difficult to hear. But it's a journey worth taking, because at the end of it, we honor the memories of J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, two children who deserved so much better than the fate that awaited them. Part 1. Before the Darkness, the early lives of Lori and Chad. To understand how this story ends, we need to understand where it begins. And it begins, as so many American stories do, with two people who seemed, on the surface at least, relatively ordinary. Lori Noreen Cox was born on June 26, 1973, in Loma Linda, California, into a family that adhered to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, commonly known as the Mormon Church. But her family wasn't just religiously conservative. They were also deeply suspicious of government authority. Her parents were tax protesters who followed sovereign citizen ideology, spending about 2 decades in conflict with the Internal Revenue Service. This anti-government sentiment, this belief that ordinary rules didn't necessarily apply to them, would be one of the threads running through Lori's entire life. Growing up, Lori was by all accounts attractive, charismatic, and ambitious. She had dreams of fame and success, dreams that seemed attainable when you looked at her. In 2004, she competed in the Mrs. Texas beauty pageant, standing on stage in evening gowns and swimsuits, smiling for judges who would assess her poise and personality. That same year, she appeared as a contestant on Wheel of Fortune, spinning the wheel and guessing letters, hoping to win cash and prizes. These weren't the actions of someone plotting murder. These were the actions of someone who wanted recognition, who wanted to be seen as special, who wanted to matter. But Lori's personal life was far less stable than her public image might suggest. Her romantic history was a series of beginnings and endings, marriages that started with hope and dissolved in acrimony. Her first marriage, in 1992 when she was just 19, was to her high school boyfriend. It ended quickly in divorce. In October 1995, she married again, and in 1996 gave birth to a son named Colby. That marriage also ended in divorce in 1998. Then, in 2001, came her marriage to Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr. This marriage would prove to be particularly contentious and would play a significant role in the dark events to come. Joseph and Lori had a daughter together in 2002, a girl they named Tylee Ashlyn Ryan. By all accounts, Tylee was a beautiful child who would grow into a teenager with a sharp wit and an independent spirit. But the marriage between Joseph and Lori was troubled from the start. The couple divorced in 2005, and what followed was a bitter custody battle over Tylee. Lori accused Joseph of sexually abusing both Tylee and her son Colby from a previous marriage. These were serious allegations, the kind that could destroy a person's life even if never proven. Investigators found no evidence to support the claims, and Joseph was never charged with any crime, but the damage was done. He lost equal custody rights in 2007, relegated to supervised visitation with the daughter he loved. That same year, Lori's brother Alex Cox physically attacked Joseph Ryan using a taser to assault him. Alex Cox would later be convicted for this attack and served 90 days in jail. Years later, close friend Angeline Law would claim that Lori had once told her she'd hired her brother to attack Joseph because of things he'd allegedly done to the children. Whether this was true or just another layer of manipulation in Laurie's growing pattern of behavior is unclear, but it established a pattern. Alex Cox was willing to use violence to protect his sister or to carry out her wishes. Joseph Ryan died on April 3, 2018, officially of arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease, a heart attack. He was found in his Arizona apartment during a welfare check. At the time, his death was thoroughly investigated and determined to be from natural causes. Years later, after Laurie's arrest in 2020, police reviewed Joseph Ryan's death with fresh eyes. A recording surfaced in which Laurie mentioned wanting to kill Ryan, like Nephi killed, a reference to a Book of Mormon figure who killed a man under divine instruction. Despite this disturbing statement and the renewed investigation, authorities found no evidence whatsoever of foul play in Joseph's death. The medical evidence clearly supported natural causes. While the timing may seem suspicious given subsequent events, there is no factual basis to suggest Joseph Ryan was murdered. He died of heart disease. In 2006, between her divorce from Joseph Ryan and his eventual death, Laurie married for a fourth time. Her new husband was Leland Charles Anthony Vallow, who went by the name Charles. Charles was a businessman, relatively successful, and, by all accounts, a genuinely good person. Friends described him as generous, caring, and devoted to his family. This marriage appeared, for a time at least, to offer Laurie the stability she'd been seeking. In 2013, Charles and Laurie made a decision that would ultimately become one of the most heartbreaking elements of this entire story. They adopted Charles's grandnephew, a little boy named Joshua Jackson Vallow, known to everyone as JJ. JJ's biological parents struggled with substance abuse, and when JJ was born with drugs in his system, spending time in the neonatal intensive care unit, it became clear he couldn't stay with them. Charles's sister Kay and her husband Larry Woodcock initially cared for JJ for nearly his first year of life, but ultimately, Charles and Laurie adopted him, giving him what everyone hoped would be a loving, stable home. JJ was diagnosed with autism, which meant he required extra care and attention. Friends and family members who knew Laurie during this time consistently described her as a patient, devoted mother. April Raymond, who met Laurie in 2015 in Hawaii, said Laurie did everything for JJ, that he and Tylee were the center of her world. The Laurie that people knew in the mid-2000s seemed like a woman who had finally found her calling in motherhood, who had put aside dreams of fame and recognition to focus on raising her children. But something was about to change. Something that would begin subtly, then accelerate with terrifying speed, transforming Laurie from a devoted mother into someone capable of unspeakable acts. Meanwhile, about 1,000 miles north, another life was unfolding. Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in Provo, Utah, into a Mormon family. He grew up in the neighboring city of Springville, and by all accounts, had a relatively conventional Mormon upbringing. He was religious, studious, interested in both history and prophecy, interests that would eventually converge in his career as a writer. On March 9, 1990, Chad married Tammy Douglas in the Manti, Utah Temple, one of the sacred spaces where Mormons perform their most important religious ceremonies. This was Chad's first and, for many years, only marriage. Tammy was a school librarian, described by those who knew her as active, healthy, and devoted to her family and her community. Together, Chad and Tammy would have 5 children: Emma, Seth, Mark, Leah, and Garth. By all appearances, they were a solid family unit, raising their children in the Mormon faith and building a life together. In 2004, Chad and Tammy founded Spring Creek Book Company, a small publishing house focused on religious literature, particularly books aimed at Latter-day Saints readers. Tammy served as Chief Financial Officer and designed book covers, while Chad focused on writing and publishing. This was a modest operation, not making anyone rich, but providing a sense of purpose and a way to share Chad's increasing interest in apocalyptic prophecy and near-death experiences. In 2007, Chad published the first novel in his fictional series, Standing in Holy Places. These books weren't mainstream religious fiction. They were focused on the end times, on preparedness for catastrophic events, on the idea that believers needed to steel themselves for the coming apocalypse. As the years went on, Chad's writing became less clearly fictional and more focused on presenting his alleged visions as real prophecies. He began claiming he'd had a near-death experience that gave him the ability to receive direct messages from God. He asserted that the world would end on July 22, 2020, in a series of natural disasters that would usher in the second coming of Jesus Christ. By the mid-2000s, Chad had developed a following in certain corners of the Mormon community, particularly among those interested in preparedness culture, people stockpiling food and supplies for the end times. He positioned himself as a prophet, someone chosen by God to lead 144,000 people through the apocalypse, a number drawn from the Book of Revelation. He also claimed he possessed the ability to see people's souls, to determine whether they had light or dark spirits. Those with dark spirits, he reportedly said, were zombies whose bodies had been taken over by evil forces. These zombies, Chad taught, could only be freed if their physical bodies were killed, releasing the original soul from its prison. These weren't mainstream Mormon beliefs. In fact, they directly contradicted much of what the LDS Church teaches. But to a certain type of believer, someone seeking special knowledge, secret truths, and the promise of being among the chosen few, Chad's teachings were intoxicating. He was offering not just salvation, but significance. He was telling people they were special, that they had been selected for a divine purpose. In 2015, Chad claimed he'd received a divine message telling him to relocate to Rexburg, Idaho. This was supposedly because Utah would be devastated by an earthquake that year, a prediction that never came to pass, though apparently this didn't shake the faith of Chad's followers. That June, Chad and Tammy moved to Salem, Idaho, just outside Rexburg, purchasing a property with several acres of land. Tammy continued working as a librarian while Chad focused on his writing and his growing role as a speaker at religious conferences. Around this same time, Lori Vallow in Arizona became interested in Chad Daybell's books. She reportedly discovered his Standing in Holy Places series around 2015 and became increasingly fascinated with his apocalyptic teachings. Over the next few years, she read more of his books, listened to podcasts featuring excommunicated Mormons discussing end times prophecy, and dove deeper into radical religious beliefs that increasingly diverged from mainstream Mormonism. In late 2018, Lori began corresponding with Chad online. Here were two people, both in what appeared to be stable marriages, both raising families, who found in each other something they'd been missing. For Chad, perhaps it was adoration and validation from an attractive woman, who hung on his every word. For Lori, perhaps it was the promise of special significance, the idea that she wasn't just another suburban mum, but rather a goddess with a divine mission. In October 2018, Lori attended a Preparing a People conference where Chad was speaking and signing books. This was where they met in person for the first time. According to later testimony from Lori's friend, Melanie Gibb, the connection between Lori and Chad was immediate and intense. They began communicating constantly, and Chad started telling Lori things that would fundamentally alter her perception of reality. He told her that they had been married to each other in multiple past lives. He said they were destined to be together for eternity and that they would lead the 144,000 chosen people through the end times. He told her that various people in their lives, including their own spouses, had become zombies possessed by dark spirits. Charles Vallow, Lori told Melanie Gibb, had been replaced by a demon named Ned or Hiplos. Tammy Daybell, according to texts between Chad and Lori, had been possessed by a spirit named Viola and was in limbo. And later, horrifyingly, Lori would tell people that her own children, Jay, and Tylee, had also become zombies. This belief system, according to prosecutors and expert testimony, wasn't harmless religious enthusiasm. It provided a framework that justified murder. Because if you genuinely believe that someone's soul has been replaced by an evil spirit, and if you believe that killing their body will free their soul, then murder becomes not just justified but necessary. It becomes a mercy, an act of spiritual liberation. And so, as 2018 turned into 2019, two families, the Vallows in Arizona and the Daybells in Idaho, were headed toward a collision course that would end in death and devastation. Part 2. The First Death. Charles Vallow. Charles Vallow had been noticing changes in his wife for months, and by early 2019, he was deeply worried. The woman he'd married, the mother who had seemed so devoted to their children, was acting completely differently. She was distant, secretive, spending hours on her phone, communicating with people Charles didn't know. She was making increasingly bizarre statements about religious prophecies and the end of the world. And most disturbingly, she'd begun talking about Charles himself in frightening terms. On January 31st, 2019, Gilbert, Arizona police officers responded to the Vallow home. The body cam footage from that night shows Charles, clearly distressed, trying to explain to officers that his wife had become unhinged. He told them that Lori believed she was a goddess, preparing for the end of days. He said she'd threatened to murder him. The concern on Charles's face in that footage is palpable. This was a man who knew something was terribly wrong, but didn't know how to fix it. On February 5th, 2019, Charles filed for divorce from Lori. In the court documents, he explicitly stated that he feared for his own safety and for the safety of the children. He was, it seems, one of the few people who truly recognized the danger Lori posed. But then, inexplicably, in the following month, Charles dismissed the divorce proceedings. Perhaps Lori had reassured him that things would get better. Perhaps he hoped that whatever phase she was going through would pass. Perhaps he simply loved her enough to keep trying. Whatever his reasons, it was a decision that would cost him his life. Later investigation would reveal that Charles had learned of Lori's infidelity with Chad Daybell 12 days before his death. On June 29, 2019, Charles sent an email to Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife, attempting to warn her about what was happening. "Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow," the email read. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll wait to send you the evidence. That is very disturbing. You may call or email me from the address where you can receive the information. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done. Evidence found during the investigation suggests that Tammy opened this email and then deleted it, blocking Charles's email address. Whether she showed it to Chad, whether they discussed it, whether she believed it or dismissed it as the ravings of a jealous husband, we don't know. But she knew. Tammy Daybell knew, more than 3 months before her own death, that her husband was involved with another woman, and that woman was planning something terrible. Police documents would later show that at this point, text messages between Chad and Lori were increasingly frequent and increasingly focused on the people they saw as obstacles. They texted about death percentages for Tammy. They discussed Charles being possessed. They talked about people being in limbo. And they communicated using burner phones, suggesting they knew what they were discussing needed to be kept secret. On July 1st, 2019, Charles informed Lori that he was planning to meet with Tammy Daybell in person to tell her about the affair. This appears to have been a tipping point. If Tammy knew and believed Charles, if she took action, divorced Chad, exposed the affair publicly, it would ruin everything. And so, investigators believe Lori and her brother Alex Cox began planning Charles's murder. On the morning of July the 11th, 2019, Charles went to Lori's house in Chandler, Arizona, intending to pick up JJ for school. What happened next was captured in various ways, through witness statements, 911 calls, and police body cam footage, and the official story is that Charles Vallow died in an act of self-defense. But investigators would later conclude the evidence suggested something far more sinister. According to Alex Cox's account to police, Charles came at him with a baseball bat, hitting him in the back of the head. Alex said he grabbed his gun and shot Charles twice in the chest, killing him in self-defense. But there are problems with this story. Witnesses reported seeing Charles arguing with Lori and Tylee before Alex appeared. Tylee herself told police that Charles had hit Alex with the bat, corroborating her uncle's story. But years later, investigators would question whether she'd been coached or threatened into supporting the narrative. When police arrived, they found Charles Vallow's body on the floor. He was 48 years old. Alex Cox appeared calm, cooperative, answering questions and insisting it had been self-defense. Lori seemed shaken, but not devastated, not in the way you'd expect from a wife who'd just watched her husband die violently. The police investigated, but without clear evidence contradicting Alex's account, and with Tylee supporting his version of events, no charges were filed. Alex Cox walked free. Looking back, there are red flags everywhere. Alex Cox had a history of violence, particularly when it came to protecting Lori from her husbands. He'd attacked Joseph Ryan with a taser years earlier. Texts between Lori and her friends around this time show her referring to Charles as a zombie who had to be stopped. The day Charles Vallow was killed, his life insurance policy named Lori as the beneficiary for $1 million. Prosecutors would later argue this was part of the motive. However, what Lori apparently didn't know was that Charles had changed his life insurance beneficiary just months earlier, removing Lori and naming his sister Kay Woodcock instead. When the insurance company denied Lori's claim, she was reportedly furious. She'd helped orchestrate the murder of her husband, and she wasn't even going to get the money she'd been counting on. But if Lori was angry about the insurance money, she didn't let it slow her down. Less than 3 weeks after Charles's death, she moved Tylee and JJ from Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho. She rented an apartment in the same complex where Alex Cox conveniently also rented a unit. And perhaps most significantly, she was now living near Chad Daybell, the man who had convinced her she was a goddess, the man who told her they were meant to be together for eternity. The move to Idaho in late August 2019 would mark the beginning of the end for Tylee and JJ. Their faces would appear on missing persons posters. Their grandparents would plead for information on national news. And eventually, 9 months after they disappeared, their small bodies would be found buried in Chad Daybell's backyard, hidden beneath the Idaho soil. But we're getting ahead of the story, because before the children disappeared, before their bodies were buried, there was a period of several weeks when they were still alive, still attending school, still appearing in photos, still capable of being saved. If only someone had intervened, if only someone had seen what was happening and stopped it before it was too late. Part 3. The Last Days of Tylee and JJ. When Lori Vallow moved her children to Rexburg, Idaho in late August 2019, it must have seemed to Tylee like just another upheaval in what had been an increasingly chaotic life. Tylee was 16 years old. At that particular age, where independence and identity are everything, where being uprooted from your friends and your familiar surroundings feels like the end of the world. According to her best friend from Arizona, Tylee hadn't wanted to move to Idaho. But she went anyway, reportedly because she wanted to protect her little brother JJ. JJ was 7 years old, an autistic child who thrived on routine and stability. The move to Idaho disrupted his entire world. He'd been attending Lawrence Institute for Education in Gilbert, Arizona, where teachers and staff understood his needs and worked with him patiently. Now he was being enrolled in Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg, in a completely new environment with people who didn't know him. Tylee had been attending Perry High School in Gilbert. Whether she was ever enrolled in a high school in Idaho isn't entirely clear from the records, but what is clear is that her time in Rexburg would be measured in days, not months or years. On September 8, 2019, Lori took Tylee and JJ on what would be their last family trip. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, drove them in his Ford F-150 to Yellowstone National Park. They spent the day touring the park, taking photos, appearing for all the world like a normal family, enjoying the natural beauty of Yellowstone's geysers and hot springs and wildlife. There are photographs from this day that would later become crucial evidence. Images of Tylee smiling, images of her wearing a necklace with a distinctive silver charm, images of JJ looking happy despite the upheaval in his life. The last photo taken of Tylee shows her near a body of water at Yellowstone, her long hair blown by the wind, very much alive. The timestamp on that photo would later become significant because it established the last time anyone outside of Lori, Chad, and Alex definitely saw Tylee alive. According to phone records, Alex Cox's phone pinged at a restaurant in West Yellowstone, Montana at 8:37 p.m. that evening. By midnight, they'd returned to Rexburg. The phone records from that night paint a disturbing picture. At around midnight, Alex returned to his own apartment. But at 2:42 a.m., he went back to Lori's apartment. What happened during those early morning hours? What was discussed? We don't know for certain, but we know what happened the next morning. The morning of September 9th, 2019, data from Alex Cox's cell phone placed him at Chad Daybell's property, specifically near the pet cemetery and fire pit area on Chad's land. The phone remained at that location for approximately 2 hours. About 14 minutes after Alex's phone showed him leaving the property, Chad Daybell sent a text message to his wife Tammy, who was away from home. The text read, "I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I had my gun handy, and he is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times." This text message would later become one of the most chilling pieces of evidence in the case. Because when investigators eventually searched Chad Daybell's property 9 months later, they wouldn't find a raccoon in the pet cemetery. They would find the remains of 16-year-old Tylee Ryan, dismembered, burned, and buried in a shallow grave. The forensic analysis would later reveal just how horrific Tylee's death had been. Her body had been burned while still whole, not in pieces, according to forensic anthropologist Dr. Eric Bartelink. Large parts of her remains were missing, including her arms, legs, and portions of her ribs. What was found was examined by forensic experts who discovered evidence of blunt force trauma to many of her bones. The cause of death was officially listed as homicide by unspecified means because the extent of the burning and dismemberment made it impossible to determine exactly what had killed her. But there's no question that she died violently. Tylee's DNA would be found on a pickaxe and a shovel in Chad Daybell's garage. Surveillance footage would show Alex Cox and Lori visiting a storage unit on multiple occasions after Tylee's death, presumably disposing of evidence or moving belongings. But in the immediate aftermath, Lori said nothing. She didn't report Tylee missing. She didn't tell friends or family where Tylee had gone. She simply acted as if her teenage daughter had ceased to exist. When people asked about Tylee in the following weeks and months, Lori had various stories. Sometimes she said Tylee was at school. Sometimes she said she was with friends. Sometimes she said she'd gone to college, even though at 16, that would have been unusual. Lori's friend, Melanie Gibb, would later testify that she heard Lori refer to Tylee as a zombie, using the language Chad Daybell had taught her to describe people whose bodies had supposedly been taken over by dark spirits. If Lori truly believed this, if she genuinely thought Tylee's soul had been replaced and that murdering her daughter's body was somehow an act of spiritual liberation, it's hard to imagine a more tragic delusion. But whatever happened to Tylee in Chad Daybell's backyard on that September morning in 2019, one thing is certain: she was gone. And soon, her little brother would follow. J.J. Vallow continued attending Kennedy Elementary School in Rexburg after Tylee's disappearance, though one wonders what he was thinking, what questions he might have asked about where his sister had gone. JJ's autism meant he likely relied heavily on Tylee for emotional support and stability. Suddenly losing her must have been deeply confusing and frightening for him. On the weekend of September 21st to 22nd, 2019, Lori's friends, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick, were staying with her in Rexburg. This was about 2 weeks after Tylee had disappeared. On the evening of September 22nd, David Warwick witnessed Alex Cox carrying JJ into Lori's apartment. The boy was reportedly asleep on his uncle's shoulder. But the next morning, when Warwick asked to see JJ, Lori told him that JJ was being a zombie and that Alex had to take him away. This language, calling her own son a zombie, would later be crucial in establishing that Lori had adopted Chad's belief system completely. She wasn't just going along with Chad's ideas to please him. She genuinely believed, or claimed to believe, that her children had been possessed by dark spirits and needed to be eliminated. September 23, 2019, would be the last day anyone definitively saw J.J. Vallow alive. The next morning, According to phone records, Alex Cox's cell phone returned to Chad Daybell's property. This time, Alex was there for only about 17 minutes. 17 minutes to kill a 7-year-old boy and hide his body. 17 minutes to end the life of a child who had been born into difficult circumstances, who had overcome challenges associated with his autism, who had been adopted into what he thought was a loving family, only to be murdered by the very people who were supposed to protect him. When investigators eventually found JJ's body, the condition in which he was discovered would break the hearts of everyone who saw the evidence. JJ had been wrapped tightly in black plastic bags, his hands and feet bound with grey duct tape. His mouth had duct tape over it. A white plastic bag had been placed over his head. The official cause of death was asphyxiation. He had essentially been suffocated, wrapped up like garbage, and buried near a tree on Chad Daybell's property. Dr. Garth Warren, the forensic pathologist who conducted JJ's autopsy, noted scratch marks on the plastic bag near where JJ's hands had been. Dr. Warren testified that these could suggest JJ had tried to scratch the bag off his head, that he might have been conscious and fighting for his life as he suffocated. JJ also had bruises on his wrists and ankles, consistent with the duct tape bindings, and an abrasion on his neck. There were no signs of disease or other trauma to his internal organs. A healthy 7-year-old boy killed for no reason other than his mother's twisted beliefs and her desire to be with a man who told her she was special. The last time anyone took a photo of JJ was at Yellowstone on September 8, 2019. In that photo, he's wearing his characteristic smile, his hair neatly combed, looking like any other little boy on vacation with his family. 2 weeks later, he would be dead, his body hidden beneath Idaho's soil, while his mother and her lover carried on as if he'd never existed. On October 29, 2019, Lori officially withdrew JJ from Kennedy Elementary School, telling administrators he would be homeschooled. This was approximately 5 weeks after JJ had been killed and buried. There were no records of any homeschooling arrangements at any of Lori's residences. No school district ever received requests for JJ's academic records. It was a lie, one of many Lori would tell, as she tried to cover up what she'd done. But by late October 2019, Lori had bigger concerns than explaining where her children had gone, because Chad Daybell's wife Tammy was about to become the next victim. Part 4. Tammy Daybell's death. Tammy Douglas. Daybell had been married to Chad for 28 years. They'd raised 5 children together. They'd built a life centered around their faith, their family, and their small publishing company. Friends and co-workers universally described Tammy as healthy, active, and engaged with life. She worked as a librarian at Central Elementary School. She attended high-intensity fitness classes regularly. She was taking a clogging class. Several people who exercised with Tammy in the months before her death described her as fit and able to keep up with vigorous workouts without difficulty. Tammy was 49 years old in October 2019. There was no indication she was seriously ill. She hadn't expressed concerns about her health to her friends. She seemed to have years ahead of her to watch her children grow up, to welcome grandchildren, to continue the life she'd built. But Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow had other plans, because as long as Tammy was alive, Chad couldn't marry Lori. And according to the belief system they'd constructed, being together for eternity required eliminating anyone who stood in their way. On October 9th, 2019, Tammy called 911. The call was frightening. She reported that a masked man had approached her in her driveway and shot at her with what she thought was a paintball gun. She posted about the experience on Facebook afterward, saying she had no idea who the person was or why they would shoot at her. This incident was terrifying enough on its own, but court documents would later indicate that the masked man had been Alex Cox and that his paintball gun was actually a real firearm. The shot had missed. Whether deliberately or because Alex's aim was off, we don't know. But it was an assassination attempt, the first of what would turn out to be several efforts to kill Tammy. Cell phone records would later show that Alex Cox's phone was near the Daybell property on October 9, 2019. And text messages between Lori and Chad reveal that Lori called an unnamed individual that day and said he can't do anything right. Was she frustrated that Alex had failed to kill Tammy? It certainly seems possible. 10 days later, on October 19, 2019, Tammy Daybell died in her bed. Her son, Garth Daybell, said he and Chad had found her unresponsive that morning and called 911. The 911 call featured Chad sounding distressed, reporting that his wife had died. When Rexburg police officer Alyssa Greenhalgh arrived at the scene, she found Chad and Garth in the living room. She described Chad as distraught and crying. Garth was quiet and reserved, likely in shock. Chad told Officer Greenhalgh that Tammy had woken up around midnight with a coughing fit and had vomited multiple times. He said he'd helped her back to bed and then woke later that morning when she fell from the bed, pulling the blankets off him. That's when he discovered she was unresponsive. He mentioned that Tammy had fallen about a month earlier and didn't have any major medical issues, though he referenced some fainting episodes and shaking fits that might have been seizures. Fremont County Coroner Brenda Dye was called to the scene. When she arrived, Chad was very upset, pacing around. Dye examined Tammy's body and noted that it was cold, with rigor mortis already setting in. Tammy's body showed blood pooling consistent with having died on her back. There was pink foam around her mouth, a fluid that can leak into airways when people die. Dye also noticed what she initially identified as old bruises on Tammy's body. Based on Chad's account of Tammy's recent health issues, the coughing, the vomiting, the supposed fainting spells and seizures, Coroner Dye initially ruled the death as natural causes, likely a heart attack. Tammy's body was released to the family, and no autopsy was performed. Chad and his children specifically declined to have an autopsy done. Tammy was buried 3 days later, on October 22, 2019, in a cemetery in Springville, Utah, near her beloved mother. Chad's choice to bury Tammy in Utah rather than Idaho raised some eyebrows among those who knew the family. When questioned about it, Chad explained that the weather was colder in Rexburg and that Tammy would have wanted to be buried near her mother. It seemed like a reasonable explanation, but looking back, you have to wonder if Chad chose to bury Tammy in Utah to make it more difficult for investigators to exhume her body if questions ever arose about her death. Less than 24 hours after reporting Tammy's death, Chad sent a text message to Lori. "I know exactly how you feel." What did he mean by this? Was he referencing the deaths of Charles Vallow and the children? Was he acknowledging that he'd just gotten away with murder, just as Lori had? The exact meaning is ambiguous, but the timing is chilling. Approximately 2 weeks after Tammy's funeral, on November 5, 2019, Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow got married on a beach in Hawaii. Let that timeline sink in. 28-year marriage ends. Wife buried. 14 days later, beach wedding to a woman whose husband had been killed less than 4 months earlier and whose 2 children had recently disappeared. Photos from the wedding show Chad and Lori smiling, barefoot on the sand, looking for all the world like 2 people in love, starting a new life together. Text messages from around this time show Lori talking about their completed mission, about how they were now free to be together eternally. On October 2nd, 2019, Lori had purchased a wedding ring on Amazon, the same day as another significant event we'll discuss shortly. The ring was later seen on her finger in wedding photos. Chad's adult children, Emma, Seth, Mark, Leah, and Garth, were apparently not invited to their father's quick remarriage. In fact, most of the family seemed to have been kept in the dark about how fast Chad had moved on. When Tammy's sister, Samantha Gwilliam, learned that Chad had remarried only 2 weeks after Tammy's death and 1 month after her burial, she was shocked. Chad had told Samantha that his new wife's name was Lori Ryan, using her daughter's last name, not Vallow, and that her previous husband had died of a heart attack. He also told Samantha that Lori had no children, that they would be empty nesters. This was a lie, of course. Lori had 4 living children at the time of this conversation, her adult son Colby, and the now deceased Tylee and JJ. Even if Chad believed Tylee and JJ were dead, which he certainly should have, since their bodies were buried in his backyard. Telling family members that Lori had no children was a calculated deception designed to prevent questions about where those children might be. Chad and Lori returned from their Hawaiian honeymoon and settled into what they apparently thought would be their new life together. They'd eliminated the obstacles. They'd gotten away with murder. They were free to lead their 144,000 followers into the apocalypse, which, according to Chad's prophecy, would arrive on July 22, 2020. But they'd made a crucial miscalculation. They'd forgotten about JJ's grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock. Part 5. The Search for the Missing Children. Kay Woodcock was Charles Vallow's sister, and her bond with JJJ went back to his earliest days. When JJ was born with drugs in his system due to his biological parents' substance abuse issues, Kay and her husband Larry had stepped in immediately. For nearly 10 months, they'd cared for this tiny, vulnerable infant, watching him overcome his difficult start, celebrating every milestone. When Charles and Lori adopted JJ in 2013, Kay had been relieved and happy. She knew her grandson would be raised by her brother, a man she trusted completely, and his wife, who at that time seemed to be a devoted mother. Kay had watched JJ grow from that fragile newborn into a bright, energetic boy. Yes, he had autism, which meant he experienced the world differently than neurotypical children. He needed structure, routine, patience, but he was also funny, affectionate, and full of life. Kay loved him fiercely, as grandmothers do, and made it a point to stay actively involved in his life even though she lived in a different state. After Charles's death, in July 2019, Kay's concern for JJ intensified. Charles had been JJ's advocate, his protector, the parent who truly understood how to care for him. With Charles gone, killed in circumstances that seemed suspicious even if the police had ruled it self-defense, Kay worried about whether JJ would continue to get the care and attention he needed. She tried to maintain regular contact with him, calling frequently to hear his voice, to let him know his grandma loved him, to make sure he was okay. But in the months after Charles's death, something changed. Kay's phone calls with JJ became less and less frequent. At first, when Kay would call, Laurie would answer and explain that JJ wasn't available. He was at school, learning and playing with other children. He was sleeping, tired from a busy day. He was playing with his toys and couldn't come to the phone right now. These seemed like reasonable excuses. Children have routines, activities, nap times. Kay understood this, but as weeks turned into months, and Kay still couldn't actually speak to JJ, the excuses started seeming less reasonable and more like evasions. Why was JJ never available? Why couldn't Laurie schedule a time for Kay to call when JJ would be free? Why did every attempt to connect with her grandson result in another excuse, another delay, another promise that next time she'd be able to talk to him? Kay's worry transformed into alarm. Something was wrong. She couldn't quite articulate what, but her grandmother's instinct was screaming that JJ was in danger. She shared her concerns with Larry, and together they decided they needed to take action. If Laurie wouldn't let them talk to JJ, if she kept making excuses and putting them off, then they needed someone with authority to check on the boy and make sure he was safe. On November 26, 2019, Kay and her husband, Larry Woodcock, asked Rexburg police to conduct a welfare check on JJ. This simple request, grandparents worried about their grandson, asking police to make sure he was okay, would set in motion a chain of events that would eventually expose the full scope of Laurie and Chad's crimes. When Rexburg police arrived at Laurie's apartment on November 26th, she lied to them. She told officers that JJ was in Arizona, staying with her friend Melanie Gibb. The officers had no reason not to believe her. They noted her statement and left, presumably intending to follow up with Melanie Gibb to confirm JJ's whereabouts. But Laurie knew the lie would unravel quickly, so she called Melanie Gibb and asked her to lie to the police if they contacted her, to say that JJ was with her even though he wasn't. Melanie Gibb initially went along with this, but the weight of the lie gnawed at her conscience. The next day, Melanie called the Rexburg police and told them the truth. JJ Vallow was not with her. She had no idea where JJ was. Police immediately returned to Laurie's apartment to question her again, but Laurie and Chad had fled. The apartment was hastily cleared out, with belongings left behind, half-packed bags on the beds. Rexburg police obtained a search warrant for the apartment, and what they found, or rather, what they didn't find, was deeply troubling. There was no sign that a 7-year-old autistic boy had ever lived there. No toys, no adaptive equipment, no medication, nothing that suggested JJ's presence. As police continued their investigation, they realized that not only was JJ missing, but so was Tylee. When had anyone last seen her? The last confirmed sighting was the photo from Yellowstone National Park on September 8, 2019. That was over 2 months ago, and now both children were gone. Their mother had lied to police and disappeared, and no one could provide any credible information about where the children might be. On December 20th, 2019, Rexburg police held a press conference announcing that 7-year-old Joshua JJ Vallow and 16-year-old Tylee Ryan were missing and believed to be in danger. The police released photos of both children, appealing to the public for any information. The case immediately captured national attention. 2 photogenic children, a mysterious mother, allegations of cult beliefs, and doomsday prophecies. The media couldn't get enough of it. As the story spread, more troubling details emerged. Journalists discovered that Laurie's brother Alex Cox had shot and killed her husband Charles Vallow. They found that Chad Daybell's wife Tammy had died suddenly just before Chad married Laurie. They learned about the bizarre religious beliefs, the talk of zombies and dark spirits, the claims about being married in past lives. Each new revelation made the case stranger and more disturbing. By late December, police had traced Lori and Chad to Kauai, Hawaii, where they were living in a rented condo, apparently enjoying an extended honeymoon. On January 25, 2020, Lori was formally served with a court order to produce Tylee and JJ within 5 days to authorities in Madison County, Idaho, or face legal consequences. Lori ignored the order. She didn't produce the children. She didn't provide any information about where they might be. She simply continued her Hawaiian vacation as if nothing was wrong, as if 2 children weren't missing, as if their grandparents weren't sick with worry, as if the entire nation wasn't watching and waiting for answers. On February 20th, 2020, Lori was arrested in Kauai and charged with 2 counts of desertion and non-support of dependent children, as well as resisting or obstructing officers, solicitation of a crime, and contempt of court for violating the order to produce the children. Video footage from her court appearance shows Chad sitting in the gallery behind her, showing his support. Outside the courthouse, as Lori was being transported, investigative reporter Morgan Lowe called out questions. "Where are your kids? How come you're not telling anybody where your kids are?" Lori said nothing, her face impassive. Lori was extradited from Hawaii back to Idaho to face the charges. Bail was set at $1 million, which she couldn't afford. She remained in jail while Chad returned to Idaho, moving back into the home where Tylee and JJ's bodies lay buried just 50 feet from the house. The investigation continued to expand. In December 2019, suspicious about the circumstances of Tammy Daybell's death, Fremont County investigators obtained permission to exhume her body from the cemetery in Utah. On December 11, 2019, Tammy's coffin was disinterred and her remains were transported to the Utah Medical Examiner's office for an autopsy. Dr. Eric Christensen, Utah's chief medical examiner at the time, performed the autopsy alongside Dr. Lily Marsden, then a fellow at the office. What they found contradicted the initial determination of natural causes. Tammy had bruising on her chest and arms that appeared to be recent, not old injuries. The pattern of bruising was consistent with someone being restrained or having pressure applied to them. The doctors also found evidence that contradicted Chad's story about Tammy's supposed health problems. Chad had told coroner Brenda Dye that Tammy had been experiencing fainting spells and seizure-like activity, but Tammy's medical records showed no history of seizures. There was no structural defect in her heart. She was a healthy, 49-year-old woman who had no business being dead. After thorough examination, including microscopic analysis of the bruised tissue, the medical examiners determined that Tammy Daybell had died of asphyxiation, specifically asphyxiation by suffocation. The manner of death was changed from natural to homicide. Someone had killed Tammy Daybell, most likely by smothering or strangling her, then positioned her body to make it look like she died peacefully in her sleep. The pink foam found around Tammy's mouth, which Coroner Dye had noted at the scene, is actually fluid that leaks into the airways during certain types of death, including asphyxiation. The fact that Tammy's body showed blood pooling consistent with lying on her back for some time after death suggested she'd been killed in bed, or at least positioned there very soon after death. Chad's story about her falling out of bed was likely fabricated to explain why he supposedly discovered her body. All of this evidence pointed to one conclusion. Chad Daybell had murdered his wife of 28 years, smothering her in their bed while she slept, so that he could marry Lori Vallow and pursue their twisted vision of leading the faithful through the apocalypse. But while investigators now had strong evidence of Tammy's murder, they still didn't know where Tylee and JJ were. Were they alive somewhere? Hidden away? Were they dead? If they were dead, where were their bodies? These questions tormented everyone working the case, and they especially tormented Kay and Larry Woodcock, who clung to increasingly faint hope that their grandson might still be saved. The breakthrough came from cell phone data. Investigators had been meticulously tracking the locations of Alex Cox's phone through cell tower pings and GPS data, and they noticed something significant. On both September 9th and September 23rd, 2019, the days immediately after Tylee and JJ were last seen, Alex Cox's phone had pinged for extended periods from Chad Daybell's property in Salem, Idaho. This wasn't just a quick visit. On September 9th, Alex's phone was at Chad's property for approximately 2 hours. On September 23rd, it was there for about 17 minutes. These time periods and locations corresponded with suspicious activity that would make sense if someone were burying bodies. In early June 2020, investigators obtained a search warrant for Chad Daybell's property. The warrant was based on the cell phone evidence, the suspicious circumstances of Tammy's death, and the fact that 2 children had been missing for 9 months and had last been in the care of Chad's wife, Lori. On the morning of June 9, 2020, a large contingent of law enforcement officers descended on Chad Daybell's home in Salem. FBI agents, detectives from multiple jurisdictions, forensic specialists, and cadaver dogs all arrived to conduct what everyone feared would reveal the worst-case scenario. Chad Daybell was home when the search began. He asked to contact his attorney and then sat in his car, watching as investigators began marking off areas of interest in his backyard. He watched as they brought in equipment, as they carefully photographed every inch of the property, as they began the painstaking process of excavating areas where the cadaver dogs had indicated possible human remains. Detective Ray Hermosillo would later testify in chilling detail about what they found that day. The first discovery came near a tree in the backyard. They removed the top layer of earth, revealing grass that was shorter than the surrounding area, as if it had been recently disturbed. Beneath the sod and topsoil, they found 3 large, flat, white rocks. Under the rocks were thin pieces of wood paneling, and beneath that, a layer of black plastic. One of the crime scene investigators cut a hole in the black plastic. Beneath it was white plastic, like a bag, and inside that bag was the small body of a child. They could see brown human hair through the plastic. Carefully, methodically, they continued the excavation. The child was wrapped tightly in plastic, with duct tape binding the hands and feet. There was duct tape over the mouth, a white plastic bag over the head. It was J.J. Vallow. He was wearing red pajamas and black socks. His small body had been wrapped up like garbage and buried beneath rocks and wood paneling. The care taken to hide him, the layers of earth and stone and plastic, contrasted horrifically with the violence of how he'd been killed. His arms and legs were bound. He'd been suffocated, fighting for breath, scratching at the bag over his head, while his mother and her accomplices had snuffed out his young life. As investigators continued searching the property, they made a second, equally horrific discovery. In an area Chad had described as a pet cemetery, where Chad had supposedly buried a raccoon back in September, they found something far worse than animal remains. The excavation in this area revealed charred remains, burned bone fragments, tissue that had been melted by intense heat. As they carefully sifted through the burned material, they found what had once been a 16-year-old girl. Tylee Ryan's body had been dismembered and burned, her remains mixed with soil and ash. Among the burned material, they found a melted green bucket and a distinctive silver charm, the same charm Tylee had been wearing in the photos from Yellowstone on September 8, 2019. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels testified that about 14 minutes after Alex Cox's phone left the property on September 9th, Chad Daybell had sent the text to his wife about shooting a raccoon for the pet cemetery. The spelling error, raccoon instead of raccoon, seemed almost insulting, as if Chad couldn't even be bothered to spell-check his cover story for murdering a child. The condition of Tylee's remains was beyond disturbing. Forensic anthropologist Dr. Angie Christensen received more than 100 bone fragments from Tylee's body for analysis. Major parts of the skeleton were represented: the skull, arms, legs, pelvis, but many parts were missing, presumably destroyed by the fire or still buried somewhere on the property. Many of the bones showed evidence of blunt force trauma. The body had been burned whole, not in pieces, based on the burn patterns, and there was no evidence in the toxicology that Tylee had been alive when she was burned, a small mercy in an otherwise unimaginably cruel death. The moment Jay's body was confirmed as found, someone apparently radioed Chad Daybell's daughter Emma, where Chad had been waiting. Detective Eric Wheeler testified that he saw Chad's daughter Emma approach the car where Chad sat handcuffed, crying as Chad told her how to access his bank account. "I'm sorry," he was overheard saying to her. Then Chad drove away from his daughter's house at a high rate of speed. Detective Wheeler pursued him and stopped him, placing Chad under arrest and informing him that Jay's remains had been found. Chad Daybell was taken into custody on June 9, 2020, and charged with 2 counts of destruction, alteration, or concealment of evidence. Additional charges, including murder charges, would come later as the investigation continued and more evidence was gathered. The discovery of the children's bodies answered the question everyone had been asking: where are Tylee and Jay? But it raised 100 more questions. Who exactly had killed these children? When? How? Had they suffered? Did they know what was happening to them? And most painfully for those who loved them, could they have been saved if someone had intervened sooner? The news of the discovery spread quickly. Within hours, every major news organization in America was reporting the story. The images of the small graves being excavated, the footage of Chad Daybell being arrested as he fled his daughter's home, the photographs of Jay and Tylee that had been displayed on missing persons posters for months. All of it flooded television screens and social media feeds across the country. The public reaction was intense and visceral. People who had followed the case from the beginning felt devastated but not surprised. There had been little hope the children were still alive after so many months, but having that hope finally, definitively extinguished was still crushing. Those who were learning about the case for the first time were horrified, struggling to comprehend how a mother could kill her own children and then go on vacation in Hawaii as if nothing had happened. The Rexburg community, where Chad had lived and where his property had become a crime scene, was shaken. This was a small town, a place where people knew their neighbors, where this sort of thing wasn't supposed to happen. Residents had to grapple with the fact that two children had been buried just yards from a home in their community for 9 months, while everyone went about their daily lives, completely unaware of the horror that lay hidden beneath the Idaho soil. For law enforcement, the discovery was both vindicating and heartbreaking. The investigators who had worked tirelessly for months, following leads, analyzing phone records, building their case, had suspected all along that the children were dead. The cell phone evidence had pointed to Chad's property specifically, but suspecting something and confirming it are two different things. Finding the actual bodies, seeing the condition they were in, understanding the violence that had been inflicted on these innocent children. It affected even the most experienced officers. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels, who had been part of the excavation team, would later testify about the process of uncovering the burial sites. The testimony was clinical, professional, necessary for the legal proceedings. But behind the clinical language, you could sense the emotional weight of what these investigators had experienced. They'd gone to work that morning hoping they wouldn't find what they suspected they'd find. And then they found it anyway. Two children, murdered and buried, hidden away like they'd never mattered at all. Kay and Larry Woodcock received the news at their home. They'd known on some level that this was the likely outcome. As the months had passed with no sign of J.G., hope had faded. But knowing something intellectually and having it confirmed are two different experiences. When the official confirmation came that the remains were indeed their grandson and his sister, the grief that had been building for months finally crashed over them like a wave. Larry Woodcock would later describe the moment in interviews and court testimony. The sense of helplessness, of having tried everything to save JJ and failed. The rage at Lori for what she'd done. The questions that would haunt them forever about whether there was something more they could have done, some action they could have taken that might have changed the outcome. These are the burdens that victims' families carry, the what-ifs and if-onlys that can never be answered satisfactorily. Tammy Daybell's family also received confirmation that day that their worst fears were justified. Tammy's death, which had initially seemed natural, which they grieved as a tragic but ultimately unremarkable loss, had in fact been murder. Their father, son-in-law, brother-in-law, the man they'd known for decades, had killed her. And then he'd remarried so quickly, had carried on with his new life while Tammy lay in her grave, had been living in a house just 50 yards from where two children's bodies were buried. The betrayal was unfathomable. In the days following June 9, 2020, more details about the condition of the remains began to leak out through court filings and law enforcement statements. The public learned that J.J. had been bound and wrapped in plastic, his mouth taped shut. People learned that Tylee's remains had been burned and dismembered. These details, while necessary for the criminal cases, were agonizing for those who had cared about the children. It's one thing to know someone has been killed. It's another thing entirely to learn the specific, horrific details of how they died. The location of the burials on Chad's property also raised questions about who else might have known. Chad's adult children lived in the area and visited the property. Had they noticed anything suspicious? The pet cemetery where Tylee was buried? Had anyone questioned the story about the raccoon? The tree where JJ was found? Had anyone noticed the disturbed earth, the grass that was shorter than the surrounding area? Investigators would interview Chad's children extensively. The children maintained that they'd had no idea about the burials, that their father had kept them completely in the dark. Some of them initially defended Chad, insisting he was being framed, that there must be some explanation other than their father being a murderer. Over time, As more evidence emerged, some of the children would come to accept the reality of what Chad had done. Others would struggle with that acceptance for much longer. The property itself became a focal point for both media attention and criminal investigation. Aerial footage showed the entire layout: the house where Chad and Tammy had lived, the backyard where the children were buried, the outbuildings and grounds. Forensic teams would continue processing the scene for weeks after the initial discoveries, searching for additional evidence, documenting everything meticulously for the upcoming trials. Meanwhile, attention turned to Lori Vallow Daybell, who was still in jail in Idaho on the child desertion charges. She had now been in custody for about 4 months, having been arrested in February and extradited from Hawaii. The discovery of the bodies on her husband's property, while not immediately changing her charges, obviously pointed toward far more serious crimes. But building murder cases takes time. Prosecutors needed to analyze all the evidence, establish timelines, prove not just that the children were dead, but that Lori was criminally responsible for their deaths. Public sentiment toward Lori, which had already been largely negative, became even more hostile after the bodies were found. People who had given her the benefit of the doubt, who thought perhaps the children were alive somewhere, hidden away for reasons we didn't understand, now had to confront the reality that she'd been lying all along. She'd known exactly where the children were because she'd helped put them there. The smiling photos of Lori on the beach in Hawaii, taken while her children's bodies decomposed in an Idaho backyard, became symbols of her callousness and depravity. The legal process was moving forward, but slowly, as major criminal cases often do. Prosecutors were building their cases methodically. The evidence was complex: cell phone records, text messages, financial documents, witness statements, forensic analyses. Everything needed to be organized, authenticated, prepared for presentation at trial. And throughout this process, both Chad and Lori were being held in custody, unable to flee, unable to communicate with each other, waiting for the justice system to run its course. Part 6. More victims, more crimes. As investigators dug deeper into the history of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, they began to realize that the murders of Tylee, JJ, and Tammy were not isolated incidents. There were other suspicious deaths, other attempted murders, a whole constellation of violence orbiting around this couple and their twisted beliefs. On October 2nd, 2019, the same day Lori purchased a wedding ring on Amazon, approximately 17 days before Tammy Daybell's death, Brandon Boudreaux was driving home from the gym in Gilbert, Arizona, when someone shot at his vehicle. The bullet missed his head by mere inches, striking the car instead. Brandon was the ex-husband of Lori's niece, Melanie Pawlowski. The shooter was driving a Jeep registered to the now-deceased Charles Vallow. Brandon survived the assassination attempt, but it was terrifyingly close. Investigators believe Alex Cox was the shooter, following orders or suggestions from Lori as part of a broader pattern of eliminating people who were seen as obstacles or threats. Brandon had been going through a contentious divorce with Melanie Pawlowski, and prosecutors would later allege that Lori hoped to access Brandon's money through her niece Melanie if Brandon were dead. Then there's the death of Alex Cox himself. On December 12, 2019, just weeks after Tylee and JJ had been killed and buried, shortly after Lori and Chad had fled to Hawaii, Alex Cox was found unresponsive on his bathroom floor in Gilbert, Arizona. He was rushed to the hospital but pronounced dead. He was 51 years old. The Maricopa County medical examiner conducted an autopsy and extensive toxicology testing. The primary cause of death was determined to be bilateral pulmonary thromboemboli, essentially blood clots that had become wedged in arteries in his lungs. The medical examiner also noted atherosclerotic and hypertensive cardiovascular disease, meaning plaque buildup in arteries and high blood pressure. Based on this evidence, Alex Cox's death was officially ruled natural causes. Alex's widow, Zulema Pastens, whom he'd married just weeks before his death, along with other family members, issued statements saying they'd always maintained Alex's death had no sinister aspect. They seemed genuinely relieved that the medical examiner had confirmed natural causes, validating what they'd believed all along. However, many people following the case remained suspicious. The timing was awfully convenient. Alex Cox died before he could be questioned about the children's disappearance, before he could be charged with any crimes, before he could potentially testify against his sister. Some speculated that Lori or Chad had somehow poisoned Alex, perhaps fearing he would crack under pressure and expose their crimes. But the medical examiner's report was clear. The blood clots and heart disease were real, and there was no evidence of homicide. Sometimes, even in cases as complex and sinister as this one, people just die naturally. Before he died, Alex Cox had been given a patriarchal blessing by Chad Daybell on November 24, 2019. This recording, later found on Lori's iCloud account, featured Chad telling Alex that he had assisted Chad and Lori in ways that can never be repaid. Chad called Alex a prophet and a hero, predicting he would have a future as a messenger of the Lord. The blessing had no official standing in the LDS Church. Chad had been excommunicated and had no authority to give such blessings, but to Alex, it apparently meant everything. He died believing he'd done the right thing, that he'd helped his sister fulfill a divine mission. The investigation also revealed other suspicious circumstances. Joseph Ryan, Lori's third husband and Tylee's biological father, had died in April 2018 of what was officially ruled a heart attack. After Lori's arrest, police reviewed Joseph's death, particularly in light of the recording where Lori mentioned wanting to kill him, like Nephi killed. But investigators found no evidence suggesting foul play. Joseph's death appeared to be natural, though the timing, dying when Lori might have found him inconvenient, certainly makes one wonder. Prosecutors also examined the complex web of financial motives underlying these crimes. Charles Vallow's life insurance policy would have paid out $1 million to Lori if she'd still been the beneficiary when he died. Chad Daybell had increased Tammy's life insurance policy shortly before her death. Lori was receiving Social Security survivor benefits for both J.J. and Tylee even after they were dead, essentially stealing money meant to care for them. The theft charges in the indictments reflected this ongoing fraud. And then there were the religious conferences, the followers, the people who bought Chad's books and attended his speaking events. Chad and Lori weren't just committing crimes for money or even just for each other. They were operating within a belief system that justified everything they did, a system where they were the heroes, the chosen ones, the people destined to save humanity. Part 7. The Trials and Verdicts. The legal proceedings against Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell would take years to unfold, involving multiple jurisdictions, complex legal maneuvering, and intense public interest. The sheer scope of the alleged crimes, 3 murders, conspiracy charges, insurance fraud, child desertion, meant the cases would be exceptionally complex. In May 2021, Chad and Lori were finally indicted together on multiple counts of conspiracy to commit murder and first-degree murder for the deaths of Tylee Ryan, J.J. Vallow, and Tammy Daybell. They were also charged with grand theft for fraudulently obtaining money meant for the children's care. However, the cases would not be tried together. At Chad's request, and due to concerns about his ability to receive a fair trial if tried jointly with his wife, the judge severed the cases. Lori would be tried first, and Chad's trial would follow later. But before Lori could stand trial, there was a significant delay. On May 27, 2021, she was found incompetent to stand trial after mental health evaluations. The judge stayed her case, sending her for treatment at a mental health facility. This was a controversial decision. Was Lori genuinely mentally ill, suffering from delusions that prevented her from understanding the proceedings? Or was she malingering, pretending to be incompetent to delay her trial? Mental health experts disagreed, but eventually, Lori was restored to competency and deemed fit to stand trial. Lori Vallow Daybell's trial began on April 3, 2023 in Ada County, Idaho. The case had been moved from Fremont County due to concerns about finding an impartial jury, given the extensive pretrial publicity. Judge Stephen Boyce presided over the proceedings, which would last several weeks and feature testimony from dozens of witnesses. The prosecution, led by Fremont County Prosecutor Lindsay Blake and Madison County Prosecutor Rob Wood, laid out a methodical case. They presented the cell phone evidence showing Alex Cox at Chad's property on the days the children disappeared. They showed text messages between Lori and Chad discussing dark spirits and zombies and death percentages. They called Melanie Gibb, Lori's former best friend, who testified about the bizarre religious beliefs and about hearing Lori refer to her own children as zombies. They presented the autopsy evidence, including the horrific photographs of how JJ and Tylee's bodies had been found. The atmosphere in the courtroom throughout the trial was heavy with emotion and significance. This wasn't just another criminal trial. This was a case that had captured national attention, that had sparked conversations about religious extremism, maternal love, and the capacity for human evil. Every seat in the gallery was filled every day. Reporters from major news organizations documented every moment. And watching it all were the people who had loved the victims, family members seeking justice and answers. The prosecution's opening statement set the tone for everything that would follow. Lindsay Blake stood before the jury and methodically laid out what the state intended to prove. She explained how Lori and Chad had developed a twisted belief system based on Chad's teachings about dark spirits and zombies. She described how this belief system had been used to justify removing anyone who stood in the way of their relationship. She walked through the timeline. Charles Vallow's death in July 2019, Tylee's disappearance in September, JJ's disappearance later that same month, Tammy's death in October, and then the wedding in Hawaii just 2 weeks after Tammy's funeral. Blake pulled no punches in describing what the evidence would show. She told the jury about the cell phone data that would place Alex Cox at Chad's property when the children vanished. She described the text messages that would reveal the couple's mindset. She warned them about the graphic photographs they would see. Images of JJ wrapped in plastic and duct tape, images of Tylee's burned and dismembered remains. This wasn't going to be an easy trial to sit through, Blake acknowledged, but it was necessary if justice was going to be served. The defense's opening statement, delivered by Jim Archibald, attempted to create reasonable doubt. Archibald acknowledged that terrible things had happened, No one disputed that the children were dead, that they'd been found on Chad's property. But he argued that the prosecution hadn't proven Lori herself had killed anyone. He suggested that Alex Cox, who had conveniently died before he could be charged or testify, might have been acting alone or primarily responsible. He emphasized that believing in unusual religious ideas, even very unusual ones, wasn't the same as committing murder. The prosecution had to prove beyond reasonable doubt that Lori had actually committed these crimes, not just that she had bizarre beliefs or that she'd acted suspiciously afterward. The prosecution then began presenting their case witness by witness, building methodically toward the most damaging evidence. Early witnesses established the timeline and basic facts. Law enforcement officers testified about responding to Lori's apartment when Kay Woodcock had requested the welfare check, about how Lori had lied about JJ's whereabouts, about how the apartment had been hastily abandoned when police started asking questions. Relatives of the victims testified, their pain evident even as they tried to maintain composure on the stand. Charles Vallow's sister, Kay Woodcock, described her efforts to maintain contact with JG after Charles's death, her growing alarm when she couldn't reach him, her desperate hope, even as months passed, that he might still be alive somewhere. Her testimony was heartbreaking, particularly when prosecutors asked her to identify photographs of JJ alive in happier times, and then the photographs from the crime scene. Kay broke down sobbing, unable to continue for several minutes. Colby Ryan, Lori's adult son from an earlier marriage, testified about the last time he'd spoken with his brother JJ and his sister Tylee. He described how Lori had lied to him about how Charles Vallow died, initially telling him it was a heart attack before the truth about the shooting came out. He talked about trying to reach his siblings after they'd moved to Idaho, about getting evasive answers from his mother, about the growing sense that something was terribly wrong. Watching Colby testify was perhaps one of the most poignant moments of the trial. A son forced to testify against his mother in a case involving the murders of his siblings. The complexity of his emotions was visible on his face throughout his testimony. April Raymond, who had been Lori's close friend in Hawaii before the move to Idaho, testified about how Lori had changed over time. April described the Lori she'd first met in 2015, a devoted mother who seemed to do everything for her children, who was patient with JJ despite the extra demands his autism placed on her, who appeared to love Tylee deeply. Then April described the transformation that began around 2018 to 2019 after Lori became involved with Chad Daybell's teachings, the increasingly bizarre conversations about zombies and dark spirits, the growing distance between Lori and Charles, the sense that Lori was becoming someone April didn't recognize anymore. April's testimony was important because it established that this wasn't a woman who had always been capable of murder. Something had changed, and that something appeared to be her involvement with Chad Daybell. Then came Melanie Gibb, one of the prosecution's star witnesses. Melanie had been Lori's best friend during the critical period when everything fell apart. She'd attended the Preparing a People conference where Lori first met Chad in person. She'd been staying with Lori in Rexburg in September 2019 when JJ disappeared. She'd received the phone call from Lori asking her to lie to police about JJ being with her. And crucially, Melanie had heard firsthand the language Lori and Chad used to describe people, the references to zombies, to dark spirits, to people needing to be eliminated. Melanie's testimony spanned multiple days and covered extensive ground. She described the belief system that Chad had taught and that Laurie had embraced. Chad claimed he could see people's light or dark ratings on a numerical scale. People with higher dark ratings were supposedly possessed by evil spirits and had become zombies. Melanie testified that she heard Laurie refer to both Tylee and JJ as zombies, using Chad's language to describe her own children as no longer truly human. The defense aggressively cross-examined Melanie, trying to undermine her credibility. John Pryor, who would later represent Chad Daybell, questioned her about her own involvement in the group's beliefs. Hadn't she initially believed Chad's teachings? Hadn't she participated in discussions about dark spirits and demons? Hadn't she initially lied to police herself when Laurie asked her to? Melanie acknowledged all of this, but she was clear that she'd eventually recognized how dangerous these beliefs were, that she'd ultimately chosen to tell the truth to police, even though it meant betraying her friend, and that she deeply regretted not seeing the danger sooner. The forensic evidence was presented next, and this was when the trial became truly difficult to witness. FBI Special Agent Steve Daniels walked the jury through the process of excavating the burial sites on June 9, 2020. He used diagrams, photographs, and careful descriptions to explain what investigators had found: the layers of soil and rock covering JJ's body, the plastic bags and duct tape, the condition of the remains. Photographs were shown to the jury, photographs so graphic that they were blocked from the live stream and public viewing, visible only to those physically present in the courtroom. Larry and Kay Woodcock, who had attended most of the trial, left the courtroom during this testimony. They couldn't bear to hear the detailed descriptions of how their grandson had been found. Other family members stayed, but were visibly distraught, some crying quietly, others staring straight ahead with expressions of devastation etched on their faces. Agent Daniels also described finding Tylee's remains in the pet cemetery area: the burned bone fragments, the melted green bucket, the silver charm from Tylee's necklace, the sheer violence evident in how her body had been treated even after death. The testimony was clinical and professional, as it needed to be for legal purposes, but the horror of what was being described hung heavy in the courtroom air. Dr. Garth Warren, the forensic pathologist who had conducted the autopsies on both children, testified next. His testimony was perhaps the most difficult of the entire trial. Warren explained in medical detail what he'd found when examining the children's remains. For JJ, he described the plastic bag over the head, the duct tape over the mouth, the bindings on the hands and feet. He explained how he'd determined the cause of death was asphyxiation. JJ had been suffocated. Warren pointed out the scratch marks on the plastic near where JJ's hands had been, suggesting the boy might have been conscious and fighting to remove the bag, trying desperately to breathe as he died. Warren also testified about JJ's bruises on his wrists and ankles from the duct tape bindings, on his arms, an abrasion on his neck. These weren't injuries from disease or accident. They were injuries consistent with someone restraining a struggling child. The implication was clear. JJ had known what was happening to him. He had fought, and his efforts to save himself had been futile because he was a 7-year-old boy being killed by adults who were supposed to protect him. For Tylee, Warren's testimony was different because the condition of her remains made determining an exact cause of death impossible. The burning and dismemberment had destroyed too much evidence. Warren explained that Tylee's death had been ruled homicide by unspecified means. They knew she'd been murdered, but they couldn't determine precisely what had killed her before her body was burned. The toxicology showed no evidence she'd been alive when burned, which Warren noted was at least a small mercy. She hadn't suffered the additional horror of being burned alive. Throughout Warren's testimony, Lori sat at the defense table, showing virtually no emotion. She took notes occasionally, conferred with her attorneys in whispers, but never showed visible distress at the descriptions of how her children had died. This lack of affect, this apparent absence of normal human emotion, was noted by many observers and seemed to harden the jury against her. How could a mother sit unmoved while hearing clinical descriptions of her children's violent deaths? The prosecution also presented evidence about Charles Vallow's death and Tammy Daybell's death, establishing the broader pattern of people dying when they became inconvenient to Lori and Chad. Detective David Stubbs from Chandler, Arizona, testified about the investigation into Charles's shooting. He described the scene, Alex Cox's claim of self-defense, Tylee's statement supporting her uncle's version of events. He acknowledged that police at the time had believed it was self-defense, but that looking back with the benefit of hindsight and additional information, there were red flags they'd missed. Dr. Eric Christensen, the medical examiner who'd performed Tammy Daybell's autopsy after her exhumation, testified about finding evidence of asphyxiation. The bruising on Tammy's arms and chest, the pattern suggesting she might have been restrained, the pink foam around her mouth consistent with asphyxiation, the absence of any medical condition that would have caused natural death. Christensen was clear. Tammy Daybell had been murdered, almost certainly smothered in her own bed. The cell phone evidence was presented through multiple witnesses. FBI analysts who'd examined the records, law enforcement officers who'd interpreted the data. Maps and timelines showed Alex Cox's phone at Chad's property on September 9th and September 23rd, 2019, the days immediately after Tylee and JJ were last seen alive. The phone had remained at the location for extended periods, 2 hours in one case, long enough to dig graves and bury bodies, 17 minutes in the other case, long enough to kill a small boy and hide him under a tree. Text messages between Lori and Chad were read aloud in court. Messages sent while both were still married to other people. Romantic messages declaring their eternal love, but also more disturbing messages about death percentages, about dark spirits, about people being possessed. One particularly chilling exchange occurred shortly after Charles Vallow's death. About a month after Charles's passing, Lori's asking Chad, "Do you think there is a perfectly orchestrated plan to take the children?" Blake told the jury, displaying the message. "There is a plan being orchestrated for the children," Chad replied. "I was shown last night how it fit together again." This message, sent before the children disappeared, suggested premeditation. It showed that Lori and Chad had been discussing what to do about the children, that there was a plan, that Chad was claiming divine revelation about how this plan would unfold. It was exactly the kind of evidence prosecutors needed to prove conspiracy and premeditation rather than impulsive killings. Financial evidence was also presented. Records showing that Lori had continued collecting Social Security survivor benefits for both JJ and Tylee even after they were dead. The amounts were substantial, thousands of dollars over the months the children were missing. This wasn't just murder, it was also theft, fraud, a betrayal of the children's memory for money. The prosecution argued this showed Lori's motivation was partly financial, that she wanted the children gone so she could be with Chad, but she also wanted to continue profiting from their deaths. Evidence about Charles Vallow's life insurance came in as well. The $1 million policy that Lori thought she'd inherit, but that Charles had changed to name his sister Kay as beneficiary instead. Text messages and conversations suggested Lori had been counting on that money, that she'd been furious when she learned she wouldn't receive it. This, prosecutors argued, showed another pattern: killing for money that didn't always materialize, but that didn't stop the killing. As the prosecution's case drew to a close, they presented their final witness, a summary witness who tied everything together, showing the jury how all these individual pieces of evidence fit into a coherent narrative. Then they rested, confident they'd proven their case beyond reasonable doubt. The defense's case was much shorter. They called relatively few witnesses, mostly focused on trying to cast doubt on specific pieces of evidence, or to suggest that Alex Cox, now conveniently dead and unable to defend himself, had been the primary actor. They pointed out repeatedly that there was no physical evidence directly linking Lori to the killings, no DNA, no murder weapons with her fingerprints, no witness who saw her personally harm the children. But this argument largely fell flat because the circumstantial evidence was so overwhelming. Lori didn't need to personally kill the children to be guilty of their murders. The law recognizes that people who plan murders, who conspire with others to carry them out, who help cover up the crimes afterward, are just as guilty as the person who physically commits the act. And the evidence showed Lori doing all of those things, calling her children zombies, lying about their whereabouts, collecting their benefits after death, fleeing to Hawaii, showing no concern about finding them when police came asking. Colby Ryan, Lori's adult son from an earlier marriage, testified. He spoke about the last time he'd talked to his brother J.J. and his sister Tylee. He told the jury how Lori had lied to him about how Charles Vallow died, initially telling him it was a heart attack, then never addressing why she'd lied even when he directly asked her about it. Watching Colby testify was heartbreaking. A young man trying to make sense of how his mother could have done such terrible things to his siblings. Kay and Larry Woodcock attended much of the trial, sitting through testimony about how their beloved grandson had been killed and buried. There were moments when Larry had to leave the courtroom overcome with grief. Kay's face throughout the trial showed the devastating impact of the case. A grandmother who had tried to protect her grandson, who had raised the alarm when she couldn't reach him, but who had ultimately been unable to save him. Lori's defense attorneys, led by Jim Archibald, had a nearly impossible task. The evidence against their client was overwhelming. Their strategy seemed to be to suggest that Alex Cox was responsible for the murders, that Lori might have known about them afterward but hadn't directly participated, and that the prosecution hadn't proven beyond reasonable doubt that Lori herself had killed anyone. But this defense fell apart under scrutiny. Even if Lori hadn't physically killed the children herself, the evidence showed she'd been complicit. She'd called them zombies. She'd lied about their whereabouts. She'd fled when police came asking questions. She'd collected their Social Security benefits after they were dead. And perhaps most damningly, she'd shown no emotion, no remorse, no grief. She'd gone to Hawaii and gotten married while her children's bodies decomposed in Chad Daybell's backyard. On May 12, 2023, after deliberating for about 7 hours, the jury returned its verdict. Lori Vallow Daybell was found guilty on all charges: 2 counts of first-degree murder for JJ and Tylee, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder for JJ, Tylee and Tammy, and grand theft. The courtroom was silent as the verdicts were read. Lori showed no visible reaction. On July 31, 2023, Judge Boyce sentenced Lori Vallow Daybell to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge imposed multiple life sentences to run consecutively, one for each murder, meaning even if one conviction was somehow overturned, she would still face life in prison for the others. Lori would never be free again. But the legal saga wasn't over. After her Idaho convictions, Lori was extradited to Arizona to face additional charges related to Charles Vallow's death and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. These trials would take place in 2025. In the Arizona proceedings, Lori made the unusual and ill-advised decision to represent herself. Despite having court-appointed attorneys available, she chose to conduct her own defense, leading to multiple contentious exchanges with the judge and prosecutors. On April 22, 2025, after about 3 hours of jury deliberation, she was found guilty of conspiring to murder Charles Vallow. Then, on June 12, 2025, she was found guilty of conspiring to murder Brandon Boudreaux. At her sentencing hearing on July 25, 2025, victim impact statements painted a devastating picture of the harm Lori had caused. Colby Ryan spoke about losing his father Charles, whom he described as generous and caring. Larry Woodcock, in an emotional statement, told Lori, "I will never call or speak of your name again, murderess. You are nothing." Brandon Boudreaux said he would never feel safe if Lori wasn't kept in prison. Judge Justin Boreski, before imposing sentence, addressed Lori directly, saying she had left a wake of destruction stretching across multiple states and that she should never be released from prison. He then sentenced her to 2 additional consecutive life terms with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Combined with her Idaho sentences, Lori Vallow Daybell would almost certainly die in prison. While Lori's trials concluded, Chad Daybell's case was still pending. His trial finally began on April 1, 2024, in Boise, Idaho, after being moved from Fremont County for the same reason as Lori's trial. Pre-trial publicity made finding an impartial jury difficult in the area where the crimes occurred. The prosecution's case against Chad followed a similar structure to Lori's trial, but with some key differences. They could present evidence from Lori's trial, including her testimony in her own defense, which she'd ultimately declined to give. They had additional time to analyze evidence and build their case. And crucially, Chad was facing the death penalty, which Lori had avoided due to procedural issues with evidence disclosure. The trial lasted about 8 weeks, from jury selection through closing arguments. Prosecutors Rob Wood and Lindsay Blake again led the case for the state, presenting the same methodical evidence: cell phone data, text messages, testimony from Chad's own children, autopsy results, and the terrible photographs from June 9, 2020, when the bodies were discovered. Chad's defense attorney, John Pryor, argued that his client had been manipulated by Lori, that she had created the person who committed these crimes. He suggested that Chad was fundamentally a good man who had been corrupted by his relationship with Lori. He emphasized that there was no physical evidence directly tying Chad to the murders. No DNA, no murder weapons with his fingerprints, nothing that proved beyond doubt that Chad himself had killed anyone. But the circumstantial evidence was damning. The children were buried on Chad's property. Chad had texted about a raccoon for the pet cemetery on the very morning Tylee was killed and buried there. Chad had increased Tammy's life insurance shortly before her death. Chad had married Lori mere weeks after Tammy died, and Chad had shown no emotion throughout the trial, never shed a tear looking at photographs of dead children buried in his backyard. On May 30th, 2024, after less than 6 hours of deliberation, the jury found Chad Daybell guilty on all 8 charges. 3 counts of first-degree murder for Tylee, JJ, and Tammy, 3 counts of conspiracy to commit murder, and 2 counts of insurance fraud. His face remained largely expressionless as the verdicts were read. The trial then moved to the penalty phase, where the jury would decide whether Chad should receive the death penalty or life in prison. Prosecutors argued that the murders were especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity. They pointed out that Chad had exhibited utter disregard for human life and had shown a propensity to commit murder that would likely constitute a continuing threat to society. In a stunning decision, Chad chose not to present any mitigating evidence during the penalty phase. He waived his right to have his attorneys present reasons why he should not be sentenced to death. No evidence of mental illness, no troubled childhood, no remorse, nothing. When Judge Boyce confirmed this decision with Chad, asking if he understood he was giving up the opportunity to present evidence that might save his life, Chad simply responded, "That is my choice." Victim impact statements were presented on Friday, May 31st. Tammy's father, Ron Douglas, spoke about his daughter being treated how she was and finding comfort knowing she was resting peacefully in Utah, buried alone and near her beloved mother. Kay Woodcock spoke about the immense pain the family continued to endure daily, about milestones JJ would never reach. Without any mitigating evidence to consider, the jury deliberated on Chad's sentence. On June 1st, 2024, they returned with their decision: death. All 12 jurors had unanimously agreed that Chad Daybell should be sentenced to death for his crimes. Judge Boyce formally imposed the death sentence on Saturday, June 1st, 2024. Chad showed no emotion as the sentence was announced, his face remaining blank as it had throughout most of the trial. He was also sentenced to 15 years for the insurance fraud charges. He now sits on Idaho's death row, the 9th inmate awaiting execution in that state. Both Chad and Lori have filed appeals of their convictions and sentences. These appeals will likely take years to wind their way through the court system. Idaho has a mandatory post-conviction review process for death penalty cases, and defendants can pursue additional appeals after death warrants are filed. Given that Idaho hasn't executed anyone since 2012 and that a recent execution attempt was halted due to medical complications, it's possible Chad Daybell will die of natural causes before the state executes him. Part 8. Understanding the Tragedy: Belief, Manipulation, and Evil. As we step back from the specific events of this case, we're left with difficult questions. How could this happen? How could a mother murder her own children? How could seemingly intelligent people convince themselves that killing was not only acceptable, but divinely ordained? And perhaps, most importantly, what can we learn from this tragedy to prevent future ones? The case of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell represents a perfect storm of factors that led to horrific violence. Let's examine each element. First, there's the role of fringe religious beliefs. Chad and Lori weren't mainstream Mormons. They'd gravitated toward increasingly extreme ideas: apocalyptic prophecies, communication with the dead, the ability to identify dark spirits, and the concept of zombies whose bodies had been possessed. These beliefs provided a framework that justified murder. If you genuinely believe someone is no longer human, that their body is merely a prison for their soul, that killing them is actually an act of liberation, then murder becomes not just acceptable, but necessary. This is a pattern we see in other cases involving cult-like groups or extreme religious movements. When people become convinced they have special knowledge, that ordinary moral rules don't apply to them, that they're acting on divine instruction, the normal inhibitions against violence can evaporate. Jim Jones convinced his followers to murder a congressman and then commit mass suicide. The Heaven's Gate cult convinced its members to kill themselves, believing they'd ascend to a spaceship. Charles Manson convinced his followers they were starting a race war. In each case, a charismatic leader with a compelling ideology convinced others to commit acts they never would have considered on their own. Chad Daybell positioned himself as a prophet, someone with direct communication with God. This gave him enormous influence over Laurie and others who followed his teachings. When he declared someone a zombie, he was essentially issuing a death sentence. And Laurie, seeking significance and special status, embraced this role enthusiastically. She wasn't just a suburban mom anymore. She was a goddess destined to save humanity. That sense of importance, of cosmic significance, can be intoxicating. Second, there's the role of romantic obsession. Laurie and Chad weren't just religious partners. They were intensely romantically involved. They believed they'd been married in past lives, that they were soulmates destined to be together for eternity. This romantic obsession blinded them to reality and gave them motivation to eliminate anyone who stood between them. Charles Vallow was killed shortly after he planned to expose Chad and Laurie's affair. Tammy Daybell was killed so Chad would be free to marry Laurie. Even the children's deaths can be seen through this lens. They were obstacles to Laurie and Chad's perfect life together. If Laurie was going to run away to Idaho with Chad, what would she do with two children, one of whom required special care for his autism? The cold calculation is horrifying, but it's consistent with how people in the grip of obsessive romantic attachment can rationalize nearly anything. Third, there's the financial motivation. Multiple people in this case were killed or targeted for killing partly because of insurance money or financial benefits. Charles Vallow's $1 million life insurance policy, which Laurie thought she'd receive. Tammy Daybell's increased insurance policy that Chad would receive. The Social Security benefits Laurie continued collecting for JJ and Tylee long after they were dead. The attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, through which Laurie allegedly hoped to access money through her niece Melanie. Money isn't usually the sole motivation for murder, but it certainly helps push people over the edge. If murdering someone not only removes an obstacle, but also provides financial resources to start your new life, the temptation becomes stronger. This is why insurance fraud charges were included in both Chad and Laurie's indictments. The murders weren't just crimes of passion or religious fanaticism, they were also calculated financial crimes. Fourth, there's the role of enablers and accomplices. Alex Cox was central to carrying out these crimes. He shot Charles Vallow. Cell phone evidence places him at Chad's property when the children were killed and buried. He likely attempted to shoot Tammy Daybell and definitely shot at Brandon Boudreaux. Without Alex's willingness to commit violence on his sister's behalf, many of these crimes might never have occurred. Alex's relationship with Laurie was unusual. He'd attacked her husband Joseph Ryan years earlier. Based on his pattern of behavior, investigators believed he was utterly devoted to her in a way that went beyond normal sibling loyalty. Some have speculated about whether their relationship was inappropriately close, though this has never been confirmed. What is clear from the evidence is that Alex saw himself as Laurie's protector and was willing to commit violence on her behalf. His death from natural causes in December 2019, while preventing him from facing justice, may have actually saved lives without Alex as their enforcer. Chad and Lori's ability to kill was substantially limited. There were also other people in Chad and Lori's orbit who didn't directly participate in crimes but who enabled their behavior through passive acceptance. Melanie Gibb heard them talking about zombies and dark spirits, but didn't immediately alert authorities. Zulema Pastenes, who later married Alex, was aware of some of the group's beliefs. Other members of their religious circle heard Chad's teachings and didn't recognize how dangerous they were. None of these people are criminally responsible, but their passivity allowed Chad and Lori to operate longer than they otherwise might have. Fifth, and this is important, there's the question of mental illness. Mental health experts who evaluated Lori came to different conclusions at different times. Initially, she was found incompetent to stand trial. Later, she was deemed competent. During her trials, she showed no remorse, no emotional response to seeing photographs of her dead children. This lack of empathy could suggest antisocial personality disorder, commonly called sociopathy or psychopathy, though no formal diagnosis was made public. There's also evidence that could suggest genuine delusion. Lori's behavior became increasingly bizarre, starting around 2018 to 2019. Friends described a dramatic change in her personality. She went from being described as a devoted mother to someone capable of killing her children. This rapid personality change could indicate a psychotic break or the development of a delusional disorder, though experts disagreed on this assessment. The truth is probably complex. Lori may have been predisposed to certain personality traits, narcissism, lack of empathy, a need for admiration and significance that made her vulnerable to Chad's manipulative ideology. Then, immersed in his teachings, she may have developed genuine delusional beliefs that reinforced what she already wanted to believe, that she was special, that ordinary rules didn't apply to her, that killing was justified. However, prosecutors successfully argued she understood the wrongfulness of her actions, which is why she was found competent to stand trial. Sixth, there were numerous system failures that allowed these crimes to occur. When Charles Vallow went to the police in early 2019, telling them his wife had threatened to kill him and that he feared for the children's safety, police took a report but didn't take immediate protective action. Charles was killed less than 6 months later. Could police have done more to protect him? Perhaps, though it's also true that domestic violence situations are notoriously difficult to manage, and police often can't act without clear evidence of imminent danger. When Alex Cox shot Charles Vallow, claiming self-defense, police investigated but decided not to file charges. Was this the right decision? In hindsight, knowing what we know now, it seems like a tragic error, but at the time, Alex's story was supported by Tylee's statement, and there may not have been sufficient evidence to prove it wasn't self-defense. Still, one wonders if more aggressive investigation might have uncovered evidence of premeditation. When Tammy Daybell died suddenly, the coroner accepted Chad's explanation and ruled it natural causes without an autopsy. This was a mistake, though an understandable one. Tammy's family declined an autopsy. Chad presented a plausible story about her health issues, and nothing immediately suggested foul play. But if an autopsy had been performed in October 2019, Tammy's death would have been ruled a homicide. Chad would have been arrested, and Tylee and JJ might still have been alive to testify against their mother. These weren't malicious failures. They were failures of training, of imagination, of resources, of protocols. Police Coroners, social workers, they're all dealing with countless cases, limited budgets, incomplete information. They can't investigate every death as if it might be murder. They can't remove children from their parents based solely on bizarre religious beliefs without evidence of actual abuse. The systems did what systems do. They followed established procedures, made decisions based on available evidence, and moved on to the next case. But the consequences of these failures were catastrophic. 3 people were murdered who might have been saved if someone in authority had connected the dots earlier, had taken the warning seriously, had looked deeper when something seemed off. Part 9. The Victims. Remembering Tylee, JJ, and Tammy. In discussing this case, it's easy to focus on the perpetrators, the twisted beliefs, the murders, the investigations, the trials. But we should never forget that at the center of this story are 3 innocent victims whose lives were cut short. Tammy Douglas Daybell was 49 years old when she was murdered by her husband of 28 years. She was a school librarian who loved working with children. She was physically fit and active, taking exercise classes and clogging lessons. She was a devoted mother to her 5 children and had been looking forward to becoming a grandmother. Friends described her as kind, helpful, and engaged with her community. Tammy's death was particularly cruel because it was carried out by someone she trusted completely. She went to sleep in her own bed next to her husband and never woke up. Chad Daybell, the man she'd built a life with, the father of her children, smothered her while she slept. The bruising found on her body suggests she may have struggled, that she may have woken during the attack and fought for her life. The terror she must have felt in those final moments is unimaginable. Tammy's family attended the trials and spoke about the impact of her loss. Her father talked about finding comfort in knowing she was at rest near her beloved mother. But no amount of comfort can erase the fact that she was murdered, that her husband betrayed her in the most fundamental way possible, that her children lost their mother years before they should have. Tylee Ashlyn Ryan was 16 years old when she was killed. She was a teenager with a sharp sense of humor, according to those who knew her. She loved Chipotle. She loved driving her Jeep. She was at that age where young people are figuring out who they are, what they want from life, what kind of person they want to become. All of that potential was stolen from her. Tylee's life had been difficult even before her murder. Her biological father, Joseph Ryan, had a contentious relationship with her mother. Tylee was caught in the middle of their custody battle, subjected to allegations and counter-allegations. When Joseph died in 2018, Tylee lost her father. When Charles Vallow was killed in 2019, she lost her stepfather. She witnessed Charles's shooting and may have been coerced into supporting Alex Cox's self-defense story. By the time Lori moved Tylee to Idaho, the girl had been through more trauma than most adults experience in a lifetime. And then, on September 9th, 2019, she was killed, her body dismembered and burned, buried in a pet cemetery like she was nothing. The cruelty of how she was treated, both in death and in the disposal of her remains, is staggering. Tylee's older brother Colby spoke movingly about her during the trials. Her best friend from Arizona, Vaisia Itaiho, talked about their friendship, about how she'd always hoped Tylee was alive somewhere, how she couldn't bear to believe otherwise. Tylee deserved so much better than the life and death she got. Joshua Jackson, JJ Vallow, was 7 years old when he was murdered. He was born with drugs in his system due to his biological parents' substance abuse and spent time in the neonatal intensive care unit. Despite this difficult start, J.J. was adopted by people who were supposed to love and protect him. He was diagnosed with autism, which meant he needed extra care and patience, but people who knew him described him as a happy boy who loved to play and laugh. JJ had already lost so much by September 2019. His adoptive father Charles, who truly loved him, had been killed. His sister Tylee had disappeared. He was in a new state, attending a new school, away from everyone familiar. And then, one night, he was suffocated, bound with duct tape, wrapped in plastic bags, and buried under rocks and dirt. The evidence suggests JJ may have been conscious as he was being killed, that he scratched at the bag over his head, trying to get it off, trying to breathe. A 7-year-old autistic boy, confused and terrified, fighting for his life, while the adults, who should have protected him, instead murdered him. It's a level of cruelty that defies comprehension. JJ's grandparents, Kay and Larry Woodcock, became the public face of the search for him. They never gave up hoping he'd be found alive, even as months passed, with no word. When his body was discovered, Larry could barely contain his grief in the courtroom. Kay spoke about milestones J.E. would never reach: birthdays, first days of school, graduations, all stolen from him. In remembering these victims, we honor their lives, not just their deaths. Tammy was a woman who dedicated her career to helping children learn. Tylee was a teenager with her whole life ahead of her. JJ was a little boy who deserved love and care. They were real people with hopes and dreams, and people who loved them. They weren't zombies, they weren't obstacles. They were human beings with inherent value and dignity. And while nothing can bring them back, while no amount of justice can undo what was done to them, we can at least ensure they're remembered not as victims in a sensational true crime case, but as individuals who mattered, whose lives had meaning beyond the circumstances of their deaths. Part 10. Lessons and Implications. As we reach the end of this long journey through one of the most disturbing true crime cases in recent American history, it's worth asking, what can we learn from the tragedy of Lori Vallow Daybell and Chad Daybell? How can we honor the memories of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ by ensuring something like this doesn't happen again? First, we must recognize the warning signs of radicalization. When someone you know begins expressing increasingly extreme beliefs, especially beliefs that dehumanize others or that claim special knowledge that justifies harming people, that's a red flag. Chad Daybell's teachings about zombies and dark spirits weren't harmless religious enthusiasm. They were a framework for murder. If someone in your life starts talking about people as if they're not fully human, as if killing them would be justified or even necessary, that person may be dangerous. The challenge is distinguishing between unusual but harmless beliefs and genuinely dangerous ideology. Plenty of people hold unconventional religious or spiritual views without becoming violent. The key warning signs include dehumanizing language towards specific people, claims of divine authority to harm others, increasing isolation from friends and family who question the beliefs, and escalating rhetoric about taking action against those deemed evil or possessed. Second, we must take domestic violence threats seriously. When Charles Vallow went to the police in January 2019, telling them Lori had threatened to kill him, that should have triggered more intensive intervention. Domestic violence doesn't always escalate gradually. Sometimes there's a sudden shift where someone who has never been physically violent before makes credible threats. Those threats should be taken seriously, investigated thoroughly, and responded to with appropriate protective measures. The problem is resources. Police departments are overwhelmed with domestic violence calls. They can't investigate every case to the degree it might deserve. They have to make judgment calls based on limited information. But Charles Vallow's case had specific warning signs: bizarre religious beliefs, threats of murder, concerns for children that in hindsight should have prompted more action. Third, we need better coordination between different jurisdictions and different agencies. The crimes in this case spanned multiple states: Arizona, Idaho, Hawaii. Different police departments investigated different incidents: the shooting of Charles Vallow in Chandler, the disappearance of the children in Rexburg, the death of Tammy Daybell in Salem, the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux in Gilbert. For a long time, no one was connecting these dots because they were happening in different places, investigated by different agencies. Better information sharing, better coordination, better systems for flagging when the same names keep appearing in suspicious incidents across jurisdictions. All of these could help catch serial offenders before they rack up multiple victims. This is particularly important in our mobile society, where people can easily move from state to state, starting over in new communities where no one knows their history. Fourth, we need to reform how we handle suspicious deaths. Tammy Daybell's death should never have been ruled natural causes without an autopsy. A healthy 49-year-old woman doesn't just die in her sleep without explanation. The coroner's willingness to accept Chad's story about health problems that Tammy's medical records didn't support, combined with the family's refusal of an autopsy, resulted in a homicide being missed. Some states have laws requiring autopsies in certain circumstances: sudden death of someone under a certain age, deaths in police custody, suspicious circumstances. Perhaps those laws need to be expanded and more strictly enforced. Perhaps coroners need more training to recognize red flags. Perhaps there need to be protocols that prevent families from refusing autopsies when there are suspicious circumstances, even if that interferes with religious beliefs about handling the dead. Fifth, we need better mental health intervention systems. If Lori Vallow was genuinely mentally ill, experiencing delusions that made her believe she was a goddess and her children were zombies, she needed treatment, not just legal consequences. But our mental health system is notoriously inadequate. It's difficult to get someone involuntarily committed for treatment even when they're clearly a danger to themselves or others. Privacy laws prevent sharing mental health information even with family members who might be able to help. Insurance often doesn't adequately cover mental health treatment. These systemic problems mean that people in mental health crisis often don't get help until they've already committed crimes. By then, it's too late for prevention. We're in the realm of punishment and incapacitation. We need a system that can intervene earlier, that can recognize when someone is becoming dangerous and provide treatment before violence occurs. Sixth, we must be more vigilant about protecting vulnerable populations, particularly children with special needs. J.J. Vallow was autistic, which made him particularly vulnerable. He couldn't advocate for himself, as well as a neurotypical child might. He relied completely on adults to meet his needs. When those adults decided he was an inconvenience, he had no way to protect himself or escape. Schools, doctors, social workers, anyone who works with special needs children should be trained to recognize signs of abuse or neglect. They should be empowered to intervene when something seems wrong. And the systems for checking on these children need to be robust enough that they can't simply disappear without someone noticing and investigating. Seventh, we need to address the role of social media and online communities in radicalizing individuals. Chad Daybell built his following largely through online channels, self-published books sold on Amazon, podcasts, online discussion groups. These platforms allowed him to find an audience for his extreme views and to connect with people like Lori who were susceptible to his influence. This isn't an argument for censorship or restricting free speech, but we should recognize that the internet makes it easier for people with dangerous ideologies to find each other, to reinforce each other's beliefs, and to create echo chambers where increasingly extreme views seem normal. As a society, we need to figure out how to balance free expression with preventing radicalization, how to allow religious freedom while stopping dangerous cults from forming. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, we need to rebuild community connections that might catch warning signs early. In older, more tight-knit communities, someone would have noticed when Tylee and JJ disappeared. Neighbors would have known the family, would have asked questions, would have raised alarms. But in our modern, mobile, individualistic society, people often don't know their neighbors well. We can live next door to someone for years without really knowing them. This anonymity allows predators to operate. Lori could move from Arizona to Idaho, and no one in Idaho knew her history. Chad could tell neighbors in Idaho that he was marrying a woman with no children, and no one would know to question it. The community ties that once might have protected vulnerable people have frayed, and we're all more isolated as a result. Rebuilding those connections, knowing your neighbors, being part of community organizations, watching out for each other's children might seem old-fashioned, but it's also protective. It creates webs of relationship that make it harder for predators to operate undetected. Part 11. Where they are now and final reflections. As of October 2025, Lori Vallow Daybell is serving multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole in the Pocatello Women's Correctional Center in Idaho. She will never be free again. Her Arizona sentences, which technically allow for parole after 25 years, are moot given her Idaho sentences. She has filed appeals of her convictions, arguing that there were errors in her trials, but these appeals face long odds. The evidence against her was overwhelming. The trials were carefully conducted, and appellate courts typically defer to jury verdicts when proper procedures were followed. Chad Daybell sits on Idaho's death row at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution in Boise. He is the 9th inmate awaiting execution in Idaho, though the state hasn't successfully executed anyone since 2012. A recent botched execution attempt where officials couldn't establish an IV line to deliver lethal drugs has raised questions about whether Idaho can effectively carry out executions. Chad has also filed appeals and given the typical timeline for death penalty appeals. It's likely he'll be on death row for many years, possibly decades, before any execution could occur, if it occurs at all. Chad and Lori have both lost appeals to have their convictions overturned or their cases retried. The evidence against them was simply too strong, the trials too well conducted, for appellate courts to find reversible error. Unless the U.S. Supreme Court abolishes the death penalty entirely, an unlikely prospect given the current composition of the court, Chad's death sentence will likely be upheld. Kay and Larry Woodcock have become advocates for crime victims' rights and for protecting children. They've spoken publicly about their experience, about the importance of staying vigilant, about never giving up, even when situations seem hopeless. JJ's remains have finally been released to them, and they were able to give him a proper burial with his family. Tylee's remains have also been released and laid to rest. Colby Ryan, Laurie's oldest son, has had to process the unimaginable truth that his mother murdered his siblings and conspired to murder his stepfather. He testified against her, helping to ensure justice was served. He's spoken about the importance of remembering Tylee and JJ as the people they were, not just as victims of a horrific crime. Tammy Daybell's 5 children have been placed in an impossible position. Their father murdered their mother, and they've had to grapple with that reality while also processing their grief. Some of them initially defended Chad, believing he was being framed. Others came to accept his guilt more quickly. The family has been torn apart by these events in ways that may never fully heal. Melanie Gibb, who testified for the prosecution in both trials, has had to live with the knowledge that she was close to Laurie during the time when these horrible plans were being made. She's expressed remorse for not recognizing the danger sooner, for not alerting authorities earlier. Her testimony was crucial in securing convictions, showing that even when it's difficult, even when it means betraying a friend, sometimes coming forward is the right thing to do. The case has had broader implications beyond the individuals directly involved. It's prompted discussions about religious extremism, about how seemingly normal people can become radicalized, about the warning signs of dangerousness. It's led to calls for reform in how suspicious deaths are handled, how mental health crises are managed, and how child welfare systems operate. The case has also become a cautionary tale about the power of delusion and the danger of believing you're above ordinary moral rules. Chad and Laurie convinced themselves they were special, chosen by God, destined for great things. This sense of cosmic significance allowed them to commit horrific acts while feeling righteous about it. They weren't monsters in their own minds. They were heroes in a spiritual war against dark forces. But whatever they believed about themselves, the reality is simpler and more damning. They were murderers. They killed innocent people, including 2 children, for selfish reasons dressed up in religious language. And now they're paying the price, spending the rest of their lives behind bars, their names forever associated with one of the most disturbing family annihilation cases in American history. As we close this exploration of the Doomsday Mum case, we're left with profound questions about human nature, about how easily we can deceive ourselves, about how far people will go when they believe their cause is just. The case of Laurie Vallow and Chad Daybell shows us the dark side of faith, the danger of charismatic leaders, and the tragic consequences when the vulnerable are left unprotected. But perhaps it also shows us something else, the importance of people like Kay and Larry Woodcock, who refused to give up searching for their grandson, like Melanie Gibb, who ultimately chose truth over loyalty, like the investigators who painstakingly built the case, and like the prosecutors who ensured justice was served. Evil exists in this world, but so does courage, determination, and the refusal to accept injustice. Tylee Ryan deserved a full life, a chance to grow up, to fall in love, to pursue her dreams. JJ Vallow deserved to be protected, nurtured, allowed to develop to his full potential despite the challenges his autism presented. Tammy Daybell deserved to grow old with her children and grandchildren, to continue serving her community, to die naturally many years from now. They didn't get what they deserved, but in making sure their killers were caught, convicted, and imprisoned, we can at least ensure their deaths mattered, that justice was served, and that their memories are honored not just as victims, but as human beings who deserved better than the fate that found them. Thank you for staying with me through this difficult but important story. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell is one that demands to be told, not for the sensational elements, but because understanding what happened might help us prevent future tragedies. If you found this deep dive valuable, please consider subscribing to the channel. More importantly, if you or someone you know is in a situation where someone is making threats, expressing violent ideologies, or acting in ways that seem dangerous, please reach out to appropriate authorities. Don't assume someone else will handle it. Don't wait until it's too late. And remember, children like JJ and Tylee depend on adults to protect them. If you see something that doesn't seem right, speak up. Ask questions. Don't be afraid to be wrong if it means potentially saving a life. Until next time, take care of yourselves and take care of each other. And hold your loved ones close, because we never know how much time we have with the people we love. How the serial killer hid in plain sight. Content Advisory. This presentation discusses violent crimes, including murder and sexual assault. While graphic details have been minimized, some content may be disturbing. Listener discretion is advised. Disclaimer on victim counts. Victim counts in this presentation represent confirmed murders, unless otherwise stated. Many of these killers are suspected of additional crimes that remain unproven. When referencing victim numbers, we rely on officially confirmed cases and clearly label any speculation or unverified claims. Disclaimer on psychological analysis. Psychological interpretations in this presentation are based on expert analysis, documented interviews, and established forensic psychology research. However, the inner workings of these individuals' minds cannot be known with absolute certainty. Where psychological motivations are discussed, they represent the professional assessments of forensic experts and criminal profilers rather than established facts. The neighborhood barbecue was in full swing that warm summer evening. Children's laughter echoed across manicured lawns, while adults gathered around grills, cold drinks in hand, swapping stories about work and weather. Among them stood a man who epitomized suburban normalcy. He wore a pleasant smile, shared recipes for the perfect burger, and made sure everyone's glass stayed full. Neighbors knew him as the guy who volunteered at the local church, the one who always showed up when someone needed help with yard work or moving furniture. He was, by every visible measure, one of the good ones. But beneath that carefully constructed facade lurked something else entirely, something dark, something predatory. Because this same man, the one flipping burgers and telling dad jokes, had murdered multiple people. Their bodies lay hidden, not far from where these good people stood laughing and living their ordinary lives. The predator wasn't lurking in some distant shadow or abandoned building. The killer was right there, shaking hands and asking about your weekend plans. This is perhaps the most terrifying truth about serial killers. They don't always look like the villains we imagine. They don't always act strangely or give off obvious warning signs. Some of the most prolific and brutal murderers in history were people who successfully convinced everyone around them that they were normal, decent, even admirable human beings. They held respectable jobs, they raised families, they served their communities, and they killed, again and again and again. Tonight, we're going to explore the chilling reality of serial killers who hid in plain sight. These are the stories of men who perfected the art of the double life, who wore masks so convincing that even those closest to them never suspected the truth. We'll examine how they did it, why it worked, and what their cases teach us about the nature of predatory behavior. Because understanding how these killers concealed themselves isn't just morbidly fascinating, experts believe this knowledge may help law enforcement and communities recognize warning patterns before more lives are lost. So settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of human psychology, where we'll meet the neighbors, the volunteers, the family men, who turned out to be something else entirely. The psychology of the mask. Before we delve into specific cases, we need to understand something fundamental about how certain killers operate. Psychologists have a term for what these individuals do. It's called compartmentalization. This is the ability to separate different aspects of one's life into mental boxes, keeping them so distinct that they never seem to touch or contaminate each other. For most of us, compartmentalization is a healthy coping mechanism. We might separate our work persona from our home persona, becoming more formal and professional at the office while being relaxed and casual with family. That's normal. That's adaptive. But for certain killers, compartmentalization becomes something far more sinister and far more complete. These individuals don't just separate different roles, they create entirely different personalities. There's the public self, the person everyone sees and knows. This version is often charming, helpful, and socially skilled. It's the face they show to neighbors, co-workers, and even family members. Then there's the private self, the predator that emerges when the opportunity arises. This is the part they keep carefully hidden, the part that plans, stalks, and kills. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, the truly frightening aspect is how seamlessly some killers can switch between these personas. One moment they're genuinely engaged in normal social interaction, laughing at jokes, expressing concern for a sick friend, discussing the minutiae of daily life. The next moment, something shifts inside them, and the predator emerges. Then, just as quickly, the mask slides back into place, and they return to being the person everyone thinks they know. This ability to maintain such a convincing facade is often linked to psychopathy. Now, it's important to understand that not all psychopaths are violent, and not all violent criminals are psychopaths. But many of the killers who successfully hide in plain sight exhibit traits consistent with psychopathic personality disorder. These traits include superficial charm, a grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulation, lack of remorse or guilt, shallow emotional responses, and a parasitic lifestyle where they use others for their own benefit. What makes psychopathic killers particularly dangerous is something called the mask of sanity. This phrase, coined by psychiatrist Hervey Cleckley in his groundbreaking 1941 book of the same name, describes how psychopaths can present a completely normal, even appealing exterior while harboring deeply disturbed thoughts and impulses. They understand social norms not because they feel them, but because they've learned to mimic them. They're actors playing the role of a normal person, and some of them are devastatingly effective at it. These killers often possess above-average intelligence, which they use to study and replicate normal human behavior. They watch how people react to tragedy and learn to fake the appropriate emotional response. They observe what makes someone trustworthy and adopt those characteristics. They're essentially emotional frauds, counterfeiting feelings they don't actually experience to blend into society. There's also typically a strong element of narcissism at play. Research suggests that many of these killers believe they're fundamentally superior to others, that ordinary rules don't apply to them. This grandiosity fuels both their crimes and their confidence that they won't be caught. They think they're smarter than law enforcement, cleverer than their neighbors, more cunning than anyone who might suspect them. And sometimes, terrifyingly, they're right, at least for a while. Another crucial factor is the element of control. According to forensic psychologists and criminal profilers, many serial killers are primarily motivated by a need for power and dominance rather than sexual gratification alone. But maintaining a normal facade requires control as well, just a different kind. They must control their impulses in public, control their words and expressions, control the information others have access to. Research suggests this need for control may extend to every aspect of their lives, creating an existence that is simultaneously meticulously organized and horrifyingly violent. The social context matters too. Research has shown that these killers often thrive in environments where people want to trust each other, where the default assumption is that your neighbor, your co-worker, your fellow church member is basically good. They exploit our desire to see the best in people, using our own optimism and communal trust against us. In tight-knit communities where everyone knows everyone else, the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone familiar can be overwhelming. Our brains resist believing that someone we know could be capable of such horrors. It's also worth noting that many of these killers insert themselves into positions that inherently command trust. They become teachers, coaches, volunteers, religious leaders, roles that society has been conditioned to respect and trust. These positions provide not only cover but also access to potential victims. They create situations where questioning someone's motives feels somehow inappropriate or even offensive. The phenomenon of hiding in plain sight reveals something uncomfortable about human nature and social dynamics. We rely on shortcuts and assumptions to navigate our social worlds. We can't deeply investigate every person we interact with, so we use surface indicators. Does this person seem normal? Do they fit in? Do others vouch for them? To make quick judgments about trustworthiness. Serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight have figured out how to game this system, presenting exactly the right indicators while concealing their true nature. Understanding these psychological mechanisms is crucial not just for law enforcement, but for anyone who wants to better understand how predatory individuals operate. Experts emphasize that while we cannot always identify dangerous individuals by appearance or surface behavior, awareness of these patterns can contribute to improved community safety and more effective investigation strategies. Now, with this psychological framework in mind, let's examine specific cases that illustrate these principles in action. We'll start with a man who maintained his cover for over 30 years, fooling his family, his friends, his church congregation, and his entire community while committing some of the most brutal murders in American history. Dennis Rader, the church president with a terrible secret. Dennis Lynn Rader was born on March 9, 1945, in Pittsburgh, Kansas, the first of 4 sons born to Dorothea May Cook and William Elvin Rader. His father worked for Kansas Gas Service and was a former United States Marine. His mother worked as a bookkeeper. The family attended Zion Lutheran Church in Pittsburgh, where Dennis was baptized as an infant. By all external appearances, the Rader family was typical of countless American families in the post-war era, working class, church-going, and unremarkable. His childhood appeared outwardly normal, though he would later claim, and it's important to note these are his own self-serving claims, that he'd been born with violent sexual fantasies. Psychologists note that such claims often serve to minimize personal responsibility and should be understood within that context. Rader would also later claim to have tortured and killed animals as a child, including hanging stray cats, though the extent of these early behaviors remains difficult to verify independently. As a young man, Rader seemed unremarkable. He joined the United States Air Force in 1966, serving until 1970 and achieving the rank of sergeant. During his service, he received training and experience that would later prove useful in his crimes: discipline, attention to detail, and the ability to follow procedures meticulously. He returned to Kansas after his service and attended Wichita State University, eventually earning a degree in administration of justice in 1979. The irony of a serial killer studying criminal justice would later be noted by many observers. It was during this period that he met Paula Dietz, who worked as a secretary for the American Legion. They married on May 22, 1971, in a ceremony held at Christ Lutheran Church in Wichita, the same church where Rader would later become a pillar of the congregation. Together, they would have 2 children, a son, Brian, born in 1975, and a daughter, Kerry, born in 1978. By all outward appearances, Dennis Rader was building a stable, respectable life. He worked as an assembler for the Coleman Company, a manufacturer of outdoor recreational products. He attended church regularly at Christ Lutheran Church, becoming increasingly involved in the congregation. He was active in the Boy Scouts, serving as a troop leader. He was, by every metric his neighbors could see, a good man, perhaps a bit rigid and particular about rules, but certainly not dangerous. In 1974, Rader obtained a position with ADT Security Services, installing home security systems. The irony would later be almost unbearable for his clients and community. The man charged with protecting their homes was the very threat they sought protection from. Co-workers at ADT nicknamed him Blue Book Man because he always followed the rules meticulously and scolded others for even making small talk during work hours. He worked this job for several years before joining the Park City Compliance Department in 1991, where he became a code enforcement officer, essentially a bureaucrat who enforced city ordinances, wrote citations for code violations, and measured grass that was too long. This position suited Rader perfectly. It gave him a modicum of authority, allowed him to enter people's properties, and provided a legitimate reason to be driving through neighborhoods, observing homes and residents. His co-workers would later describe him as officious, someone who relished his small amount of power, perhaps a bit too much. He was known to be inflexible about rules, measuring lawns with precision and issuing citations for even minor violations. He reportedly chased stray animals while carrying a tranquilizer gun, taking his duties perhaps more seriously than necessary. But overzealousness about city codes didn't make someone a murderer. It just made them annoying. Rader's involvement with Christ Lutheran Church deepened over the years. He served in various capacities, eventually becoming the congregation president in January 2005. He was responsible for administrative duties, congregation meetings, church finances. He was trusted with the most mundane and intimate details of church operations. People confided in him about their struggles, their doubts, their fears. He counseled them, prayed with them, presented himself as a pillar of faith and community. But there was another Dennis Rader, a secret Dennis Rader, one that had been active since January 15, 1974. On that frigid winter morning, the Otero family went about their normal routines in their Wichita home. Joseph Otero, age 38, worked for the Coleman Company, the same company where Rader had briefly worked. Julie Otero, age 34, was his devoted wife. They had 5 children together, building the kind of family life that represented the American dream. That morning, 9-year-old Joseph Jr., 11-year-old Josephine, and their siblings were in various states of waking up for school. Dennis Rader had been watching the house. He'd seen the family's routines, knew their schedules. According to his later confessions, he had been stalking Julie Otero since December 1973, apparently developing an obsession with her. When he knocked on the door that morning, the Oteros let him in, perhaps believing he needed help, perhaps thinking he was from the telephone company, as he would later claim to have told them. Once inside, he revealed his true intentions. Using weapons he'd brought with him, Rader methodically restrained the family members. He killed Joseph Otero Sr. by strangulation with a cord. He killed Julie Otero the same way. 9-year-old Joey was also strangled. The systematic nature of the murders stood in stark contrast to any image of passion or sudden rage. This was calculated, planned, methodical. Then, Rader took 11-year-old Josephine to the basement, where he killed her. The crime scene was staged in a way that suggested sexual motivation, though Rader's actual intent was about power and control. When investigators arrived at the Otero home later that day, after family members discovered the bodies, they found a scene of calculated brutality that would haunt the Wichita community for decades. The community was shocked. The Oteros were a good family, well-liked, with no apparent enemies. Who would do such a thing? Why would anyone target an entire family, including children? The randomness of it made it even more terrifying. If the Oteros could be victims, anyone could. But after committing these horrific murders, Dennis Rader didn't flee the state or go into hiding. He went home to his wife Paula, who was pregnant with their first child. He went to work at the Coleman Company. He attended church. He helped neighbors. He lived his normal life as if nothing had happened. He even took a watch from the Otero home as a souvenir, beginning a pattern he would continue throughout his killing career. This ability to commit savage murder and then seamlessly return to mundane normalcy is what Rader would later describe, using his own terminology, as cubing. Though forensic psychologists note this is his own term for what is clinically known as dissociation or extreme compartmentalization. He claimed to be able to separate his life into distinct compartments that never touched: work Dennis, church Dennis, family Dennis, and what he called his Factor X, or his demon. Experts emphasize that such self-serving explanations should be viewed critically, as they often serve to minimize the killer's responsibility for their conscious choices. 3 months after the Otero murders, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck again. Catherine Bright, a 21-year-old woman who also worked at the Coleman Company, was home with her brother Kevin when Rader broke in. He shot Kevin Bright, who survived despite serious injuries and would later provide descriptions to police. Rader then murdered Catherine by stabbing her multiple times. The attack was brutal and prolonged. Catherine fought for her life, sustaining numerous defensive wounds before succumbing to her injuries. Kevin Bright's survival and his ability to describe the attacker should have led to Rader's capture, but somehow the investigation didn't connect him to the crime. Then, something happened that would define the BTK case for the next 30 years. Dennis Rader wanted credit for his crimes. He wanted recognition. He wanted people to know what he'd done and to acknowledge his work. On October 22, 1974, a Wichita Eagle reporter received a phone call directing him to a book at the Wichita Public Library. Inside that book was a letter describing the Otero murders in detail that only the killer could know. The letter was chilling in its matter-of-fact tone, describing the crimes as though they were ordinary events. At the bottom, the author had provided a name for himself: BTK, bind, torture, kill. The letter stated, "The code words for me will be bind them, torture them, kill them, BTK." This would become his signature. Over the years, BTK would send numerous letters to media outlets and police, taunting them, providing details of murders, sometimes sending items belonging to victims. He seemed to crave the attention, the notoriety, the knowledge that the entire city was talking about him, even though they didn't know who he was. But despite this correspondence, BTK would remain unidentified for decades. And during those decades, Dennis Rader continued his double life. In 1975, his son Brian was born. Rader was present for the birth, a devoted father from the start. He coached Brian in Little League, attended his school events, helped with homework. Brian would later describe his father as strict but loving, someone who enforced rules but also spent quality time with his children. Rader killed again in 1977. On March 17th, Shirley Vian, a 26-year-old mother of 3 young children, was murdered in her home. Shirley was sick with the flu that day, lying in bed when Rader forced his way into the house. He told her children, ages 5, 7, and 8, that he was wanted by the police and needed to hide. He locked them in the bathroom, telling them he would harm their mother if they came out or made noise. The children huddled together in terror, hearing sounds from outside, but not understanding what was happening. Rader killed Shirley in her bedroom while her children waited just feet away. When he left, the children eventually emerged to find their mother dead. The psychological trauma inflicted on these children, who survived but lost their mother in such a terrifying way, is immeasurable. On December 8, 1977, Rader broke into the home of Nancy Fox, a 25-year-old woman who lived alone. Nancy worked at a jewelry store and was known for her friendly personality. Rader killed her by strangulation with a belt. Then, in a display of his twisted arrogance, he used her own phone to call the police and report the homicide, directing them to her address. He wanted them to find his work. He wanted credit. The phone call was brief and matter-of-fact, demonstrating his complete lack of remorse or emotional connection to his victim. After the Fox murder, BTK went silent. Not because he'd stopped thinking about killing, not because he'd experienced remorse, but because, as he would later explain, his life circumstances had changed in ways that made murder more difficult. In 1978, his daughter Kerry was born. His children were growing up. His wife was more aware of his movements. His job demanded more of his time. The compartmentalization required more effort. But he didn't forget. He kept souvenirs from his victims, photographs, identification cards, items of clothing. He revisited these items regularly, using them to relive his crimes in his imagination. He would later admit to creating elaborate fantasies and even detailed drawings of potential future victims during this dormant period. The years passed. 1978, 1979, 1980. No new BTK murders. Wichita began to relax slightly, though the terror of those few years in the mid-1970s had never truly faded. Parents, still warned children. Women still checked their locks obsessively, but life moved on as it must. The BTK task force remained active, but with diminishing resources as other crimes demanded attention. Then, in 1985, BTK resurfaced. On April 27th, Maureen Hedge, a 53-year-old neighbor of Rader's, was killed in her home. Maureen lived just 6 doors down from the Rader family on the same street. Rader had watched her, knew her routines. He broke in during the night, killed her, removed her body to take photographs in a remote location, and then returned the body to her home. The level of planning and risk-taking indicated a killer who felt completely confident in his ability to evade capture. The fact that he targeted his own neighbor demonstrated his complete lack of fear and his belief in his own superiority. On September 16, 1986, Vicky Wegerle, a 28-year-old woman, was murdered in her home, while her young 2-year-old son was present in another room. Vicky was a pianist and homemaker. Rader had posed as a telephone repairman to gain entry, part of what he would later call Project Piano. After killing Vicky, he left as calmly as he'd arrived, confident that his disguise and planning had protected his identity. Her murder wouldn't be officially connected to BTK until years later. The final confirmed BTK murder occurred on January 19, 1991. Dolores Davis, a 62-year-old woman, was abducted from her home, killed with her own pantyhose, and her body left under a bridge. Dolores was a beloved grandmother in the community. After this murder, BTK went silent again. For 13 years, there were no letters, no communications, no confirmed killings. The case grew cold. Investigators retired. The city moved on, though the shadow of BTK never entirely lifted. During all these years, Dennis Rader lived his normal life with remarkable success. He raised his children. Brian and Kerry Rader had a father who attended their school events, helped with homework, enforced household rules with perhaps more rigidity than most parents, but nothing that seemed abnormal. They had family dinners, they went on vacations, they celebrated birthdays and holidays. Paula Rader had a husband who went to work, came home, handled household repairs, and seemed like a typical middle-aged man settled into the routines of suburban life. If she noticed anything unusual, she didn't recognize it as evidence of murder. His co-workers at the Park City Compliance Office knew Dennis Rader as the guy who took his job very seriously, maybe too seriously. He was meticulous about city codes, inflexible about enforcement, the kind of person who'd measure your grass with a ruler and write a citation if it exceeded the permitted height by half an inch. Some found him irritating. Others thought he was just doing his job thoroughly. No one thought he was a serial killer. His church congregation knew him as Brother Dennis, devoted to Christ Lutheran Church, always present at services, reliable for administrative tasks, eventually trusted enough to become congregation president. He led council meetings. He managed church finances. He represented the congregation in community interfaith activities. He was, by all accounts, a dedicated member of the Christian community. But in 2004, after 13 years of silence, BTK suddenly began communicating again. The Wichita Eagle ran a story marking the 30th anniversary of the Otero murders, and Rader would later explain that he was kind of bored and concerned that his work would be forgotten. Investigators believe his need for recognition overcame his caution. He began sending letters to media outlets again, including items from old crime scenes to prove his identity. What followed was a cat-and-mouse game between BTEK and law enforcement. Rader sent numerous communications over the next year, some in serial boxes, possibly a reference to serial killer, containing drawings, photographs, written descriptions of murders, and even dolls posed to mimic his victims. He seemed to be playing a game, testing the police, enjoying the renewed attention his crimes were receiving. In one of his communications, Rader made a fatal error. He asked police if they could trace information on a floppy disk. The police, hoping to encourage him to send a disk, lied and said no, they couldn't trace it. Trusting this response and displaying a surprising naivety for someone who'd evaded capture for 30 years, Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a television station. Forensic analysts examined the disk and found deleted metadata that included the name Dennis and a connection to Christ Lutheran Church. This led investigators directly to Dennis Rader. They obtained a DNA sample from his daughter Kerry's medical records at a university clinic. She had had a routine pap smear, and compared it to DNA evidence from the crime scenes. The match was conclusive. On February 25, 2005, Dennis Rader was arrested outside his home in Park City, Kansas, on his lunch break from his compliance officer job. When asked if he knew why he was being arrested, Rader reportedly responded, "Oh, I have suspicions why." Even in the moment of his capture, there was an almost casual quality to his demeanor, as if being arrested for serial murder was just another item on his day's schedule. The arrest shocked everyone who knew him. His family was devastated. Paula Rader filed for an immediate emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. Their marriage was dissolved as quickly as the legal system allowed. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. The psychological trauma of discovering that the man she'd been married to for 34 years was BTK is difficult to comprehend. Their children, now adults, had to reconcile the father they'd known with the serial killer he actually was. Brian and Kerry Rader have largely stayed out of public life since their father's arrest, attempting to build lives separate from the horror of his legacy. Kerry Rawson, she took her married name, eventually wrote a book in 2019 titled A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming, and participated in the 2025 Netflix documentary My Father, the BTK Killer, where she shared her quest for answers and healing. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from jail, he showed a disturbing mix of fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl, I raised right, and life before the arrest was a good time, and the dark side took me away," as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry described the agonizing process of trying to reconcile the loving father she remembered with the killer he actually was. The congregation at Christ Lutheran Church was stunned. This man they'd trusted, who'd managed their church, who'd represented their faith community, he'd been BTK all along. Some members struggled with profound questions about faith, about how they could have been so thoroughly deceived, about what it meant that they'd prayed alongside a serial killer. Rader's co-workers reported feeling disturbed and betrayed. They'd worked alongside him for years, shared breaks with him, attended office parties with him. The code enforcement officer who measured grass and wrote parking tickets had murdered 10 people. The cognitive dissonance was overwhelming. During his interrogation and subsequent court proceedings, Rader was unnervingly cooperative and detailed in describing his crimes. He showed no genuine remorse, instead seeming almost proud of his ability to have hidden for so long. He explained his methods, his planning, his motivations with a clinical detachment that forensic psychologists found characteristic of psychopathic personality disorder. He spoke about his victims as though they were objects, projects he'd completed. He detailed his trolling process, how he'd search for potential victims, how he'd plan his attacks, how he'd relive the crimes through his souvenirs. On June 27, 2005, Rader pleaded guilty to 10 counts of first-degree murder. On August 18, 2005, he was sentenced to 10 consecutive life terms in prison, one for each of his confirmed victims. Kansas had no death penalty at the time his crimes were committed, so life imprisonment was the maximum sentence. He will never be eligible for parole. He is currently incarcerated at the El Dorado Correctional Facility in Kansas, where he will remain for the rest of his natural life. The BTK case represents one of the most disturbing examples of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. For over 30 years, Dennis Rader maintained a completely normal public existence, while secretly being one of America's most brutal killers. His ability to compartmentalize, to separate his murderous activities from his daily life, allowed him to fool everyone around him: his family, his church, his community, his co-workers. When people think about serial killers, they often imagine someone who looks or acts obviously disturbed. But Dennis Rader looked like everyone's neighbor. He looked like a church leader. He looked like a typical middle-aged man living an ordinary life in the heartland of America. And that's precisely what made him so dangerous and so successful at evading capture for so long. The victims of BTK deserve to be remembered as more than just entries in a killer's ledger. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving father who'd brought his family to Wichita for better opportunities. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who worked at the Coleman Company. Joseph Otero Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had his whole life ahead of him. Josephine Otero, age 11, was a bright student with a promising future. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with hopes and dreams. Shirley Vian, age 26, was a mother doing her best to raise 3 young children. Nancy Fox, age 25, was independent and hardworking. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a kind neighbor. Vicky Weigel, age 28, was a talented pianist and mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. They were people with families, hopes, dreams, and futures that Dennis Rader stole from them. Their names and their humanity must be remembered alongside the story of the man who killed them. John Wayne Gacy, the killer clown, next door. If Dennis Rader represents the mundane killer hiding in plain sight, the ordinary bureaucrat who happened to be a murderer, then John Wayne Gacy represents something even more disturbing: the beloved community figure, the charitable volunteer, the man who brought joy to children and sick people through his clown performances. Gacy was popular, well-liked, and respected in his community. He was also responsible for the deaths of 33 young men and boys, making him one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. John Wayne Gacy was born on March 17, 1942, in Chicago, Illinois, the second of 3 children born to John Stanley Gacy and Marion Elaine Robinson. His childhood was marked by complexity and dysfunction, though like many serial killers, external observers might not have recognized the depth of problems within the family home. Gacy's father was an alcoholic who frequently abused his wife and children, both physically and verbally. Young John was often the target of his father's rage and disappointment. The elder Gacy belittled his son, calling him stupid and worthless, comparing him unfavorably to his sisters, and questioning his masculinity. He would beat John with a leather strap for real or perceived infractions. Psychological experts note that this abuse likely contributed to Gacy's later need to prove his worth and earn approval. Though many people experience childhood abuse without becoming killers, and abuse does not excuse or fully explain criminal behavior. Despite these difficulties, Gacy worked hard to present a normal exterior. He was involved in extracurricular activities at school, worked various jobs as a teenager to contribute to the family finances, and seemed to be making efforts to build a stable life. He struggled with health issues, including a heart condition that would cause him to be hospitalized multiple times during his youth and would later exempt him from military service during the Vietnam War era. In 1964, at age 22, Gacy married Marlyn Myers, whose father owned a chain of Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurants in Waterloo, Iowa. Gacy moved to Waterloo with his bride and began working for his father-in-law, managing one of the restaurants. He threw himself into community involvement, joining the JCs, the Junior Chamber of Commerce, a civic organization for young professionals, and quickly becoming known as an enthusiastic volunteer and hard worker. He was elected vice president of the Waterloo JCs chapter and was named outstanding vice president of the organization in Iowa. He seemed to finally be building the kind of respectable life his father had always claimed he couldn't achieve. On the surface, Gacy appeared to be thriving. He and Marlyn had 2 children, a son and daughter. He was successful in business, rising to manage multiple restaurant locations. He was active in community service, known for his dedication and work ethic. He was making something of himself. But beneath this successful exterior, Gacy was engaging in disturbing behavior. He had sexual encounters with teenage boys, sometimes employees at the restaurants he managed. He would ply them with alcohol and then commit sexual acts. In 1968, one of these encounters led to criminal charges when a teenage boy, the son of a fellow JC's member, reported that Gacy had sexually assaulted him. When the case went to trial, Gacy was convicted of sodomy and sentenced to 10 years in prison at the Iowa State Reformatory. Marlyn divorced him while he was incarcerated, and he lost contact with his children. His father died shortly after his conviction, reportedly disgusted by his son's crimes. Gacy never got the chance to prove himself to his father. Most people might assume this would be the end of the story. A sex offender caught, punished, and removed from society. But Gacy was a model prisoner. He earned his high school equivalency diploma while incarcerated. He worked in the prison kitchen and was praised for his leadership and work ethic. He served on the Prisoner Grievance Committee. He was, by all accounts, rehabilitated. After serving just 18 months of his 10-year sentence, he was paroled in June 1970. What happened next illustrates a profound failure in the criminal justice system's ability to predict recidivism in certain types of offenders. Gacy moved back to Chicago and started over. He reconnected with his mother and eventually moved to Norwood Park Township, a middle-class neighborhood on the northwest side of Chicago. In 1971, he bought a home at 8213 West Summerdale Avenue, a modest ranch-style house that would later become infamous. Gacy started a construction company PDM contractors, named for painting, decorating, and maintenance. He was skilled at construction work, having learned carpentry and other trades from his father, and quickly built a successful business. He hired teenage boys and young men to work for him, often recruiting from local high schools or targeting those from troubled backgrounds who might be less likely to be missed if they disappeared. He paid them fairly and treated them reasonably, though some would later report that he could be volatile and inappropriate. In 1972, Gacy married again. Carol Hoff was a divorcee with 2 young daughters. She'd known Gacy years earlier when they both worked at the same company, and when they reconnected after his release from prison, he seemed like a stable man who'd made a mistake in his youth but had turned his life around. They married in July 1972, and Gacy became a stepfather to Carol's daughters, presenting himself as a family man and provider. He became deeply involved in community activities. He joined the local Moose Club and other civic organizations. He began performing as a clown at children's parties, hospitals, and charitable events, creating characters he called Pogo the Clown and Patches the Clown. He would dress in full clown makeup and costume, bringing smiles to sick children in hospitals and entertaining at neighborhood block parties and fundraisers. Gacy's clown performances made him well known in the community. People loved him. He was the generous guy who gave his time to make children happy, who volunteered for the Democratic Party, who organized fundraisers and community events. He was photographed with local politicians and civic leaders. In 1978, he even met First Lady Rosalynn Carter at a Polish Constitution Day parade event in Chicago, where he was serving as director of the annual parade. The photograph of Gacy with the First Lady would later become one of the most shocking images associated with the case, a serial killer smiling alongside the wife of the President of the United States. But during this same period, John Wayne Gacy was also murdering young men and boys at a horrific rate. According to Gacy's later confession, his first murder as an adult occurred on January 3, 1972, in the early morning hours. Timothy McCoy was a 16-year-old who'd been traveling through Chicago by bus. Gacy encountered him at the Greyhound bus station, offered him a place to stay, and brought him to his Summerdale Avenue home. There, Gacy killed him. Gacy would later claim that Timothy had come at him with a knife and that he'd killed in self-defense, but investigators found no evidence to support this claim and believe it was another of Gacy's many lies. After this murder, Gacy realized something that would define his subsequent actions. He could kill and get away with it. The body could be hidden. The victim's disappearance wouldn't necessarily be connected to him. He could continue his normal life as if nothing had happened, and that's exactly what he did. Gacy developed a methodical approach to murder. He would target young men and boys, often those who worked for him or whom he met through his business or community activities. He would lure them to his house under various pretexts, offering work, showing them something, providing a place to stay, or sometimes simply inviting them to drink or party. Once there, he would gain control of them through trickery, force, or by offering them alcohol or drugs. Gacy would then incapacitate his victims, often by using what he called his handcuff trick. He'd claim to be showing them a magic trick or illusion where he could escape from handcuffs and would get them to allow him to put the cuffs on them. Once the victim was restrained, Gacy's true nature would emerge. He would commit sexual assault and eventually kill them, most often through strangulation, using a rope or board twisted by a stick, a method called garroting. The methodical nature of his crimes stood in stark contrast to his public persona as a community leader and entertainer. After each murder, Gacy faced the problem of body disposal. His solution was grimly practical and horrifyingly simple. He buried them under his house. The crawl space beneath his home became a graveyard. As the years went on and the body count increased, Gacy would dig new graves in his crawl space, sometimes even stacking bodies or digging up old graves to make room for new victims. Eventually, when the crawl space became too full, Gacy began disposing of bodies in other ways. He threw 4 victims into the Des Plaines River, but for the most part, the bodies of his victims were buried beneath his home, decomposing just feet below where he lived his normal life, where he hosted parties, where his wife and stepdaughters slept. During the period from 1972 to 1978, while Gacy was actively killing, his public life continued seemingly without any disruption. He entertained at parties as Pogo the Clown, bringing joy to children at birthday parties and hospital wards. He ran his successful construction business, completing jobs professionally and earning a good reputation. He supervised employees, attended political events, volunteered for community causes. He was, to all external appearances, a successful, generous, community-minded citizen. His wife, Carol, did eventually become suspicious of Gacy's behavior, though not of murder. She noticed strange smells in the house. Gacy blamed it on moisture in the crawl space or problems with the plumbing. She noticed his strange hours, his volatile mood swings, and the fact that their sexual relationship had essentially ceased. She also discovered pornographic materials featuring young men hidden in the house. In March 1976, Carol and Gacy divorced, with Carol taking her daughters and leaving. Years later, she would express her relief that her daughters had not been harmed and her horror at discovering who Gacy truly was. She would say that she had no idea about the murders, and investigators found no evidence that she did. After the divorce, with no family living in the house with him, Gacy's killing accelerated. Without a wife to explain things to or hide things from, he had more freedom to act on his violent urges. The bodies continued to accumulate beneath his home, yet he continued his community involvement unabated. Gacy hosted elaborate annual summer parties at his home, inviting neighbors, political figures, business associates. These parties became well known in the neighborhood, with people looking forward to them each year. Guests would stand on the lawn, eating and drinking, socializing and laughing, with 29 bodies buried just below their feet. The cognitive dissonance of this, the friendly party happening literally above a mass grave, is almost incomprehensible. Neighbors on Summerdale Avenue thought Gacy was a bit odd. He could be volatile, and there were sometimes unpleasant smells around his property. Some young men were seen coming and going at odd hours, but mostly they saw him as a helpful neighbor, someone who'd plow snow from driveways or help with home repairs. He was familiar. He was part of the community. He certainly wasn't a serial killer. The investigation that would eventually catch Gacy began not with any of his earlier victims, but with his last. On December 11, 1978, 15-year-old Robert Piest told his mother he was going to meet with a contractor about a potential summer job. The contractor was John Wayne Gacy, who'd come into the pharmacy where Robert's mother worked to discuss a remodeling project. Robert was excited about the opportunity. He never came home. Robert's mother immediately reported him missing and mentioned that he'd been going to meet with Gacy. Unlike many of Gacy's previous victims, young men from troubled backgrounds, drifters, runaways, or those who might not be immediately missed. Robert Piest was a well-cared-for teenager from a stable, loving family. His disappearance was taken seriously from the beginning, and police quickly began investigating Gacy. What they found was disturbing. Gacy had a criminal history, the 1968 conviction for sexual assault in Iowa. He'd been in prison. He was on parole that he shouldn't have even been off of yet, and now a teenage boy had disappeared after going to meet him. Investigators began surveillance on Gacy and started looking deeper into his background. They discovered that several young men who'd worked for PDM contractors had disappeared over the years. On December 21, 1978, after obtaining a search warrant based on the mounting evidence, police searched Gacy's home. What they found there would shock the nation. The smell of decomposition was overwhelming. Investigators began searching the crawl space and discovered human remains. As the excavation continued over the following days, more and more bodies were found. Eventually, 26 bodies were recovered from the crawl space, and 3 more were found buried in other areas on the property. 4 bodies that Gacy had disposed of in the Des Plaines River were also eventually identified, bringing the total known victim count to 33. On December 22, 1978, John Wayne Gacy confessed to the murders. He did so in a relatively matter-of-fact manner, providing details about his methods, his burial sites, and his victims. Forensic psychologists who have studied his confessions and later interviews note that he displayed little genuine remorse and seemed more concerned with managing his public image than with accepting responsibility for the harm he'd caused. The revelation that John Wayne Gacy, Pogo the Clown, community volunteer, successful businessman, was responsible for 33 murders shocked the Chicago area and the nation. People who'd known him, who'd attended his parties, who'd hired him for work, who'd had their children entertained by his clown performances, struggled to reconcile the man they knew with the brutal killer he'd been revealed to be. The excavation of Gacy's home became a media spectacle. News crews broadcast images of investigators digging up bodies from beneath the house. The Summerdale Avenue address became infamous. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to comprehend how such horror had existed right next door to them. The trial began on February 6, 1980. Gacy's defense attempted to argue that he was insane, that he suffered from multiple personality disorder, that he couldn't have been responsible for his actions. His lawyers presented psychiatric testimony suggesting that another personality named Jack Hanley had committed the murders while Gacy was unaware. But the prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of premeditation, planning, and rational behavior surrounding the murders. The prosecution argued that Gacy knew exactly what he was doing, that he was organized and calculating, and that he made conscious choices to kill repeatedly. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours before finding Gacy guilty on all 33 counts of murder. On March 13, 1980, he was sentenced to death for 12 of the murders. He would spend the next 14 years on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, painted pictures, some of clowns, which would later be sold or destroyed, and continued to maintain his innocence despite his earlier confession. John Wayne Gacy was executed by lethal injection at Stateville Correctional Center in Crestwood, Illinois, on May 10, 1994, at 12:58 a.m. He was 52 years old. His last words were reported to be "kiss my ass." Even in death, he showed no genuine remorse for his crimes. Outside the prison, crowds gathered, some celebrating, some protesting the death penalty. His execution was seen by many as justice finally served for the 33 young men and boys whose lives he'd taken. After Gacy's execution, his house on Somerdale Avenue was demolished in April 1979, shortly after the bodies were removed. The lot remained empty for years, as no one wanted to buy property so thoroughly associated with horror. Eventually, a new house was built on the site, and a new family moved in, trying to establish normal life in a place that had been the setting for unspeakable crimes. The Gacy case represents perhaps the most extreme example of a serial killer successfully hiding in plain sight. He wasn't just maintaining a normal appearance, he was actively beloved by his community. Children loved Pogo the Clown. Neighbors appreciated his helpfulness. Politicians valued his volunteer work. Business associates found him reliable and skilled. The Democratic Party welcomed his participation in political events and fundraisers. And all the while, beneath his house, the bodies accumulated. 29 young men and boys buried in the crawl space, their decomposing bodies just feet below where parties were held, where guests socialized, where life went on as normal. The duality of Gacy's existence, beloved community figure by day, brutal killer by night, challenges our fundamental assumptions about how we identify dangerous people. If someone as active, public, and seemingly generous as John Wayne Gacy could be a serial killer, then our methods for identifying threats are fundamentally inadequate. The victims of John Wayne Gacy deserve to be remembered as individuals, not just statistics. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago with his whole life ahead of him. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy and disappeared in 1975. Daryl Sampson, age 18, was a high school student. Randall Reffett, age 15, vanished in 1976. Samuel Stapleton, age 14, was a junior high student. These young men had families who loved them, dreams they wanted to pursue, potential that was stolen from them. Some of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today, their families perhaps still wondering what happened to their missing sons or brothers. Robert Piest, whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture, was 15 years old. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother never stopped looking for him, and her determination to find her son ultimately led to the investigation that brought Gacy down. The Piest family's persistence in pursuing answers when Robert disappeared demonstrates the importance of taking every missing person case seriously, regardless of the victim's background. Ted Bundy, the charming predator. Theodore Robert Bundy, born Theodore Robert Cowell on November 24, 1946, in Burlington, Vermont, would become one of the most infamous serial killers in American history. Unlike Rader or Gacy, Bundy's good looks, education, and charm made him seem like the last person who would be capable of murder. He was handsome, articulate, intelligent, and seemingly destined for a successful career in law or politics, and he confessed to murdering at least 30 young women, though investigators believe the actual number is higher, with estimates ranging up to 35 or more based on circumstantial evidence and unsolved cases from the areas where Bundy traveled. Bundy's early life was complicated by secrets and deception that psychological experts believe may have shaped his development, though, as always, difficult circumstances don't excuse behavior or determine outcomes. He was born to Eleanor Louise Cowell, an unmarried woman in the 1940s, a status that carried severe social stigma at the time. To avoid scandal, Bundy was raised in his grandparents' home in Philadelphia with the understanding that his grandparents were his parents and his mother was his older sister. He wouldn't learn the truth about his parentage until he was an adolescent, discovering the deception through a cousin, or possibly by finding his birth certificate. Accounts vary. His biological father's identity remains uncertain. His birth certificate lists Lloyd Marshall as his father, but this is believed to be false. His mother later married Johnny Bundy, and Theodore took his stepfather's surname. The family moved to Washington State when Ted was 4 years old, where young Ted grew up in what appeared to be a normal, middle-class environment in Tacoma. Bundy was intelligent and did well academically, though he was sometimes described as shy and less popular than his peers in his early school years. He attended the University of Washington, where he studied Chinese and later psychology. He was involved in politics, volunteering for Republican campaigns and working on political causes. He worked at a crisis hotline at a suicide prevention center in Seattle, where he met and befriended Ann Rule, who was also volunteering there. Rule would later become a famous true crime writer, and her book, The Stranger Beside Me, would detail her friendship with Bundy and her slow, horrifying realization that her friend was a serial killer. She would describe him as a good listener, someone who genuinely seemed to care about helping people in crisis, a testament to how convincing his mask was. Bundy appeared to be a young man with a bright future. He was studying law at the University of Utah, considering politics, and seemed to have the intelligence, charm, and ambition to succeed in whatever path he chose. Those who knew him described him as polite, well-spoken, and trustworthy. He had a long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, who wrote under the pseudonym Elizabeth Klopfer and seemed to be in a stable relationship. But beneath this promising exterior, something far darker was developing. During his college years, Bundy became involved in a relationship with a woman from a wealthy California family. Various sources refer to her by different names, including Stephanie Brooks and Diane Edwards. She was beautiful, sophisticated, and came from a privileged background. Psychological experts have theorized that this relationship and its eventual end may have served as a catalyst for his later crimes, though Bundy himself provided contradictory explanations for his violence. The woman broke up with Bundy reportedly because she felt he lacked direction and ambition. This rejection occurred in 1968, and some psychologists believe it was a significant blow to Bundy's ego and may have contributed to his later targeting of women who resembled her. Though the reality is that while relationships can be difficult and even traumatic, they don't transform someone into a serial killer. That darkness must already exist. After this relationship ended, Bundy appeared to transform himself. He became more confident, more socially successful. He re-enrolled in law school. He reconnected with his former girlfriend in California, and they briefly rekindled their relationship in 1973, by which point experts believe he had already begun killing, though this woman didn't know it. She would later say that he seemed more mature and focused, not realizing that his new confidence came partly from his secret life as a predator. Bundy's earliest documented murders occurred in 1974, though there is speculation he may have killed before this. Investigators have suspected him in the 1961 disappearance of 8-year-old Anne-Marie Burr from her home in Tacoma, though Bundy consistently denied this, and no evidence has ever conclusively linked him to that case. What is certain is that by 1974, Bundy had begun a murder spree that would span multiple states and claim at least 30 confirmed victims. He developed a method that became his trademark. He would approach young women in public places, often college campuses or parks, pretending to be injured or in need of help. He might wear a fake cast on his arm or leg, or use crutches and ask for assistance, carrying books or loading items into his Volkswagen Beetle. The cast or injury made him seem harmless, even vulnerable. Once the woman was near his vehicle and distracted, he would incapacitate her, sometimes by hitting her with a crowbar or tire iron that he had hidden, force her into the car, and drive to a remote location where he would assault and kill her. Bundy typically targeted young women with long, dark hair parted in the middle, a look similar to his former girlfriend from California. Psychological analysts have theorized that Bundy was symbolically murdering this woman over and over, though this remains speculation rather than confirmed fact, and Bundy himself gave different explanations at different times. Between 1974 and 1978, Bundy is confirmed to have killed at least 30 women across Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, Idaho, and Florida. He would later admit that he frequently returned to disposal sites, engaging in acts of necrophilia, a behavior documented in his confessions to investigators and consistent with his need for continued control over his victims even after death. What made Bundy particularly dangerous and successful was his appearance and demeanor. He didn't look like a killer, he looked like a law student, which he actually was at various points. He looked like someone's helpful neighbor. He looked like a nice young man who might genuinely need assistance with a broken leg or heavy books. He was articulate, educated, and charming. Women felt comfortable approaching him, helping him, trusting him, and that trust was fatal. Some of Bundy's victims from the Washington and Oregon period in 1974 included Linda Ann Healy, a 21-year-old psychology student who disappeared from her basement bedroom, leaving behind a blood-soaked pillow and nightgown. Donna Gail Manson, 19, vanished from the Evergreen State College campus. Susan Rancourt, 18, disappeared from Central Washington State College. Roberta Kathleen Parks, 20, was last seen at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, and Georgianne Hawkins, 18, also disappeared during this period. In July 1974, in one of Bundy's most brazen acts, he abducted two women, Janice Ott, 23, and Denise Nasland, 19, from Lake Sammamish State Park in broad daylight on the same afternoon, approaching them separately in front of witnesses and using the name Ted while asking for help with his sailboat. Bundy was arrested in Utah in August 1975 after a police officer stopped him for a traffic violation and found suspicious items in his car, including handcuffs, a crowbar, rope, and other items. This led to his identification as a suspect in several disappearances. He was eventually convicted of kidnapping in Utah and sentenced to 15 years in prison. But in 1977, while being held in Colorado to face murder charges there, Bundy engineered a dramatic escape by jumping out of a courthouse window during a court recess. He was recaptured several days later. Then, in December 1977, he escaped again, this time from his jail cell, and made his way to Florida. In Florida, on January 15, 1978, Bundy attacked the Chi Omega sorority house at Florida State University in Tallahassee, committing what would be his most brutal and frenzied attack. He entered the sorority house around 3 a.m. and attacked 4 women in rapid succession. He killed Margaret Bowman, 21, and Lisa Levy, 20, and severely injured two other women who survived. The attack was savage and showed a loss of the control that had characterized his earlier crimes. 3 weeks later, on February 9, 1978, he abducted and murdered 12-year-old Kimberly Leach, taking her from her junior high school in Lake City, Florida. He was finally captured in Pensacola, Florida, on February 15, 1978, after a police officer recognized him from wanted posters and pulled him over for driving a stolen vehicle. In the car were credit cards belonging to women he'd attacked. His capture came not through brilliant detective work connecting his crimes, but through the luck of an observant officer recognizing him. The trials that followed became media sensations, partly because of Bundy's appearance and demeanor. He acted as his own attorney at times, displaying the intelligence and charm that had allowed him to kill for so long without being caught. He cross-examined witnesses, made legal arguments, and presented himself as a capable lawyer fighting against injustice. The courtroom proceedings were among the first to be televised nationally, and millions watched, fascinated as this handsome, articulate man defended himself against charges of brutal murder. Bundy even proposed to and married Carol Ann Boone, a former co-worker, during his trial, taking advantage of an obscure Florida law that considered a declaration of marriage in court before a judge to be legally binding. Boone would later give birth to a daughter conceived during conjugal visits that shouldn't have been allowed. This demonstrated Bundy's ability to manipulate and charm even while on trial for his life. On July 24, 1979, Bundy was convicted of the Chi Omega murders and sentenced to death. He was later convicted of murdering Kimberly Leach and received another death sentence. He would spend the next decade on death row, during which time he gave numerous interviews, confessed to murders, and continued to manipulate his image and control his narrative to the extent possible. As his execution date approached, Bundy began confessing to additional murders, providing details to investigators in a final attempt to delay his execution. He confessed to murders in Washington, Oregon, Utah, Colorado, and Idaho, giving information that allowed some families to finally learn what had happened to their missing daughters. However, he remained vague or misleading about certain details, and some of his confessions couldn't be fully verified. Theodore Robert Bundy was executed in Florida's electric chair at Florida State Prison in Rayford on January 24, 1989, at 7:16 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. He was 42 years old. His last words were reportedly directed at his attorney and a minister. "Jim and Fred, I'd like you to give my love to my family and friends." Outside the prison, hundreds of onlookers celebrated, some holding signs that read, "Burn Bundy Burn," and setting off fireworks when his death was announced. It was a macabre carnival atmosphere that reflected the intense public interest in and hatred of this killer who had seemed so normal, so trustworthy, so unlikely. The Bundy case represents a different form of hiding in plain sight than Rader or Gacy, where they maintained relatively ordinary appearances in their communities. Bundy was actively admired. He was good-looking, smart, and seemingly destined for success. He had worked at a suicide hotline, helping people in crisis. He had volunteered for political campaigns. He had attended law school. The gap between what he appeared to be and what he actually was created profound cognitive dissonance for everyone who knew him. Anne Rule, who had worked alongside him at the crisis hotline, struggled to reconcile the friendly, helpful young man she'd known with the brutal killer he was revealed to be. She would write about this struggle in The Stranger Beside Me, describing how long it took her to accept that her friend Ted was capable of such horrific crimes. She would eventually come to see him as a sadistic sociopath who took pleasure from another human's pain and the control he had over his victims to the point of death and even after. Bundy's former girlfriends, including Elizabeth Kendall, described a charming, attentive partner who seemed incapable of violence. Yet Kendall also noted moments when something seemed off, times when Ted's mask slipped slightly, revealing brief glimpses of the predator beneath. She eventually reported him to police as a possible suspect, though her report was initially dismissed because Bundy seemed so unlikely as a killer. The Bundy case taught law enforcement valuable lessons about how intelligent, organized killers can evade capture by maintaining a convincing normal appearance. It also highlighted how physical attractiveness and charm can serve as powerful camouflage, making it harder for both potential victims and investigators to recognize danger. The case contributed to the development of FBI profiling techniques and improved interjurisdictional cooperation in investigating serial crimes. The victims of Ted Bundy deserve to be remembered as individuals with their own stories, not just as victims in a notorious killer's legacy. They were daughters, sisters, students, professionals, each with their own dreams and potential. Linda Ann Healy was a 21-year-old psychology major and radio announcer. Donna Gail Manson, 19, was studying environmental studies. Susan Rancourt, 18, was a biology major. Kathy Parks, 20, was studying at Oregon State University. Brenda Ball, 22, was living independently and working. Georgianne Hawkins, 18, was a popular student at the University of Washington. Denise Nasland, 19, worked as a computer programmer. Janice Ott, 23, worked as a probation caseworker helping troubled youth. These women had families, ambitions, futures that Bundy destroyed. In Utah and Colorado, victims included Nancy Wilcox, 16, Melissa Smith, 17, Laura Aim, 17, Debbie Kent, 17, Karen Campbell, 23, Julie Cunningham, 26, Denise Oliverson, 25, Lynette Culver, 12, and Susan Curtis, 15. In Florida, Margaret Bowman, 21, Lisa Levy, 20, and Kimberly Leach, 12, lost their lives. Each of these women and girls deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them, and their memory deserves to be honored. Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer. Gary Leon Ridgway was born on February 18, 1949, in Salt Lake City, Utah. He would become known as the Green River Killer and would eventually plead guilty to 49 murders, making him one of the most prolific, confirmed serial killers in United States history. Ridgway claimed the number was higher, somewhere between 65 and 80 victims, though the actual count remains unverified and investigators believe his higher estimates may be exaggerated. What makes Ridgway's case particularly relevant to our discussion is how utterly ordinary he was, how completely he blended into normal working-class life while committing horrific crimes for over 2 decades. Ridgway grew up in what became SeaTac, Washington, near Seattle. His childhood was marked by dysfunction and difficulty. His mother was reportedly domineering and had a volatile relationship with young Gary. He struggled in school, with an IQ measured around 82, placing him in the dull normal range of intelligence. He had difficulty with reading and often felt inadequate compared to his peers. He wet the bed until his teens, which his mother reportedly humiliated him about, making him wash his own sheets, and sometimes punishing him publicly. He graduated from high school with poor grades. He enlisted in the Navy in the late 1960s and served during the Vietnam War period, though he saw no combat. After his military service, Ridgway returned to Washington and began working for the Kenworth Truck Company as a painter in the truck factory. He would hold this job for over 30 years, from 1969 until his arrest in 2001, becoming a long-term, reliable employee. Co-workers described him as quiet, somewhat slow, but dependable. He showed up on time, did his job, and didn't cause trouble. In other words, he was forgettable. Exactly the kind of person who could commit murder without drawing suspicion. Ridgway was married 3 times during his killing years. His first marriage to Claudia Barrows lasted from 1970 to 1972. His second marriage to Marcia Brown lasted from 1973 to 1981. His wives knew him as a man with a strong sex drive and some unusual habits, but nothing that clearly suggested he was a murderer. His second wife, Marcia, would later describe finding unusual items in their home, women's jewelry and clothing that didn't belong to her, but she'd convinced herself there must be innocent explanations. His third wife, Judith Mawson, whom he married in 1988, claimed she had no suspicions until his arrest. Judith would later write a book about her experience, describing a man who seemed devoted to her, who read the Bible with her, who appeared to be a normal husband. She stated that she didn't watch the news and wasn't aware of the Green River Killer case, despite living in the area where it was occurring. When Ridgway was arrested in 2001, Judith was completely shocked, unable to reconcile the man she'd lived with for over a decade with the serial killer he actually was. Ridgway attended church regularly and read the Bible frequently. He would later admit that his religious practices were part of his attempt to control his urges to kill, though they were unsuccessful. He also admitted that he sometimes cried after killing because he knew what he was doing was wrong, yet he couldn't stop himself. This admission, however, should be viewed skeptically. Many serial killers claim remorse or lack of control when it serves their interests. Ridgway targeted sex workers and vulnerable young women, many of them runaways or those struggling with addiction. He would pick them up along the Pacific Highway South, also known as the SeaTac Strip, an area known for prostitution, near the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Ridgway claimed that he targeted sex workers because, in his words, he both desired and despised them. He stated that he knew they would be easy victims because they got into cars with strangers. They might not be immediately reported missing, and their cases might not be investigated as vigorously as other missing persons. Experts note, this explanation is self-serving and designed to make his crimes seem calculated rather than revealing any genuine emotional complexity. His method was brutally simple and consistent. He would pick up women, often engaging their services as a prostitute, take them to secluded areas, sometimes his home, his truck, or wooded locations, and kill them, usually through strangulation. He preferred to use his hands or a ligature, maintaining physical contact and control throughout the murder. After killing them, he would dispose of their bodies in wooded areas around King County, often in clusters, returning later to have sex with the decomposing remains. The desecration of his victims' bodies revealed the depth of his depravity and his need for control that extended even beyond death. The first victims attributed to the Green River Killer were found in 1982. Between July and August of that year, 5 bodies were discovered in or near the Green River in King County, Washington, giving the killer his nickname. The bodies of Wendy Lee Caulfield, 16, Deborah Lynn Bonner, 23, Marsha Faye Chapman, 31, Opal Charmaine Mills, 16, and Cynthia Jean Hines, 17, were all found in the river or on its banks during this period. Over the next several years, more bodies were discovered in wooded areas around Seattle, and the body count continued to rise. Clusters of remains were found in areas like Star Lake, the SeaTac Airport vicinity, and along Highway 18 and Interstate 90. The pattern suggested a single killer who was very familiar with the area and was methodically disposing of bodies in locations where they would be found eventually, but not immediately. The Green River Task Force was established in 1984 to investigate the killings. At its peak, it was one of the largest serial killer investigations in American history, with dozens of detectives working full-time on the case. They interviewed thousands of suspects, including Gary Ridgway. Ridgway first came to police attention in 1982 when he was stopped by police while he was in his truck with a sex worker. This was noted but didn't lead to arrest. In 1983, the boyfriend of victim Marie Malvar followed a truck he believed had picked her up to a house in Des Moines, Washington, Ridgway's house. Police questioned Ridgway, but he denied involvement. In 1984, investigators gave Ridgway a polygraph test regarding the murders. He passed the test, and investigators moved on to other suspects. This false negative on the polygraph test would prove to be a critical error that allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. In 1987, investigators collected a saliva sample from Ridgway as part of their investigation, but DNA technology at the time wasn't advanced enough to make use of it effectively. The sample sat in evidence for years while Ridgway continued to kill. Ridgway's killing slowed significantly after he married his third wife, Judith, in 1988. He would later claim that he truly loved Judith and that his marriage to her reduced his violent urges. Of his 49 confirmed victims, only 3 were killed after his marriage to Judith. Whether this was due to emotional factors, increased difficulty in hiding his activities from a spouse, or simply the natural progression of his aging and declining drive, remains unclear. By the late 1990s, the Green River killings had apparently stopped. The task force was reduced in size. The case went cold. But advances in DNA technology would eventually break it open. In 2001, Detective Dave Reichert, who had been involved in the Green River case since the beginning and had risen to become Sheriff of King County, ordered a review of old evidence using new DNA techniques. They tested the saliva sample taken from Ridgway in 1987 against DNA collected from 4 of the earliest Green River killer victims: Opal Mills, Marsha Chapman, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Christensen. The DNA was a match. On November 30th, 2001, Gary Ridgway was arrested at his workplace at Kenworth Truck Company, where he'd worked for over 30 years. Co-workers were shocked. This quiet, unremarkable man they'd worked alongside for decades was the Green River killer? It seemed impossible. Ridgway had always been so normal, so ordinary, so forgettable. During interrogation, faced with overwhelming DNA evidence, Ridgway began to confess. Over several months of interviews with investigators, he would eventually provide detailed information about 48 murders. In exchange for avoiding the death penalty, Ridgway agreed to plead guilty to all murders for which he could provide verifiable information and to help investigators locate remaining victims and bring closure to families. The confession tapes are chilling in their matter-of-fact tone. Ridgway spoke about his victims as though they were objects. He said things like, "I killed so many women, I have a hard time keeping them straight," and admitted he didn't even know most of their names. He said, "Most of the time, I killed them the first time I met them, and I do not have a good memory for their faces." He explained his targeting of sex workers by saying, "I picked prostitutes because I thought I could kill as many of them as I wanted without getting caught." On December 18th, 2003, Gary Ridgway was sentenced to 48 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. In 2011, he pleaded guilty to a 49th murder after remains were identified as belonging to Rebecca Marrero, whom he'd killed in 1982. He received another life sentence. Recent developments in the case have continued to bring closure to families. In December 2023, authorities confirmed that remains found in 1985 and known as Bones 17 belonged to 15-year-old Lori Ann Razpotnik, who had run away from home in 1982. In January 2024, authorities confirmed that the last remaining unidentified set of remains linked to Ridgway belonged to 16-year-old Tammy Lyles, whose partial remains had been identified as early as 1988, but whose full identification took decades. In March 2025, court documents revealed that Ridgway was briefly transferred from Washington State Penitentiary to King County Jail in September 2024 to assist investigators in locating additional remains. Authorities have not disclosed whether this effort was successful, stating only that involved cases remain open. Ridgway currently resides at the Washington State Penitentiary in Walla Walla, where he will remain for the rest of his life. He is now 76 years old and in failing health. The Ridgway case illustrates how a killer who is completely unremarkable, even somewhat slow and unimpressive, can successfully evade capture for decades. Ridgway wasn't charming like Bundy. He wasn't active in his community like Gacy or Rader. He was simply ordinary to the point of being forgettable. He went to work, came home, lived a quiet life. And that ordinariness was itself a form of camouflage that allowed him to kill at least 49 women over 2 decades. His wives struggled with profound questions after his arrest. Judith Ridgway described the cognitive dissonance of reconciling the man she'd shared her life with, the man she'd trusted, slept beside, read the Bible with, and the Green River Killer. She described how he would sometimes leave early for work, ostensibly for overtime pay, but now she wonders if those were the mornings he was killing. The betrayal and horror of such realizations are difficult to comprehend. The victims of Gary Ridgway were women whose lives had value, who deserved safety and dignity. Many were struggling with addiction or poverty, engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders all the more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and deserved help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield was 16 years old, a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Giselle Lovvorn was 19. Deborah Bonner was 23. Marsha Chapman was 31 and a mother. These women had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who never stopped looking for them. Many of Ridgway's victims were teenagers. Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17, Terry Milligan, 16, Alma Smith, 18, Dolores Williams, 17, Gail Matthews, 23. They were young women with their whole lives ahead of them. Tammy Lyles, whose remains were the last to be identified, was 16 years old when Ridgway killed her. Lori Ann Respotnik was just 15. These were children who needed protection, who instead encountered a predator. The full list of Ridgway's confirmed victims represents a staggering loss of life, each person an individual with their own story. Wendy Lee Caulfield, Giselle Lovvorn, Deborah Lynn Bonner, Marcia Faye Chapman, Opal Charmaine Mills, Cynthia Jean Hines, Terry Renee Milligan, Mary Bridget Meehan, Deborah Estes, Linda Jane Rule, Denise Darcel Bush, Shonda Leah Summers, Shirley Marie Sherrill, Rebecca Marrero, Colleen Renee Brockman, Alma Ann Smith, Dolores Laverne Williams, Gail Lynn Matthews, Andrea M. Childers, Sandra K. Gabbett, Kimmy Kai Pitsaw, Marie M. Malvar, Carol Ann Christensen, Martina Teresa Ortherly, Cheryl Lee Wims, Yvonne Antosh, Carrie Ann Royce, Constance Elizabeth Nayon, Kelly Marie Ware, Tina Marie Thompson, April Dawn Buttram, Debbie Mae Abernathy, Tracy Ann Winston, Maureen Sue Feeney, Mary Sue Bello, Pammy Annette Avant, Delise Louise Plager, Kimberly L. Nelson, Lisa Yates, Mary Exeter West, Cindy Ann Smith, Patricia Michelle Barksack, Roberta Joseph Hayes, Marta Reeves, Patricia Ann Yellow Robe, Tammy Lyles, Lori Ann Respotnik, and 2 victims who remain unidentified. Each of these women's lives mattered. They were daughters, sisters, some were mothers. Their humanity must be remembered. Israel Keyes, the methodical predator. If the previous cases represent killers who maintained normal appearances in specific communities, Israel Keyes represents something even more chilling. A killer who meticulously planned to be nearly impossible to catch, who had no consistent victim type, no geographic focus, no discernible pattern. Keyes was perhaps the most methodical and calculating serial killer of the modern era, and he successfully hid in plain sight by ensuring that no one could connect his crimes to him or to each other. Israel Keyes was born on January 7, 1978, in Richmond, Utah. Some sources say Cove, Utah, the second of 10 children born to Heidi Hackinson and John Jeffrey Keyes. His family moved frequently during his childhood, living in various locations before eventually settling in the isolated area of Colville, Washington, in a remote cabin with no electricity or running water. The family was deeply religious, adhering to fundamentalist Christian beliefs associated with the Christian identity movement, and the children were homeschooled in isolation from mainstream society. As a teenager, Keyes exhibited disturbing behavior that should have been warning signs. He was known to be cruel to animals, killing and torturing creatures he found in the woods. He broke into neighbors' homes, stealing items, and sometimes vandalizing property. But these behaviors didn't result in serious legal consequences or intervention that might have prevented his later crimes. By his late teens, Keyes had rejected his family's religious beliefs and declared himself an atheist, causing a significant rift with his family. This rejection of their ideology seemed to remove what little moral framework he might have had. In July 1998, at age 20, Keyes enlisted in the United States Army. He served from 1998 to 2001, including time stationed in Egypt and at Fort Lewis in Washington state. His military service was unremarkable. He achieved the rank of specialist and received an honorable discharge. Nothing about his military record suggested the darkness that lay beneath. His service gave him training, discipline, and experience that he would later apply to his crimes. After leaving the military, Keyes moved around the United States before eventually settling in Alaska in 2007. He had a daughter with a girlfriend, and by all accounts, he was a devoted father who loved his child deeply. This genuine love for his daughter seems to have been one of the few authentic emotions Keyes experienced, and he would later express concern about how his crimes would affect her. Keyes worked as a handyman and contractor, eventually starting his own business, Keyes Construction, in Alaska. He was reliable, skilled, and professional. Clients trusted him with keys to their homes, with access to their properties while they were away, with intimate details of their lives and security systems. He seemed like exactly the kind of honest, hard-working contractor everyone hopes to find. But during this same period, Israel Keyes was committing murders, bank robberies, arsons, burglaries, and other crimes across the United States, and he was doing so in a way specifically designed to prevent law enforcement from ever connecting the dots or identifying him as the perpetrator. Keyes had studied other serial killers extensively. He read about famous cases, understood how they'd been caught, and learned from their mistakes. He understood the methods law enforcement used to track and profile serial offenders, and he structured his crimes specifically to defeat those methods. Most serial killers have patterns that eventually lead to their capture. They target a specific type of victim. They operate in a specific geographic area. They use consistent methods. These patterns allow investigators to identify connections between crimes and eventually track down the perpetrator through geographical profiling, victim pattern analysis, and other investigative techniques. Keyes deliberately avoided all patterns. He had no consistent victim type. He killed both men and women of various ages and backgrounds. He didn't operate in any specific geographic region. He traveled thousands of miles between crimes, flying to different parts of the country to commit murders far from where he lived. He used different methods for different murders. He was specifically trying to be unprofilable, untrackable, impossible to catch through traditional investigative methods. His planning was meticulous and demonstrated extremely long-term thinking. Years before committing murders, Keyes would travel to different parts of the country and bury kill kits in remote locations. These kits contained weapons, tools, restraints, cash, and other items he might need to commit crimes. He would carefully document the locations and later retrieve the kits when he was ready to kill. This meant he could fly to a region where he had a kill kit buried, rent a car using cash and possibly fake identification, drive to a random location, select a victim he'd never seen before, commit the crime using tools that couldn't be traced to him, and then disappear back to Alaska. The crime would appear to be a local murder, with no connection to anyone outside the immediate area. Keyes funded these activities through bank robberies, which he committed with the same calculated approach, traveling far from home, targeting small banks with poor security, taking enough money to fund his activities, but not enough to trigger major federal investigations. Investigators believe Keyes killed at least 8 people, though he hinted at more, and the actual number remains unknown. His confirmed victims include Bill and Lorraine Currier of Vermont, whom he murdered in June 2011, and Samantha Koenig of Alaska, whom he abducted and killed in February 2012. The Currier murder demonstrates Keyes' methodology perfectly. In 2009, 2 years before the murder, Keyes traveled to Vermont and buried a kill kit in the woods near Essex. In June 2011, he flew to Chicago, rented a car, and drove to Vermont. He retrieved his kill kit, which contained a gun and other tools. He then spent time scouting the area and identified the Curriers' home. On the night of June 8, 2011, he broke into their home, tied up Bill Currier, age 50, and Lorraine Currier, age 55, forced them into their own vehicle and drove them to an abandoned farmhouse he'd scouted in advance. There, he shot Bill, sexually assaulted and strangled Lorraine, and then dismembered their bodies, disposing of the remains in different locations where they have never been found. Keyes then drove back to Chicago, returned his rental car, flew home to Alaska, and resumed his normal life. To investigators in Vermont, this appeared to be a local crime with no obvious suspect. Keyes was a devoted father to his young daughter. His girlfriend and her family had no idea about his crimes. His clients in Alaska trusted him completely, hired him for jobs, recommended him to friends. He maintained his contracting business successfully while secretly flying around the country to commit murders. He was hiding in plain sight by being extremely ordinary in his local community while committing horrors far away where no one would connect them to him. But Keyes made a critical error with his final victim. On February 1, 2012, he impulsively abducted 18-year-old Samantha Koenig from the Common Grounds espresso stand where she worked in Anchorage. This was highly unusual for Keyes. He typically traveled far from home to commit crimes and planned them meticulously rather than acting impulsively. But on this night, he kidnapped Samantha, took her to his house, where he sexually assaulted and killed her, and then left her body in a shed on his property while he went on a pre-planned 2-week cruise with his daughter and girlfriend. After returning from the cruise, Keyes retrieved Samantha's body, which had been frozen by Alaska's winter temperatures. In a particularly disturbing act, he applied makeup to her face and sewed her eyes open with fishing line to make her appear alive, then took a photograph of her holding a recent newspaper. He sent this photo to her family along with a ransom demand, hoping to make them believe she was still alive and being held for ransom. He then dismembered her body and disposed of it in Matanuska Lake, north of Anchorage. Keyes began withdrawing money from Samantha's stolen bank account as he traveled through the southwestern United States. This left a digital trail. ATM cameras captured images of his rental car in various locations, and police were able to track his movements. On March 13, 2012, Texas Highway Patrol Corporal Brian Henry pulled over Keyes in the parking lot of the Cotton Patch Cafe in Lufkin, Texas. A search of his vehicle revealed evidence linking him to Samantha's abduction, including her debit card. During interrogation, Keyes was cooperative but calculated in what he revealed. He confessed to the Koenig and Currier murders in detail, providing information that allowed investigators to verify his involvement. But he remained vague about other crimes, hinting at additional victims but not providing specific details. He seemed to enjoy controlling the flow of information, keeping investigators guessing about the full extent of his crimes. Keyes expressed genuine concern about his daughter, stating he didn't want her to grow up knowing about his crimes or suffering because of his actions. He said, "I want my kid to have a chance to grow up. You know, she's in a safe place now. She's not going to see any of this. I want her to have a chance to grow up and not have all this hanging over her head." This concern for his daughter appears to have been authentic, one of the few genuine emotions investigators observed in him. On December 2, 2012, while being held in the Anchorage Correctional Complex awaiting trial, Israel Keyes committed suicide. Despite being on suicide watch, he managed to use a razor blade to cut his wrist and then strangled himself with a bedsheet. He left behind a 4-page suicide note written in verse that reflected on his crimes and American society, but provided no specific information about other victims. His death brought an abrupt end to the case and left many questions unanswered about the full extent of his killing spree. Keyes's death left law enforcement with more questions than answers. How many people did he actually kill? Where are the other victims? What other crimes did he commit? Investigators continue to work on cases that might be connected to Keyes, but without his cooperation, many of these cases may remain unsolved. The Keyes case represents a new kind of challenge for law enforcement. He wasn't a killer who could be caught through traditional profiling or pattern recognition because he specifically structured his crimes to avoid patterns. He deliberately traveled thousands of miles between crimes, selected random victims, used buried weapons that couldn't be traced, and maintained a completely normal life in his home community. He hid in plain sight, not by being a beloved community figure or a church leader, but by being so methodical and calculated that his crimes couldn't be connected to him. For the people who knew Keyes, his girlfriend, his daughter, his clients, his neighbors, the revelation of his crimes was devastating. He'd seemed like a good father, a skilled worker, a quiet but friendly member of the community. The gap between who he appeared to be and what he actually was represents one of the most extreme examples of successful deception. The confirmed victims of Israel Keyes: Bill Currier, age 50, an engineer; Lorraine Currier, age 55, a registered nurse; and Samantha Koenig, age 18, a young woman just starting her adult life, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill and Lorraine were a couple who'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their disappearance was initially treated as a possible voluntary departure, and it took years before their case was connected to Keyes. Samantha Koenig was working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. Her abduction and murder galvanized the community and led to intense media coverage that ultimately contributed to Keyes's capture. There are likely other families who don't know that their missing loved ones were victims of Israel Keyes. He hinted at murders in various states, mentioned burying victims in remote locations, and suggested his kill count was higher than the confirmed cases. Some families may never get answers or closure. Keyes's ability to hide his crimes through methodical planning and geographic dispersal represents a nightmare scenario for law enforcement. A killer who specifically studies how to avoid detection and implements those strategies with military precision and complete lack of remorse. The science behind the mask. Understanding how these killers successfully hid in plain sight requires examining the intersection of psychology, neuroscience, and social dynamics. Researchers have made significant progress in understanding the mechanisms that allow such extreme deception. From a neurological perspective, studies using brain imaging technology have revealed differences in the brains of individuals with psychopathic traits compared to normal populations. The amygdala, which processes emotions like fear and empathy, often shows reduced activity in individuals with psychopathic personality disorder. The prefrontal cortex, which governs impulse control, decision-making, and planning, may show unusual patterns of activation. The ventromedial prefrontal cortex, associated with moral reasoning and emotional regulation, may function differently. Research published in journals like the Archives of General Psychiatry has shown that psychopathic individuals may process emotional information differently at a neural level. When shown images designed to elicit empathic responses, such as people in pain, Their brains don't show the same activation patterns as non-psychopathic individuals. This suggests that their lack of empathy isn't just a choice or character flaw, but may have a biological component. However, experts emphasize that brain differences don't excuse behavior or remove responsibility. Many people with neurological variations never commit crimes. The brain differences may create predispositions or make certain behaviors easier, but choices and actions remain the individual's responsibility. Furthermore, not all violent criminals show these brain differences, and not all people with these brain differences become violent. From a psychological standpoint, the concept of compartmentalization is central to understanding how killers maintain their facades. Compartmentalization is a defense mechanism where contradictory thoughts, feelings, or activities are kept separate to avoid psychological discomfort. Clinical psychologists note that everyone uses compartmentalization to some degree. We might keep work stress separate from family time, for instance. But for serial killers like Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keyes, compartmentalization becomes extreme. Forensic psychologists describe this as creating entirely separate psychological spaces for their murderous activities and their normal lives. Dennis Rader called this cubing, his own terminology for maintaining separate compartments for church Dennis, work Dennis, family Dennis, and killer Dennis. Some research has suggested this extreme compartmentalization may be related to dissociation, a psychological process where aspects of identity, memory, or consciousness become disconnected. However, forensic psychologists emphasize that serial killers are generally not experiencing true dissociative disorders like dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder. They're consciously choosing to engage in violence and consciously working to hide it. The compartmentalization is a tool they use, not a mental illness that excuses their behavior. The social psychological aspect is equally important in understanding how these killers succeed. Research in social cognition has shown that we use mental shortcuts called heuristics to make quick judgments about people. Does someone dress appropriately? Do they have a job? Do they participate in community activities? Do they smile and make eye contact? These heuristics usually serve us well, allowing us to navigate social situations efficiently without conducting background checks on everyone we meet. But skilled manipulators can exploit these heuristics by presenting the right surface indicators, appropriate dress, stable employment, community involvement, friendly demeanor. They trigger our mental shortcuts that categorize them as safe and trustworthy. This is why Rader's position as a church president, Gacy's work as a clown, and Bundy's law student status were such effective cover. These roles come with built-in assumptions of trustworthiness. Research has also identified the fundamental attribution error, our tendency to attribute others' behavior to their character while attributing our own behavior to circumstances. When we see someone being helpful or kind, we tend to think, that's a good person, rather than, that person is behaving helpfully in this moment. This makes it difficult for us to believe that someone who consistently acts friendly could be capable of violence. The just world hypothesis, our desire to believe the world is fair and orderly, also plays a role. We want to believe that bad things happen to people who somehow deserve them, and that good things happen to good people. This makes it psychologically difficult to accept that your neighbor, who helps with yard work and attends church, could be a murderer. Our brains resist information that contradicts our need for an orderly, predictable world. Research in social psychology has also shown that authority and social roles create additional cover for predators. Studies like the famous Stanford Prison Experiment and Milgram obedience experiments demonstrated how powerfully social roles can influence behavior and perception. When someone is in a position of authority or respect, a church leader, a businessman, a volunteer, we're less likely to question their behavior or motives, even when warning signs are present. The phenomenon of cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort we experience when confronted with contradictory information, helps explain why people close to these killers often struggled to accept the truth, even when evidence mounted. The contradiction between "my neighbor is a friendly person" and "my neighbor is a serial killer" creates such intense psychological discomfort that people's brains may resist accepting the new information, instead finding ways to explain it away or minimize it. Research into criminal profiling has evolved significantly in response to cases like these. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, established in the 1970s, pioneered the use of psychological profiling to investigate serial crimes. Early profiling divided killers into organized and disorganized types, with organized killers being those who plan carefully, maintain control, and often lead normal-appearing lives, like the killers we've discussed. Modern profiling recognizes greater complexity and diversity in how serial offenders operate. Research published in journals like the Journal of Forensic Sciences has refined our understanding of different offender types, motivational structures, and behavioral patterns. Investigators now recognize that there's no single serial killer type, and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns, as Israel Keyes did. Forensic psychology has also advanced in understanding the motivation structures of serial killers. While popular culture often focuses on sexual motivations, research suggests that power, control, and domination are more central to many serial killers' psychology than sexual gratification per se. The sexual component, when present, is often more about exerting power than about desire or pleasure. The FBI's creation of the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, VICAP, in 1985 was a direct response to cases of killers who operated across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keyes earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. Advances in forensic science have dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology has been revolutionary. Gary Ridgway was caught because DNA techniques that didn't exist when he first came under suspicion in the 1980s were able to match his DNA to evidence from victims in 2001. Similarly, DNA evidence has been used to solve cold cases and connect crimes that seemed unrelated. Digital forensics has become equally important. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk led investigators to him. Modern killers leave digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, ATM cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. However, significant challenges remain in detecting and stopping serial killers who successfully hide in plain sight. The balance between civil liberties and public safety is delicate. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. Resource limitations affect investigation quality. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be. The need for better communication and cooperation between jurisdictions remains crucial. Israel Keys specifically exploited the fact that law enforcement agencies in different states often don't communicate effectively about crimes. Breaking down these barriers, sharing information more readily, and looking for connections across geographic boundaries are essential for catching mobile offenders. Understanding these scientific and social mechanisms isn't just academically interesting, it has practical implications for public safety, investigation techniques, and community awareness. The more we understand about how these killers operate and how they successfully deceive others, the better equipped we are to recognize warning signs and prevent future tragedies. The impact on communities and families. The revelation that a serial killer has been living among them has profound and lasting effects on communities and families that extend far beyond the immediate circle of victims. The psychological trauma ripples outward, touching everyone who had contact with the killer or who lives in the affected community. For family members of the killers themselves, the discovery creates a unique and devastating form of trauma. They must simultaneously grieve the loss of the person they thought they knew while grappling with the horror of who that person actually was. Dennis Rader's wife Paula and their children Kerry and Brian had to face an impossible reality. The husband and father they'd known for decades was BTK. Paula immediately filed for an emergency divorce on July 26, 2005, waiving the normal 60-day waiting period. She released a statement saying that neither she nor her children had any suspicion of his crimes. But the legal dissolution of marriage couldn't erase 34 years of shared life or the questions that haunted her. Had she missed signs? Could she have done something? How could the man who'd been her partner, who'd raised their children, who'd shared her bed, be capable of such horrors? Their daughter, Kerry Rawson, has been the most public of Rader's family members in addressing the trauma. In her 2019 book, A Serial Killer's Daughter, My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming. And in the 2025 Netflix documentary, My Father, the BTK Killer, she shared her journey of trying to reconcile the father she remembered, who attended her school events, who taught her to drive, who walked her down the aisle at her wedding with the serial killer he actually was. Kerry described the moment of his arrest. She was at work when FBI agents came to tell her that her father had been arrested for the BTK murders. Her first reaction was disbelief, then anger, then a profound sense of betrayal. She wrote about the agonizing process of going through childhood memories, analyzing every moment for signs she'd missed. She described the guilt she felt, wondering if she could have somehow stopped him if she'd been more perceptive. In letters Rader wrote to Kerry from prison, he showed a disturbing mix of apparent fatherly affection and complete lack of genuine remorse. He wrote things like, "You will always be my baby girl I raised right," and referred to his crimes as the dark side that took me away, as if his murders were something that happened to him rather than choices he made. Kerry eventually stopped responding to most of his letters, recognizing that his apparent emotions were more about his own needs than genuine concern for her well-being. The Rader children have largely stayed out of public life, attempting to build identities separate from their father's crimes, but the name Rader is forever associated with BTK in Wichita and beyond, making anonymity difficult. John Wayne Gacy's family experienced similar trauma. His ex-wife, Carol Hoff, discovered that the man she'd been married to, the man who'd been stepfather to her daughters, had been murdering young men and burying them under the house where her family had lived. She expressed profound relief that her daughters hadn't been harmed, but struggled with questions about how she'd missed the signs. She'd noticed strange smells, unusual behavior, evidence that something was wrong, but she'd never imagined murder. Gacy's mother and sister also struggled to reconcile the family member they'd known with the killer revealed in court. His mother maintained until her death that she believed there was some mistake, that the John she knew couldn't have done these things. This denial, while psychologically understandable, prevented her from fully accepting reality. Ted Bundy's long-term girlfriend, Elizabeth Kendall, wrote about her experience in The Phantom Prince, My Life with Ted Bundy. She described the slow, horrifying realization that the man she loved, the man she'd considered marrying, might be responsible for the murders she'd been reading about in the newspapers. She'd even reported him to police at one point, but his charm and the cognitive dissonance of suspecting someone so seemingly normal had made her doubt her own instincts. After his execution, she expressed relief that he could never hurt anyone again, but also grief for the person she'd thought he was. Bundy's ex-wife, Carol Ann Boone, whom he married during his trial, maintained his innocence for years, even after his conviction. She divorced him in 1986, several years before his execution, after finally accepting that he was guilty. She and their daughter subsequently disappeared from public life, presumably to escape the association with his crimes. For Gary Ridgway's third wife, Judith Mawson, the revelation came completely out of nowhere. She'd been married to him for over a decade and later wrote that she had no suspicions whatsoever. In her book, Green River, Running Red, she described her shock and horror at his arrest. She'd known Gary as a devoted husband who read the Bible with her, who seemed to care deeply about their relationship. The discovery that he was the Green River Killer shattered her understanding of reality. Judith described analyzing every moment of their marriage, looking for clues she'd missed. She realized that his sometimes early departures for work, which he'd explained as overtime, might have been when he was killing. She remembered times when he'd come home late or seemed distracted, behaviors she'd attributed to work stress, but which now took on sinister new meanings. Israel Keyes's girlfriend faced unique trauma. Not only had the father of her child been a serial killer, but their daughter was young enough that she would grow up with this knowledge. How do you explain to a child that their father, who by all accounts loved them genuinely, was also a methodical murderer? How do you help them process that duality? Keyes's girlfriend has remained completely out of public view, presumably to protect their daughter's privacy and give her a chance at a normal life. The broader communities affected by these killers also struggled profoundly. Wichita, Kansas, lived under the shadow of BTK for 30 years. Every unsolved murder, every unexplained death was potentially connected to BTK. Parents warned children to be careful. Women lived in fear. The community was traumatized by the unknown killer in their midst. When Dennis Rader was revealed as BTK, the response was complex. There was relief that the killer had been caught and would face justice. But there was also a disturbing realization. The killer hadn't been some mysterious figure operating from shadows. He'd been right there all along, writing parking tickets, measuring grass, sitting in church pews, volunteering with Boy Scouts. The predator had been hiding in plain sight in a way that made everyone question their judgment and their safety. The Norwood Park neighborhood in Chicago, where John Wayne Gacy lived, was traumatized by the discovery of 29 bodies buried under his house. The excavation became a media spectacle, with news crews broadcasting images of investigators removing remains. Neighbors gathered behind police tape, trying to process how such horror had existed right next door to them. Many neighbors reported feeling guilt. They'd socialized with Gacy, attended his parties, sent their children to events where he performed as Pogo the Clown. Some had noticed strange smells or odd behaviors but hadn't thought to report them. The question, "How could I not have known?" haunted many residents for years. For families of Gacy's victims, the trial was particularly traumatic. They had to sit through detailed descriptions of how their loved ones had died, presented in a courtroom setting that felt clinical and detached. They had to watch Gacy, who showed no genuine remorse and even seemed to enjoy the attention. The legal process, while necessary for justice, felt like it gave the killer exactly what he wanted: notoriety and an audience. Many of Gacy's victims had been dismissed by authorities as runaways before their connection to Gacy was discovered. Their families had reported them missing, but the cases hadn't been investigated as vigorously as they might have been if the victims had come from different backgrounds. This added another layer of pain, the feeling that society hadn't valued their loved ones' lives enough to search for them properly. The families of Ted Bundy's victims dealt with unique challenges because of Bundy's celebrity status. The trials were televised, making the proceedings public entertainment. Bundy's good looks and charm meant that some people, shockingly, became fans, writing to him in prison, attending his trials to support him. This Bundy groupies phenomenon was deeply disturbing to victims' families, who had to watch people romanticize the man who'd killed their daughters and sisters. For Gary Ridgway's victims' families, many dealt with the additional pain of societal stigma. Because many of Ridgway's victims were sex workers or women struggling with addiction, some people, including some law enforcement officers, didn't prioritize their cases as they should have. Families reported feeling that their loved ones weren't considered worthy victims, that their cases were treated as less important. This added to their grief and rage. The identification of victims decades after their deaths brought closure to some families, but also reopened old wounds. When remains found in 1985 were finally identified in 2023 as Lori Ann Razpotnik, her family finally knew what had happened to her, but they also had to grieve all over again, confronting the reality of how she died after decades of not knowing. For Israel Keys's victims' families, the fact that he committed suicide before revealing the full extent of his crimes left them with painful questions that may never be answered. Bill and Lorraine Currier's family had to grapple with the fact that their bodies were never found, denying them even the closure of proper burial. Keys hinted at other victims but never provided enough information for investigators to identify them or locate remains. Victims' families often describe feeling that they're expected to move on, to find closure, to heal, but that's not always possible. The loss of a loved one to murder is traumatic enough, but when that murder was committed by someone who was hiding in plain sight, someone who seemed normal and trustworthy, it adds another layer of psychological complexity that makes healing even more difficult. Some families have channeled their trauma into advocacy. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state-level victims' rights groups have been founded or supported by families of murder victims. These organizations work to improve how missing persons cases are investigated, push for changes in how law enforcement handles serial crime investigations, advocate for victims' rights in the legal system, and provide support for other families going through similar traumas. But not all families can find purpose in their pain. For some, the trauma is simply overwhelming, the loss too great to build anything from. They cope as best they can, day by day, carrying grief that will never fully heal. There's no right way to respond to such trauma, and families shouldn't be judged for how they handle an impossible situation. Therapists who work with families of serial killer victims describe unique challenges in these cases. The randomness of victimization, the fact that these people were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, makes it harder to find meaning or explanation. There's no reason that can make sense of why this happened. The discovery that the killer was someone who seemed normal, who was hiding in plain sight, undermines basic assumptions about safety and security that therapy often relies on to help trauma survivors rebuild their lives. If you can't trust your ability to identify dangerous people, how do you feel safe in the world? This is a question that many survivors and family members struggle with for years or even the rest of their lives. Communities do eventually recover, though they're changed by the experience. Wichita moved forward after BTK's capture, though the city will always be associated with Dennis Rader. The northwest Chicago suburbs healed after Gacy's execution, though the neighborhood where he lived carries that history. The Seattle area has processed the Green River Killer case, though families are still finding answers decades later. But these places and these families carry scars. The names Rader, Gacy, Bundy, Ridgway, and Keyes remain burned into collective memories as reminders that predators can wear friendly faces, live in normal houses, and participate in community life while secretly destroying lives. Lessons and modern detection. The cases we've examined force us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and social dynamics, but they also provide insights that experts believe can help prevent future tragedies. Law enforcement, psychology, and forensic science have all evolved in response to these killers, developing better tools for detection and investigation. Perhaps the most important lesson is that surface appearances are fundamentally unreliable indicators of danger. Community involvement, religious devotion, professional success, charm, intelligence, physical attractiveness, none of these protect against predatory behavior. In fact, research suggests that sophisticated predators deliberately cultivate these traits precisely because they know we use them as mental shortcuts for assessing trustworthiness. This means we need to be more willing to question surface impressions and take seriously warning signs even when they come from seemingly unlikely sources. When sex workers reported violence by Gary Ridgway in the 1980s, some investigators dismissed their reports as less credible because of the victim's profession. This bias, the assumption that reports from marginalized people are less trustworthy, allowed Ridgway to continue killing for years. Better training in recognizing and setting aside social biases is crucial for law enforcement. The importance of believing victims and taking all reports seriously cannot be overstated. Many serial killers have early victims who reported assaults or suspicious behavior, but these reports were dismissed or not investigated thoroughly. In Gacy's case, young men reported being attacked or threatened by him, but often these reports weren't taken seriously because of the victims' backgrounds or because Gacy seemed like an upstanding citizen. If even one of these reports had been investigated more thoroughly and believed, how many lives might have been saved? Modern forensic science has dramatically improved law enforcement's ability to investigate and solve these crimes. DNA technology was crucial in finally catching Gary Ridgway after nearly 2 decades. The saliva sample collected from him in 1987 couldn't be effectively analyzed with the technology available at the time, but when new DNA testing methods were developed and applied in 2001, the evidence conclusively linked him to multiple victims. DNA databases like CODIS, Combined DNA Index System, allow investigators to compare DNA evidence from crime scenes to samples from convicted offenders and arrestees. This has solved countless cold cases and linked crimes that seemed unrelated. The technology continues to advance, with forensic genealogy using consumer DNA databases to identify suspects through family connections, becoming a powerful new tool. Digital forensics has become equally important in modern investigations. Dennis Rader was caught partly because metadata on a floppy disk he sent to media led investigators directly to him. Today's killers leave extensive digital footprints through cell phone records, internet searches, GPS data, social media activity, ATM cameras, traffic cameras, and countless other sources that didn't exist for earlier generations of offenders. The development of VICAP, Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, by the FBI in 1985 represented a crucial step forward in coordinating investigations across jurisdictions. VICAP is a database that allows law enforcement agencies to enter information about violent crimes and search for patterns that might connect cases across different locations. This system might have caught someone like Israel Keys earlier by connecting seemingly unrelated murders across state lines. However, VICAP relies on agencies voluntarily entering data, and not all jurisdictions participate fully. Improving interagency communication and data sharing remains an ongoing challenge. Different agencies use different systems, have different protocols, and sometimes compete rather than cooperate. Breaking down these barriers is essential for catching offenders who cross jurisdictional boundaries. Criminal profiling has evolved significantly since its early days. The FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, formerly the Behavioral Science Unit, continues to refine profiling techniques based on research and experience. Modern profilers understand that there's no single serial killer type, and that skilled offenders will deliberately structure their behavior to avoid fitting expected patterns. Geographic profiling, analyzing the spatial patterns of crime scenes to identify likely offender locations, has become a valuable tool. Research has shown that serial offenders often commit crimes in areas they're familiar with, and their crime locations often cluster around their home or workplace in predictable ways. Software programs can analyze crime scene locations and generate probability maps of where the offender likely lives or works. Experts emphasize that community awareness and education play important roles in prevention and early detection, teaching people about manipulation tactics, about how predators operate, about the fact that dangerous people don't always look dangerous. This education can potentially prevent victimization. Programs that teach children about appropriate boundaries, about trusting their instincts, about reporting uncomfortable situations, have proven valuable. Research suggests that many child victims of abuse had uncomfortable feelings about the abuser but didn't report them because the abuser was someone trusted by adults, like a teacher, coach, or family friend. Teaching children that it's okay to report when something feels wrong, even if it involves someone adults trust, can help protect them. The legal system has made improvements in response to lessons learned from serial killer cases, though challenges remain. Mandatory reporting laws for suspected abuse exist in all states, requiring certain professionals like teachers, doctors, and therapists to report suspected abuse to authorities. Better protocols for investigating missing persons have been implemented in many jurisdictions, with guidelines requiring thorough investigation rather than waiting periods before taking reports seriously. Victim support systems have improved, with victim advocacy programs helping families navigate the legal system and access resources. Victim impact statements are now allowed in most jurisdictions, giving families a voice in legal proceedings. Some states have enacted victims' rights amendments to their constitutions, providing legal protections for victims and their families. However, significant challenges remain in balancing civil liberties with public safety. We can't investigate everyone who seems slightly unusual or intrude into private lives without cause. The freedoms that make democratic society possible also create spaces where predators can operate. This tension between liberty and security is ongoing and doesn't have simple solutions. Resource limitations affect investigation quality significantly. Thorough investigations are expensive and time-consuming. Many law enforcement agencies, particularly in smaller jurisdictions, lack the resources to conduct extensive investigations of every suspicious circumstance. This means some warning signs may not be pursued as thoroughly as they should be. Advocacy for adequate funding for law enforcement training, forensic labs, and investigative resources is important. The digital age has created new challenges and new opportunities. Predators can now research victims online, learn about investigation techniques through the internet, communicate with potential victims through social media and apps. The same technology that can be used for investigation can also be used to facilitate crime. But these same technologies also leave extensive digital footprints that investigators can follow. The challenge is developing the expertise and tools to effectively use digital evidence while respecting privacy rights. This requires ongoing training for investigators, updated laws that address digital evidence, and cooperation from technology companies. Research into the psychology of predatory behavior continues to advance. Studies examining the neurobiological, psychological, and social factors that contribute to violent behavior help us understand why some people become predators while others with similar backgrounds don't. This research may eventually lead to better early intervention strategies, though predicting who will become violent remains extremely difficult. Some warning signs that research has identified as potentially significant include a history of escalating antisocial behavior, particularly involving violence, fascination with violence, weapons, or violent crime, cruelty to animals, collecting items associated with violence, lack of empathy or inability to form genuine emotional connections, manipulative behavior across multiple contexts, a pattern of violating others' boundaries, and significant inconsistencies between public presentation and private behavior. However, experts caution that these signs are not definitive. Many people might display one or more of these characteristics without being dangerous. Conversely, sophisticated predators may successfully hide all of these signs. The indicators should prompt careful attention and potentially further investigation, not immediate judgment or action. The role of mental health services in prevention is complex. While most people with mental illnesses are not violent, and most serial killers are not mentally ill in the clinical sense, better access to mental health services might help identify and intervene with individuals who are developing dangerous patterns of thought or behavior. Early intervention when concerning behaviors are identified could potentially prevent some violence, though this is difficult to prove and implement. Education about healthy relationships, appropriate sexuality, respect for boundaries, and emotional regulation starting from childhood may help prevent the development of predatory behavior in some cases. While we can't prevent all violence, creating a society that better addresses the factors that contribute to violent behavior could potentially reduce it. The media's role in covering these cases deserves consideration. While public awareness is important, the celebrity status sometimes afforded to serial killers may actually encourage certain individuals. Coverage that focuses on victims' humanity rather than the killer's notoriety, that provides useful information without sensationalizing violence, and that respects families' privacy while still informing the public serves society better than coverage that turns killers into infamous celebrities. Research continues into the neurobiology, psychology, and sociology of violent behavior. Each new study contributes to our collective understanding. Advances in brain imaging, genetics, psychology, and criminology all contribute to a more complete picture of how and why some people become predators. The hope is that future generations will be better equipped to protect themselves and their communities from those who would hide in plain sight. By understanding how these predators operate, by improving our systems for detection and response, by believing victims and taking reports seriously, by advancing forensic science and investigative techniques, we can work toward a safer future. But we must also be realistic. There will likely always be individuals who choose to harm others, and some of them will be skilled at hiding their true nature. Vigilance, awareness, and strong systems of justice and support remain essential. Conclusion: remembering the victims. As we've journeyed through these disturbing cases, examining how serial killers successfully hid in plain sight by maintaining convincing facades of normalcy, it's crucial that we end by refocusing on what matters most: the victims. Dennis Rader, John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, Gary Ridgway, and Israel Keyes wouldn't be remembered at all if not for the lives they destroyed. The victims of these killers weren't statistics or case numbers. They were people, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, friends and neighbors. They had dreams and aspirations. They had favorite foods and songs. They had inside jokes with friends and traditions with family. They had potential futures that were stolen from them. Joseph Otero, age 38, was a loving husband and father who'd moved his family from Puerto Rico to Wichita, Kansas, for better opportunities. He worked at the Coleman Company, providing for his family, building a life in America. Julie Otero, age 34, was a devoted mother who cared deeply for her 5 children. Joseph Jr., age 9, loved baseball and had dreams of playing professionally someday. Josephine, age 11, was a bright, creative student who loved drawing. Dennis Rader took all of them on a single winter morning, destroying an entire family and leaving 3 surviving Otero children orphaned and traumatized. Catherine Bright, age 21, was starting her adult life with excitement about the future. She worked at the Coleman Company and was known for her friendly personality and work ethic. When Rader attacked her, her brother Kevin was there and tried desperately to save her, sustaining a gunshot wound in the process. Catherine fought for her life, as evidenced by her defensive wounds, but ultimately succumbed to her injuries. Shirley Vian, age 26, was doing her best to raise 3 young children while dealing with illness. When Rader locked her children in the bathroom and killed their mother, he traumatized those children in ways that would affect them for the rest of their lives. Nancy Fox, age 25, was an independent young woman living on her own and working to support herself. Maureen Hedge, age 53, was a neighbor who lived just 6 doors down from Rader, close enough that he could watch her routines. Vicky Wegerle, age 28, was a talented pianist and devoted mother. Dolores Davis, age 62, was a beloved grandmother in her community. Each of these 10 confirmed victims of BTK had families who loved them, who reported them missing, who searched for answers, who grieved their loss. Their names deserve to be remembered. Joseph Otero, Julie Otero, Joseph Otero Jr., Josephine Otero, Catherine Bright, Shirley Vian, Nancy Fox, Maureen Hedge, Vicky Wegerle, and Dolores Davis. John Wayne Gacy's 33 victims included many young men and boys who had their whole lives ahead of them. Timothy McCoy, age 16, was traveling through Chicago when he encountered Gacy. John Butkovich, age 17, worked for Gacy's construction company and disappeared in 1975. His family searched for him desperately, not knowing he was buried under Gacy's house. Darrell Sampson, 18, Randall Reffett, 15, Samuel Stapleton, 14. These were teenagers, some still in school, some just starting work, all with potential that would never be realized. Robert Piest, age 15, was the victim whose disappearance finally led to Gacy's capture. He was a good student, close to his family, excited about a potential job opportunity. His mother's determination to find her son and her insistence that police investigate Gacy led to the breakthrough that brought down one of America's most prolific serial killers. The Piest family's persistence demonstrates the importance of families advocating for their missing loved ones. 5 of Gacy's victims remain unidentified even today. Young men whose families may still wonder what happened to them, who may still hope they'll return home someday. These unidentified victims deserve names and recognition, and efforts continue to identify them through DNA and other forensic techniques. Ted Bundy's confirmed 30 victims, though the actual number may be higher, included bright, accomplished young women with promising futures. Linda Ann Healy, age 21, was a psychology student who worked as a radio announcer. She was intelligent, ambitious, and well-liked by everyone who knew her. Donna Gale Manson, 19, Susan Rancourt, 18, Kathy Parks, 20, Brenda Ball, 22, Georgianne Hawkins, 18. These women were students, workers, daughters, sisters. Janice Ott, age 23, worked as a probation caseworker, helping troubled youth. She was literally dedicating her life to helping others when Bundy killed her. Denise Nasland, age 19, worked as a computer programmer, a skilled professional building a career. Margaret Bowman and Lisa Levy, both 21, were sorority sisters with their whole lives ahead of them. Kimberly Leach was only 12 years old, a child taken from her school, her life barely begun. Each of these women had families who loved them, friends who missed them, potential that was destroyed. They deserved long lives, the opportunity to accomplish their goals, to love and be loved, to contribute to the world. Bundy stole all of that from them. Gary Ridgway's 49 confirmed victims were women who deserve to be remembered with dignity and respect. Many were vulnerable women struggling with addiction or poverty, some engaged in sex work to survive. Their vulnerability didn't make their lives less valuable. It made their murders even more tragic because they were already in difficult circumstances and needed help, not violence. Wendy Lee Caulfield, age 16, was a runaway who could have been helped, who could have gotten her life back on track. Tammy Lyles, age 16, and Lori Ann Raspotnik, age 15, were just children who ran away from difficult home situations and encountered a predator instead of safety. These young women needed protection and support, not murder. Many of Ridgway's victims were adults, trying to survive difficult circumstances. Deborah Bonner, 23, Marcia Chapman, 31, Giselle Lovvorn, 17, Opal Mills, 16, Cynthia Hines, 17. Each had a story, a family, a life that mattered. The fact that some struggled with addiction or engaged in sex work doesn't make their murders less tragic or their lives less valuable. Israel Keyes's confirmed victims, Bill Currier, age 50, Lorraine Currier, age 55, and Samantha Koenig, age 18, represent just a fraction of the lives he may have destroyed. Bill was an engineer, Lorraine, a registered nurse. They'd been married for years, living their normal lives in Vermont. Their abduction and murder shocked their community, and the fact that their bodies were never found denied their family the closure of proper burial. Samantha Koenig was just 18 years old, working at a coffee stand to save money, making plans for her future. She was taken in a random act of violence by a killer who specifically traveled around the country to commit crimes that couldn't be connected. Her abduction galvanized her community and led to the intensive investigation that ultimately captured Keyes. There are likely other victims of Israel Keyes whose families don't even know their loved ones were murdered by him. He hinted at murders in various states, but died before revealing details. Some families may never get answers. The victims of these killers, all of them, deserve to be remembered as people first, as individuals with their own stories, their own worth, their own importance that exists independently of the killers who took their lives. They were people who laughed and cried, who had favorite movies and foods, who had dreams and fears, who loved and were loved. Their families have shown remarkable courage. Some have worked to change laws, to improve how missing persons are investigated, to ensure that other families don't suffer as they have. Some have simply tried to survive their grief, to find a way to keep living in a world that has become unimaginably painful. All of them deserve our respect, our compassion, and our support. Organizations like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the National Organization for Victim Assistance, and various state and local victim advocacy groups work to support families of victims, to improve investigation and prosecution of crimes, and to ensure that victims' voices are heard in the legal system. These organizations deserve support from those who want to honor victims and prevent future tragedies. As we've explored the disturbing reality of serial killers who hide in plain sight, we've learned important lessons about how predators operate, how social psychology can be exploited, how systems can fail, and how forensic science and investigation techniques continue to improve. But the most important lesson is this: we must never allow the fascination with the killer to eclipse the humanity of their victims. The victims of BTK, of Gacy, of Bundy, of Ridgway, of Keyes, and of countless others deserve more than to be remembered merely as statistics in someone else's story. They deserve to be remembered as the people they were, as the potential they represented, as the holes they left in the hearts of those who loved them. Understanding how killers hide in plain sight, how they successfully deceive communities and families is valuable. This knowledge can potentially save lives by improving our ability to recognize warning signs, by enhancing investigative techniques, by making us all more aware of the realities of predatory behavior. But we must never lose sight of why this understanding matters. Because real people, with real families, with real dreams and potential, deserve protection. They deserve justice, and they deserve to be remembered. As you move through your own life, take from these stories what is useful. Be aware that danger doesn't always look dangerous. Trust your instincts when something feels wrong. Take seriously reports of concerning behavior, especially from vulnerable people, whose reports might otherwise be dismissed. Support systems that protect the vulnerable. Advocate for adequate resources for law enforcement and victim services. Remember that the victims of violent crime deserve dignity, respect, and justice. But above all, remember the names, remember the faces, remember the lives, because in the end, the only reason we talk about the killers at all is because of the people they killed. The victims are what matter. Their memory is what we must honor. Their lives are what we must remember. Thank you for joining me on this difficult journey through some of the darkest chapters of criminal history. These stories are painful, but they're important. They remind us to be vigilant, to be compassionate, to believe victims, and to never take safety for granted. If you found this presentation informative and handled with appropriate respect for the victims and their families, please like and subscribe to support this channel. Your support helps me continue creating well-researched, respectful true crime content that honors victims while educating about the realities of crime and justice. Take care of yourselves. Look out for each other. And remember, the most effective defense against predators is a community that pays attention, that believes victims, and that refuses to let evil hide in plain sight. This presentation is dedicated to the memory of all victims of violent crime and to their families who carry on despite unimaginable loss. Final word count, 21,847 words. The Laura Kempton Case, 42 Years of Silence. Introduction, a case that wouldn't stay cold. There are cases that detectives carry with them long after they've moved on to other assignments. Cases that haunt the quiet moments, that resurface in dreams, that refuse to settle into the comfortable numbness of filed paperwork and closed chapters. The murder of Laura Kempton was one of those cases. For 42 years, her killer walked free. For 42 years, her family waited for answers that seemed like they might never come. For 42 years, investigators in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, refused to give up on a young woman whose life was stolen on an autumn morning in 1981. This is the story of how modern science, old-fashioned determination, and the relentless march of technology finally brought justice to a case that had gone cold before most of today's investigators were even born. When we talk about cold cases, we're really talking about promises. Promises made to victims who can no longer speak for themselves. Promises made to families who deserve to know what happened and why. Promises made to communities that need to believe justice is still possible, even when years turn into decades and hope begins to feel like a luxury no one can afford anymore. The Laura Kempton case represents all of that and more. It's a story about the evolution of forensic science, about how DNA technology that didn't exist in 1981 would eventually identify a killer who had been dead for nearly 2 decades by the time he was finally named. It's a story about a police department that never stopped working the case, even when leads dried up and witnesses disappeared and the evidence seemed to point nowhere at all. But more than anything else, this is Laura's story. A 23-year-old woman with her whole life ahead of her, studying to become a hairdresser, working at local shops to make ends meet, living her life in the coastal New Hampshire city she'd made her home. She was described by everyone who knew her as an outgoing free spirit, with a big personality and a love for new wave fashion. She was the kind of person who lit up a room, who made friends easily, who had dreams and plans and a future that should have stretched out for decades ahead of her. Instead, that future was cut brutally short on September 28, 1981, in a crime so violent and senseless that it shocked a community and left investigators scrambling for answers that wouldn't come for more than 4 decades. Part 1, September 27th to 28th, 1981. The last day. September 27th, 1981, started like any other Sunday for Laura Kempton. The 23-year-old was settling into life in Portsmouth, a historic coastal city in New Hampshire, known more for its colonial architecture and maritime heritage than for violent crime. Portsmouth, in 1981, was a city in transition, still holding on to its working-class roots while beginning to attract artists and young professionals drawn to its walkable downtown and proximity to the ocean. Laura had found her place in this community. She was enrolled at Portsmouth Beauty School, pursuing her dream of becoming a hairdresser. Those who knew her said she had a natural gift for connecting with people, for making anyone feel comfortable in her presence. The beauty school wasn't just a career path for Laura, it was a calling. She understood that hairdressing was about more than cutting and styling hair. It was about the conversations that happened in the salon chair, about making people feel good about themselves, about the small moments of human connection that make up a life. To support herself while going to school, Laura worked at Macro Polo, a gift store on Market Street in downtown Portsmouth. She'd just started the job, but her co-workers were already charmed by her energy and enthusiasm. She also worked at Karen's Ice Cream Parlor, another local establishment where her big personality made her a favorite among customers. These weren't glamorous jobs, but Laura didn't complain. She was building a life, one shift at a time, one hairdressing technique mastered at a time, one day closer to the future she was working toward. That Sunday evening, Laura spent time socializing with friends. She was actively dating, enjoying the freedom of being young and single in a small city where there was always something happening, always someone to meet, always a reason to go out and experience life. The night before, she'd had a date with a man she'd been seeing casually. He'd spent the night, and they'd parted ways that morning with plans to see each other again soon. It was all perfectly normal, the kind of casual relationship many young people navigate as they figure out what they want from life and love. As the evening of September 27th turned into the early morning hours of September 28th, Laura made her way back to her apartment. She lived at 20 Chapel Street in downtown Portsmouth, in a ground-floor apartment in an older building typical of the area. These were the kinds of buildings that had been converted from larger single-family homes into multiple units with high ceilings and period details that gave them character, even if the apartments themselves were modest. Witnesses would later tell police that they saw Laura entering her apartment alone in those early morning hours. She was returning from her evening out, ready to call it a night and rest up before another week of classes and work shifts began. She had no way of knowing that someone had been inside her apartment, waiting for her to return. She had no way of knowing that she would never see another sunrise. The discovery. The morning of September 28, 1981, dawned bright and clear over Portsmouth. It was a Monday, and the city was coming to life with the usual rhythms of the work week beginning. Office workers grabbed coffee on their way to their desks. Shop owners opened their doors. Students headed to classes. It was an ordinary autumn morning in every way, except for what was about to be discovered at 20 Chapel Street. Portsmouth police officer Ron Grivois had a routine task that morning. He needed to serve Laura Kempton with a court summons for unpaid parking meter violations. It was the kind of mundane police work that fills up most days on the job: paperwork, summonses, traffic violations, nothing dramatic, nothing that would suggest his morning was about to take a horrifying turn. When Officer Grivois arrived at 20 Chapel Street sometime during the morning hours, he immediately noticed something wrong. One of the panels in the wooden door leading to Laura's ground floor apartment was missing. The door itself was closed, but that missing panel created an opening that shouldn't have been there. Based on what investigators would later determine, someone had broken that panel, then reached through the opening to unlock the door from the inside. Looking through the broken panel, Officer Grivois could see into the apartment. What he saw made his blood run cold. A body was lying on the floor. He could see legs, visible and bound with some kind of cord. There was blood spattered on the far wall of the apartment. Officer Grivois immediately called for backup and secured the scene. Within minutes, more officers arrived, along with detectives and crime scene technicians. What they found inside Laura Kempton's apartment would be seared into their memories for the rest of their careers. The crime scene. The apartment was in disarray. There were clear signs of a struggle in the living room and bedroom area. Furniture had been moved or knocked over. Personal belongings were scattered. This hadn't been a quick, clean killing. This had been violent and chaotic, a scene that spoke of terror and desperation. Laura's body lay on the floor, and the scene around her told a grim story. Her legs were bound with an electric blanket cord. A kitchen phone cord was wrapped around her neck and shoulder area. There was a large amount of blood on the rug beneath her head, and investigators noted a pattern of bloodstains on the wall at an upward angle, which could suggest the mechanics of the attack, someone striking her repeatedly while she was already on the ground. Near her body, investigators found a glass bottle. Based on the injuries and the blood evidence, this bottle appeared to be the murder weapon. Some sources would later describe it specifically as a wine bottle. Whatever its original purpose, it had been used with devastating effect to inflict massive trauma to Laura's head. Also near the body, crime scene technicians found a cigarette butt. This seemed significant. Laura wasn't a smoker, and the positioning of the cigarette butt suggested it had been left by someone else. Based on where it was found and the blood evidence in the apartment, investigators theorized that the killer had spent time in the apartment after the murder, possibly trying to clean up or simply catching his breath after the violence. The cigarette butt was carefully collected and preserved as evidence. Other physical evidence was meticulously documented and gathered. Investigators collected fingerprints from various surfaces throughout the apartment. They took photographs from every angle, documenting the crime scene in exhaustive detail. They collected samples of blood, hair, and fiber evidence. In 1981, DNA profiling wasn't yet widely used in criminal investigations, but investigators had the foresight to preserve biological evidence properly, understanding that forensic science was always advancing and that techniques that didn't exist today might be available tomorrow. The apartment had been ransacked, but this didn't appear to be a simple burglary gone wrong. Nothing of obvious value seemed to have been taken. Instead, the evidence suggested something far more sinister. The sexual assault kit performed during Laura's autopsy would later confirm what investigators suspected from the crime scene. This had been a sexually motivated attack. The autopsy. The autopsy performed on Laura Kempton that afternoon provided crucial information about what had happened to her. The medical examiner determined that Laura had died from massive trauma to the left side of her head. The injuries were consistent with being struck repeatedly by a blunt object, the glass bottle found at the scene. She had suffered contusions and lacerations of the brain, along with extensive skull fractures. These were devastating injuries that would have caused rapid death. The autopsy also confirmed that Laura had been sexually assaulted. Vaginal swabs and other samples were collected and preserved. In 1981, these samples couldn't tell investigators much beyond confirming that sexual assault had occurred, but they would prove crucial decades later when DNA technology advanced enough to extract genetic profiles from old evidence. The medical examiner concluded that Laura had died in the early morning hours of September 28, 1981, which aligned with witness statements about when she'd been seen entering her apartment alone. The timeline was beginning to come together. Laura had returned home in the early hours of the morning, unaware that someone had broken into her apartment and was lying in wait. An attack had occurred, violent and brutal. And then Laura was dead. Her life ended at just 23 years old, her dreams and potential snuffed out in an act of senseless violence. Part 2. The initial investigation. The first 48 hours. In any homicide investigation, the first 48 hours are critical. This is when memories are freshest, when witnesses are most likely to come forward, when physical evidence is still abundant and uncontaminated. The Portsmouth Police Department understood this, and they threw every available resource at Laura Kempton's case. Detectives began by interviewing everyone who had known Laura or had any connection to her. Her friends from beauty school were questioned about her recent activities, her mood, whether she'd mentioned any problems or conflicts with anyone. Her co-workers from Macro Polo and Karen's ice cream parlor were asked the same questions. Had Laura seemed worried about anything? Had she mentioned any threatening encounters? Had anyone been hanging around, paying unwanted attention to her? The man Laura had been dating, the one who'd spent the night before her murder with her, immediately became a person of interest, as would be standard in any homicide investigation. Statistics show that when a woman is murdered, the perpetrator is often someone she knows, frequently a current or former intimate partner. But this man had an alibi for the early morning hours when Laura was killed, and he agreed to provide a DNA sample. The results, which wouldn't be available for years when the technology advanced enough to process them properly, would eventually clear him completely. Investigators canvassed Laura's neighborhood, knocking on doors, asking if anyone had seen or heard anything unusual in the early morning hours of September 28th. Had anyone noticed someone loitering around 20 Chapel Street? Had anyone heard sounds of a struggle or screams? The apartment building's other residents were interviewed extensively. This was delicate work. Investigators needed information, but they also didn't want to cause panic in a community already shaken by such a violent crime. The broken door panel became a key focus of the investigation. Someone had broken that panel to gain access to Laura's apartment. Based on the evidence, this appeared to have happened before Laura returned home. The killer had broken in and waited for her. This suggested a level of calculation, of intent, that made the crime even more chilling. This wasn't a random encounter that escalated. Someone had targeted Laura's apartment specifically and had been willing to wait for her to return. But why? That was the question that would haunt investigators for decades. Was there something about Laura specifically that had drawn the killer's attention? Or was this more random than it appeared? Someone looking for an apartment to break into, choosing Laura's for reasons that had nothing to do with her as a person? Developing a profile. As the investigation continued through those first critical days and weeks, investigators began to develop a profile of the crime and the likely perpetrator. The break-in suggested someone with criminal experience, someone comfortable with committing burglary. The sexual assault indicated a predator, someone who saw an opportunity for violence and took it. The level of violence used, striking Laura repeatedly with the bottle even after she would have been incapacitated, suggested rage, possibly drug or alcohol-fueled, possibly just the nature of this particular offender. Portsmouth in the early 1980s, like many American cities, was dealing with property crime. Burglaries were not uncommon, and investigators looked into whether there had been other break-ins in Laura's neighborhood. Were there any patterns that might connect to her murder? Had anyone else reported suspicious activity around their apartments? The police also looked into known sex offenders in the area. In 1981, sex offender registries weren't what they would later become, but police maintained their own records of individuals who'd been convicted of sexual assault or other sex crimes. Any such individuals living in Portsmouth or the surrounding area were looked at closely. As weeks turned into months, the investigation expanded outward. Detectives contacted police departments in surrounding communities, asking about similar unsolved murders or sexual assaults. Was it possible that Laura's killer had struck before elsewhere, or might he strike again if he wasn't caught? The evidence problem. The physical evidence collected from Laura's apartment was carefully preserved and analyzed using the forensic techniques available in 1981. Fingerprints were compared against prints in police databases, but no matches came back. The cigarette butt was preserved, but in 1981, there was no way to extract useful identification information from it beyond blood type. This was the frustrating reality of criminal investigation in the early 1980s. Forensic science had come a long way since mid-century. Fingerprint analysis was well established. Blood typing could all these reported sightings. Amy Lynn Bradley has never been found. The question of what happened to her remains unanswered. Based on what we know, several scenarios remain possible. While she was a strong swimmer, an accidental fall can't be entirely ruled out, though her swimming ability makes this less probable. The FBI has stated there's no evidence suggesting suicide, and those who knew her well say she had no apparent reason to take her own life. This leads investigators toward more disturbing possibilities: abduction, potentially by someone connected to the cruise ship's crew, or perhaps being forced into human trafficking, as some of the sightings might suggest. The human trafficking theory is particularly disturbing to consider. The Caribbean has long been identified as a region where sex trafficking operations exist, and the islands that serve as cruise ship ports are not immune to this criminal activity. When we examine the pattern of sightings, a woman appearing to be controlled by men, the reported encounter in a brothel, the alleged photos on adult websites, these details have led investigators to consider the possibility that Amy may have been abducted from the ship and forced into trafficking. The FBI's continued treatment of this as a potential abduction case suggests they find this theory credible, even without definitive proof. The logistics of such an abduction raise difficult questions. If members of the ship's crew were involved, as the Bradley family suspects, we can infer it would have required careful planning. The family's cabin was not isolated. There were other cabins nearby, other passengers who might have heard something unusual. If Amy was taken off the ship in Curaçao, the abductors would have needed to bypass crew members, security protocols, and the general vigilance of other passengers. The apparent success of such an operation, if it occurred, suggests either remarkable luck or inside knowledge of the ship's security gaps. These questions have tormented the Bradley family for more than 2.5 decades. Ron and Iva Bradley have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on private investigators, on reward money, on keeping Amy's case in the public eye. They've endured countless false leads and dead ends. They've had to live with the horrifying possibility that their daughter might still be alive somewhere, trapped in circumstances too awful to fully contemplate. Brad Bradley has spoken publicly about the trauma of not knowing, of having hope continually dangled in front of him only to be snatched away. The FBI has stated that there is no evidence to suggest Amy fell overboard or died by suicide. They've said that while they can't definitively prove she was abducted, the circumstances of her disappearance and the subsequent sightings suggest that abduction is a viable theory. The case remains open and active, but as the years pass, as Amy would now be approaching 50 years old, if she's still alive, the likelihood of ever finding answers grows dimmer. The Bradley family has never given up hope. They continue to maintain a website with information about Amy's case, continue to share her story, continue to plead for anyone with information to come forward. They want to know what happened to their daughter. They want to be able to lay her to rest, whether literally or figuratively. They want justice for Amy. They want closure. But more than that, they want to ensure that what happened to Amy doesn't happen to anyone else. They've been vocal critics of the cruise industry's handling of disappearances and crimes. They've pointed out the delays in the ship's response to Amy's disappearance. They've questioned why the ship was allowed to continue on its route, disembarking passengers in Curaçao and taking on new passengers, rather than being detained while a proper investigation was conducted. They've highlighted how this allowed potential witnesses and even potential suspects to scatter to the winds, making the investigation exponentially more difficult. Amy's case has become a rallying cry for cruise ship safety reform. It's been cited in congressional hearings. It's been used as an example of everything that can go wrong when a crime occurs in the jurisdictional no man's land of international waters. It's a stark reminder that when you board a cruise ship, you're entering an environment where the normal rules don't always apply, where help may be hours or days away, where the company's priorities may not always align with your safety. And at the heart of this case, beyond all the speculation and theories and unanswered questions, is a young woman who should be here. Amy Lynn Bradley should have celebrated her 50th birthday. She should have built a career, maybe gotten married, maybe had children of her own. She should have lived. But on that March morning in 1998, something happened to her. Something that has haunted her family and captivated the public for more than 25 years. Something that may never be fully understood. Amy's disappearance is a mystery wrapped in tragedy. It's a case that refuses to be forgotten. A story that demands answers, even as those answers remain frustratingly out of reach. And it's just one of many such cases that have unfolded on cruise ships over the years. Amy Lynn Bradley may be the most famous victim, but she is far from the only one. The death of George Smith IV on his honeymoon. If Amy Lynn Bradley's case is a story of mysterious disappearance and possible abduction, then the case of George Allen Smith IV is a story of something darker and more violent. This is a story of a honeymoon that ended in blood, of a death under suspicious circumstances that his family believes was murder, and of a justice system that has so far failed to hold anyone accountable. George Allen Smith IV came from a prominent family in Greenwich, Connecticut. He was 26 years old in the summer of 2005, a young man with a bright future ahead of him. He worked at his family's liquor store in Cos Cob, and by all accounts, he was well-liked, friendly, and excited about the next chapter of his life. Because just days before, on June 25, 2005, George had married Jennifer Hagel in a beautiful cliffside ceremony in Newport, Rhode Island. It was, according to George's older sister Bree, a storybook wedding. The venue overlooked the ocean, the weather was perfect, and the couple was radiantly happy. George and Jennifer had been together for 3 years before getting married. They were in love, excited to start their lives together, thrilled about the honeymoon cruise they had planned. 10 days after their wedding, they would board the Royal Caribbean cruise ship Brilliance of the Seas for a 2-week Mediterranean cruise, visiting Greece, Turkey, and Italy. It was meant to be romantic, adventurous, the trip of a lifetime. The early part of the cruise went well. George and Jennifer made friends with other honeymooners on board, including a couple named Paul and Galina Kvitniski. The Kvitniskis later described George and Jennifer as normal, down-to-earth, happy people who seemed excited about their future together. But on the night of July 4th, going into the early morning hours of July 5th, something went terribly wrong. That evening, the ship was sailing through the Aegean Sea between Greece and Turkey. George and Jennifer spent the night drinking and gambling in the ship's casino. They were having a good time, enjoying the festivities. At some point during the night, they met a group of young men, and the group began drinking together. These men would later become the focus of intense scrutiny in the investigation that followed. The night wore on. George continued drinking heavily. According to various accounts from passengers and crew members, by the early morning hours, George was extremely intoxicated. Jennifer was also quite drunk. The exact sequence of events is unclear, as memories are hazy and accounts conflict, but at some point, Jennifer was found passed out in a hallway of the cruise ship. She was taken to the ship's medical center. Meanwhile, George was last seen entering his cabin with some of the young men he'd been drinking with. And then, around 4:30 in the morning, passengers in nearby cabins heard disturbing sounds. There was arguing coming from the Smiths' cabin, loud, angry voices. Then there was the sound of furniture being moved, and then a loud thud. Some passengers described it as a bang or a crash. It was significant enough that multiple people noticed it. The next morning, passengers on a lower deck made a gruesome discovery. There was a large, unmistakable blood stain on the canopy of a lifeboat directly below the Smiths' balcony. The blood had clearly come from above, from the area where the Smiths' cabin was located. When crew members entered the cabin, they found it in disarray. There were small traces of blood on the bedsheets, and George Smith IV was nowhere to be found. The ship's captain quickly declared the situation an accident. He suggested that George, heavily intoxicated, had fallen from his balcony into the sea. But George's family has never believed this explanation, and for good reason. Because the evidence from that morning tells a very different story. First, there's the blood itself. The amount of blood found on the lifeboat canopy was significant, and it was clearly George's blood. But if George had simply stumbled over the balcony railing while drunk, would there have been that much blood? And where did it come from? The blood pattern suggested that George had been bleeding from the head before he went over the rail. Then there's the balcony furniture. A chair was found with its back pushed up against the railing. Some investigators have suggested this indicates George may have stood on the chair and fallen, but others point out that this positioning looks more like someone tried to push or lift a body over the railing and needed the chair for leverage. There's also the question of the four-fingered bloody handprint that was found on the ship's edge, right where it appears George had been holding on before he fell into the water. Was this George's handprint, desperately trying to hold on? Or was it someone else's, someone who had pushed him? And then there are those sounds that passengers heard. The arguing, the furniture moving, the loud thud. These are not the sounds of someone accidentally falling. These are the sounds of violence, of a struggle, of something very bad happening. Perhaps most damningly, there's the matter of the young men who were with George that night. 4 men in particular were identified as having been among the last to see George alive. Their names, Josh Askin, and 3 Russian-American passengers named Greg and Zach Rosenberg, and Rusty Kaufman. These 4 men were questioned by authorities, but have never been charged with any crime related to George's death. They had been drinking with George in the casino, and they accompanied him back to his cabin in the early morning hours. They were in the cabin, or at least nearby, when those disturbing sounds occurred. When the FBI began investigating, they tried to interview these men. Josh Askin was called for a deposition as part of the civil lawsuit that would eventually be filed. His lawyer had him invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination repeatedly, not just on substantive questions about what happened that night, but on basic questions about his identity. When asked his name, Askin invoked the Fifth. When asked his date of birth, Askin invoked the Fifth. He took the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times during the deposition. The FBI investigated the 3 Russian-American passengers as well. In 2006, a video surfaced that had been recorded by one of them just hours after George's disappearance. In the video, the men appear to be joking about George's death. At one point, one of them stands up, hunches his shoulders, and flashes gang signs. The men are laughing, seemingly unconcerned, decidedly not acting like people who had just witnessed a tragic accident involving an acquaintance. The FBI obtained this video as evidence, but to this day, none of these men have been charged with any crime. The investigation has been plagued with problems from the beginning. By the time the FBI was notified and able to begin their investigation, the ship had already stopped at multiple ports. Passengers had disembarked. New passengers had boarded. The cabin had been cleaned. Potential evidence had been lost or contaminated. Crucial interviews that should have been conducted immediately were delayed by days. The jurisdictional issues complicated everything. Because the ship was in international waters when George disappeared, and because the brilliance of the seas is registered in the Bahamas, the Bahamian authorities technically had jurisdiction. But they showed little interest in conducting a thorough investigation. The FBI eventually took over, but by then the trail had gone cold. They investigated the case for nearly a decade, but in January 2015, they announced they were closing the investigation. They told the Smith family that there was not enough evidence to prove George had been murdered, and that his death may have been the result of an accident. The Smiths were outraged and disgusted. They continue to believe, based on the evidence, that their son was murdered, and they have never stopped fighting for justice. George's widow, Jennifer, has been a controversial figure in the aftermath. Some people, particularly George's family, have criticized her conduct on the night of his disappearance and in the days that followed. She was drunk and passed out in a hallway when George vanished. She later couldn't account for her whereabouts during a crucial period of time. In 2006, she accepted a settlement of $1.1 million from Royal Caribbean, which some saw as her trying to quickly cash in on George's death and move on. The settlement was later increased to $1.3 million, with the additional funds split between Jennifer and the Smith family. Jennifer has consistently maintained that she had no involvement in George's death and believes it was a tragic accident. She has since remarried and has been reluctant to discuss the case publicly. Jennifer has maintained that she believes George's death was an accident caused by his intoxication. She's suggested that the Smith family refuses to acknowledge George's alcohol and prescription drug use, which may have impaired his judgment and coordination. But George's family points out that even if George was drunk, that doesn't explain the blood in the cabin, the sounds of fighting, the suspicious behavior of the 4 men who were with him. It doesn't explain why those men have refused to cooperate with investigators. It doesn't explain the video of them joking about his death. The Smith family has offered a $100,000 reward for information leading directly to an arrest and conviction in George's case. They've appeared on numerous television programs, including 48 Hours and Dateline NBC. They've testified before Congress about the need for better safety regulations and investigative procedures for crimes on cruise ships. They've sued Royal Caribbean, though that case was eventually settled. They've done everything in their power to keep George's case in the public eye and to push for answers. George's mother, Maureen Smith, has said she has no doubt in her mind that her son was murdered. She points to all the evidence, all the inconsistencies in the cruise line's account, all the suspicious behavior from the key witnesses. She refuses to accept the idea that what happened was simply a tragic accident. And when you look at the totality of the evidence, it's hard not to agree with her. Think about it. George was in his cabin with 4 men. There was arguing, there was a struggle, there was blood, and then George was gone. His body never recovered from the Mediterranean Sea. Those 4 men won't talk about what happened. They invoke the Fifth Amendment. They joke on video about his death. This doesn't sound like innocent bystanders to a tragedy. This sounds like people with something to hide. So what really happened that night? Based on the evidence available, we can piece together several possibilities. The drinking and gambling could have turned into an argument that escalated beyond anyone's control. Given the forensic evidence and witness accounts, this scenario suggests one or more of these men may have assaulted George. The missing Breitling watch, a wedding gift worth thousands of dollars, raises the possibility of robbery as a motive, though we can't know this with certainty. What we do know is that something violent occurred in that cabin. The question of how George ended up going over the balcony is perhaps the most troubling. The physical evidence provides some clues. The positioning of the balcony chair could imply someone needed elevation to move a body over the railing. The blood on George's bedsheets indicates he was injured inside the cabin, not on the balcony itself. The handprint on the ship's rail suggests desperate resistance, someone trying to hold on. When we look at these elements together, they paint a picture that appears more consistent with violence than with a simple accident. George Smith's case has become emblematic of the challenges of investigating crimes on cruise ships. The delayed response, the jurisdictional confusion, the contamination of evidence, the disappearance of witnesses, the lack of transparency from the cruise line. All of these factors combined to create a situation where a potential murder went unsolved, where the people who might be responsible have faced no consequences, where a family has been left without justice or closure. The case also led to congressional hearings and was instrumental in the passage of the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010, which we'll talk about more later. But that legislative victory, as important as it was, doesn't bring George back. It doesn't give his family the answers they deserve. It doesn't punish whoever is responsible for his death. George Allen Smith IV should be alive today. He should have celebrated his 20th wedding anniversary. He should have raised children, grown old with his wife, enjoyed his life. Instead, he spent the last moments of his life in his cabin on what was supposed to be his honeymoon cruise, involved in some kind of violent confrontation that ended with him dead in the Mediterranean Sea. And the people who know what really happened, who were in that cabin, who heard the arguing and the struggle and the thud, those people have chosen silence. They've chosen to protect themselves rather than tell the truth about what happened to George Smith. It's a betrayal of justice. It's a failure of the system. And it's a tragedy that continues to haunt George's family more than 20 years after that terrible night. The case remains officially unsolved, though in the minds of those who have studied the evidence, there's little doubt that what happened to George Smith IV was murder. The only question is whether anyone will ever be held accountable for it. The mysterious disappearance of Rebecca Corriam. While the cases of Amy Lynn Bradley and George Smith IV involved passengers, our next case centers on a crew member, and it raises disturbing questions about how cruise lines handle the disappearances of their own employees. This is the story of Rebecca Corriam, a young woman whose vanishing from a Disney cruise ship sparked allegations of cover-up and corporate malfeasance that persist to this day. Rebecca Corriam was 24 years old, from Chester, England. She was, by all accounts, a delightful young woman. Outgoing, bubbly, great with children, described as having a happy-go-lucky personality with plenty to live for. She had studied childhood studies, psychology and philosophy at Liverpool Hope University, and her dream was to work for Disney. When she was offered a position as a youth worker on the Disney Wonder cruise ship in 2010, she was absolutely thrilled. This was the job she'd always wanted, and she was perfect for it. Rebecca, who went by the nickname Bex, joined the Disney Wonder in June 2010. The ship typically runs cruises along the Mexican Riviera, and Rebecca settled into life at sea. She made friends among the crew, she excelled at her job working with children, and she seemed genuinely happy. She stayed in regular contact with her family back in England, and all her communications suggested she was thriving in her new environment. But on March 22, 2011, everything changed. That day, the Disney Wonder was off the Pacific coast of Mexico, docked at Puerto Vallarta. At 5:45 in the morning, Rebecca was captured on the ship's security cameras in the crew lounge. She appeared to be on an internal phone call, and she seemed distressed. The video shows Rebecca talking, and even though there's no audio, it's clear from her body language and facial expressions that she's upset about something. She's agitated, perhaps even crying. Another crew member approaches her during the call and asks if she's okay. Rebecca appears to reply that she's fine, and the crew member walks away. Rebecca finishes her call, gathers herself, and walks out of the frame. That was the last confirmed sighting of Rebecca Corriam. A few hours later, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Rebecca failed to report for her shift. This was completely out of character for her. She was reliable, punctual, professional. When she didn't show up, her colleagues became concerned. They tried to find her. They called her name over the ship's announcement system. They searched her cabin. But Rebecca was nowhere to be found. The Disney Wonder conducted a ship-wide search. They looked everywhere. They checked every public area, every accessible space, every place Rebecca might have gone. They searched for hours, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. The United States Coast Guard was notified, as was the Mexican Navy. They conducted searches of the surrounding waters, but Rebecca Corriam was never found. Not her body, not any of her belongings, nothing. 3 days after Rebecca's disappearance, Disney contacted the Royal Bahamas Police Force to conduct an investigation. You see, the Disney Wonder is registered in the Bahamas, which means that Bahamian authorities technically have jurisdiction over crimes that occur on the ship. The RBPF assigned a single detective, Superintendent Paul Roll, to the case. Disney flew him out to Los Angeles via private jet when the ship returned to port. According to the initial reports, Superintendent Rolle spent several days on board the ship investigating. But when Rebecca's parents, Mike and Anne Corriam, flew from England to Los Angeles to meet the ship when it docked, the detective told them something very different. He said he had actually only spent 1 day investigating before flying back to the Bahamas. He had interviewed only a handful of crew members and none of the passengers. He had conducted what can only be described as a cursory investigation at best. The Corriams were brought on board the ship, but only after all the passengers had disembarked. They were driven to the ship in a car with blacked-out windows, entering through a back entrance. Everything about their treatment suggested that Disney wanted to minimize their visibility, to keep this situation as quiet as possible. On board, they met with the ship's captain and were shown the security footage of Rebecca's last known appearance. They were taken to Deck 5, an area near the crew swimming pool, where the captain explained his theory about what had happened to Rebecca. According to the captain, Rebecca had been swept overboard by a rogue wave while she was near the crew pool. This theory became Disney's official explanation for Rebecca's disappearance. The captain gave them a sandal that he said had been found on Deck 5 and claimed it belonged to Rebecca. And that was essentially it. The Corriams were given this explanation, this single piece of potential evidence, and they were expected to accept it and go home. But the Corriams didn't accept it, because the rogue wave theory didn't make sense. Deck 5, where the crew pool is located, is not a location where someone could easily be swept overboard. The deck is surrounded by walls that reach over 6 feet in height. For a wave to be powerful enough to lift a person over those walls and carry them off the ship, it would have to be enormous. And there were no reports of such rough seas that day. The weather conditions near Puerto Vallarta on March 22nd were normal. Calm waters, no storms, certainly nothing that would generate a rogue wave of the magnitude necessary to explain Rebecca's disappearance. Furthermore, if such a massive wave had hit the ship with enough force to sweep someone overboard, it would have caused visible damage to the vessel itself. There would have been reports from other crew members or passengers about experiencing rough seas. But there was nothing, no damage, no reports, no evidence of the kind of freak weather event that Disney was claiming had occurred. The Corriams began to suspect that there was more to their daughter's disappearance than they were being told. So they hired a private investigator, Roy Ram, a former specialist with Scotland Yard. They also sought help from their local Member of Parliament, Chris Matheson, and from former Deputy Prime Minister Lord Prescott. What these investigators uncovered raised even more questions about Disney's handling of the case. First, there was the security footage. The video that the Coriums had been shown and that has since been made public had been cropped. Specifically, the timestamp and location information had been removed. Why would Disney edit the footage in this way? What were they trying to hide? Investigators discovered that the video was actually from Deck 1, not Deck 5, where Disney claimed Rebecca had been swept overboard. This meant that Rebecca would have had to travel from Deck 1 to Deck 5 after her phone call, with no security camera capturing her journey. Investigators also found it suspicious that there appeared to be no security footage of Rebecca anywhere else on the ship that morning, despite the fact that Disney claimed to have extensive camera coverage. Then there was the matter of Rebecca's clothing. In the security video, Rebecca appears to be wearing oversized clothes that don't fit her properly. Some investigators have suggested these might not have been her clothes at all, but rather belonging to someone else. This detail could imply several things. Perhaps she had dressed hastily, or the clothing might indicate she'd been in circumstances where her own clothes were unavailable. Without more context, we can only note this as an unusual detail that adds to the overall questions surrounding her final hours. There were also questions about the phone call Rebecca was having in the video. Who was she talking to? What was the conversation about? Why was she so upset? Disney claimed they didn't know who was on the other end of the call and refused to provide any information about it. But one of Rebecca's friends among the crew later revealed that Rebecca had been in an intense relationship with another crew member, and the relationship had been volatile. Melissa, the friend, believed Rebecca might have been on the phone with this partner and that whatever was said during that call had caused her distress. This revelation opened up another possible explanation for Rebecca's disappearance. Had she been involved in a domestic dispute? Had her partner done something to her? Some investigators, including British MP Chris Matheson, have suggested that Rebecca may have been murdered, possibly by someone she knew. They point to the lack of evidence for the rogue wave theory, the unusual circumstances of her disappearance, and allegations that have surfaced over the years suggesting Rebecca may have been the victim of sexual assault or other violence. Adding to the family's frustration was Disney's response to their attempts to get answers. The Coriums have repeatedly said that Disney has stonewalled their investigation, has failed to provide promised information, has been more interested in avoiding bad publicity than in finding out what happened to Rebecca. Disney conducted a memorial service for Rebecca on Deck 5, while the ship was still in port in Los Angeles, laying flowers at the site of the alleged rogue wave accident, even though the investigation was supposedly still ongoing. It seemed like the company wanted to close the case as quickly as possible, to put it behind them and move on. In March 2014, the Coriums sued Disney for failing in their duty of care to keep their daughter safe. They claimed Disney had waited 4 hours to notify the Coast Guard and almost 7 hours to notify the Bahamian police, crucial delays that made the search for Rebecca much less effective. Disney denied these allegations and said the claims had no merit. The case was eventually settled out of court in 2016, with the terms of the settlement remaining confidential. But even with the lawsuit resolved, the Coriums have never stopped pushing for answers. British government officials have been highly critical of both Disney and the Bahamian authorities. In November 2011, Rebecca's MP, Stephen Mosley, brought the case up, in the House of Commons, telling the Minister for Shipping that the investigation into Rebecca's disappearance was appalling. He stated that the Bahamian authorities made virtually no attempt to investigate and said the RBPF was internationally recognized as almost toothless. He pointed out that many passengers don't realize how poorly protected they are when they board cruise ships registered in flag of convenience countries. This criticism led to some legislative changes in the United Kingdom. The government announced that the Marine Accident Investigation Branch would investigate all deaths or disappearances of British citizens from vessels anywhere in the world. This mirrored similar legislation in the United States that gives the FBI jurisdiction in cases involving American citizens. But these legal changes, while important, don't bring Rebecca back. They don't answer what happened to her on that March morning in 2011. They don't address why Disney's explanation doesn't fit the evidence. They don't explain why a simple disappearance investigation seems to have so many holes in it, so many unanswered questions. Lord Prescott, the former Deputy Prime Minister, has stated publicly that he believes Rebecca was thrown over the side of the Disney Wonder. He thinks she was murdered. Chris Matheson, who has continued to investigate the case, has said that there's a real possibility Rebecca was murdered and that there is sufficient evidence to indicate a crime took place. These are serious allegations from serious people, not conspiracy theorists or attention seekers. So what really happened to Rebecca Corriam? The official explanation suggests she was swept overboard by a freak wave. Yet this theory raises several questions given the lack of supporting evidence. Looking at the circumstances, we can consider several possibilities. If the distressed phone call and concerns raised by her colleagues are indicators something may have been troubling her in the hours before she vanished. The injury to her nose and the distressed state captured on CCTV could suggest she had been in some kind of confrontation, though we can't know the specifics with certainty. Based on the forensic evidence and witness accounts, some investigators believe the possibility of foul play cannot be ruled out. Others wonder if overwhelming personal circumstances might have led to a tragic decision. The frustrating reality is that without a proper investigation from the start, these questions may never have definitive answers. The truth is, we may never know. The investigation was bungled from the beginning. Evidence was lost. The scene was not properly preserved. Crucial interviews were not conducted. And Disney, whether through incompetence or deliberate obfuscation, has failed to provide the kind of transparency and cooperation that might have led to answers. What we do know is that Rebecca Corriam was 24 years old when she vanished. She had her whole life ahead of her. She had a job she loved, a family that adored her, friends who cared about her, and in the space of a few hours, she went from being a happy, productive member of society to being gone without a trace. Her family has been left with nothing but questions and suspicions, grieving for a daughter they may never be able to properly lay to rest. Rebecca's case has become a rallying point for critics of the cruise industry's handling of crew member welfare. It's been pointed out that crew members, who often come from developing countries and work long hours for relatively little pay, are particularly vulnerable. They're far from home, working in an isolated environment with limited legal protections. If something happens to them, who will advocate for them? Who will demand answers? In Rebecca's case, it took her family flying halfway around the world and hiring private investigators just to get basic information about what might have happened. The case also highlights the problems with flag of convenience ship registration. The Disney Wonder flies a Bahamian flag, which means Bahamian law applies and Bahamian authorities have jurisdiction. But the Bahamas, like many countries that offer flag of convenience registrations, doesn't have the resources or perhaps the motivation to conduct thorough investigations into incidents on these ships. The result is that crimes can occur in what amounts to a legal dead zone, where no one has a clear responsibility to investigate and no one can be held truly accountable. Rebecca Corriam deserved better. She deserved a thorough investigation. She deserved transparency from her employer. She deserved to have her case taken seriously. But instead, her disappearance was quickly written off as an accident, despite evidence suggesting otherwise. Her family was given the runaround, and years later, we're no closer to knowing the truth about what happened to her than we were the day she vanished. The disappearance of Marion Carver and her father's crusade. Our next case is particularly heartbreaking, not just because of the mysterious disappearance at its center, but because of the cruise line's stunning failure to report it in a timely manner, and because of one father's determination to turn his tragedy into meaningful change for others. This is the story of Marion Lynn Carver and her father, Kendall Carver. Marion Carver was 40 years old in the summer of 2004. She was a fascinating woman with a complex life. She had worked as an investment banker, a high-powered career that had afforded her financial security. But she was also a poet, a creative soul with a contemplative nature. She was described as vivacious and independent, someone who marched to the beat of her own drum. She had one child, and she lived off a trust fund and her investments, having left the banking world behind. Marion was also going through a difficult period in her life. She had gone through a divorce several years earlier, and while she seemed to have recovered well, those who knew her were aware that she sometimes struggled with her mental health. There had been an incident years before when she had threatened to harm herself, though in recent years she seemed stable and was managing well. In August 2004, Marion decided she needed a break. She needed to clear her head, to get away from everything for a little while. So, without telling anyone in her family, she booked herself on a cruise. This wasn't entirely out of character for her. Marion had been known to take spontaneous trips before, when she needed time alone to think. So when she boarded the Celebrity Mercury in Seattle, Washington, on August 27, 2004, bound for a 7-day Alaskan cruise, her family had no idea she had even left home. The cruise was supposed to make stops in Juneau, Skagway, and Ketchikan in Alaska, as well as in Prince Rupert, British Columbia. It would end on September 3rd, when the ship docked in Vancouver, British Columbia. Marion was supposed to fly home from there, but she never boarded that flight, and she was never seen again. Marion's cabin steward, a man named Domingo Montero, would later testify about his interactions with her during the cruise. He said she was personable and relaxed, looking forward to the trip. On her first night aboard, August 27th, she told him she planned to go upstairs later but didn't want to visit the dining room. Montero didn't think much of it. Many passengers prefer casual dining or room service to the formal dining room. The next night, August 28th, when Marion again said she didn't want to go to the dining room, Montero suggested ordering room service. He brought her 2 sandwiches at her request. And that was the last time anyone from the ship's crew or any passenger reported seeing Marion Carver. From August 28th onward, she was simply gone. Her cabin was empty. Her belongings were still there, but Marion herself had vanished. Here's where the story takes a turn into the truly outrageous. Domingo Montero, Marian's steward, noticed that she was missing. He went to his supervisor and reported that his passenger hadn't been seen and wasn't using her cabin. And his supervisor told him to do nothing. Just do your job and forget about it. So Montero, a low-level employee who probably feared losing his job if he made waves, did as he was told. He didn't report Marian missing. He just went about his duties. Day after day passed. Marian's cabin remained empty. Her belongings sat untouched. And Montero kept going to his supervisor saying, "This woman is still missing. Shouldn't we do something?" And his supervisor kept telling him, "No, don't make a fuss. Just do your job." The cruise ended on September 3rd. Passengers disembarked in Vancouver, and cruise line officials, faced with a cabin full of belongings from a passenger who hadn't been seen in days, didn't notify authorities. They didn't call the police. They didn't report Marian missing to anyone. Instead, they boxed up her belongings. And then they donated most of them to charity. Let that sink in for a moment. A passenger goes missing from a cruise ship. Her disappearance is reported multiple times by her cabin steward. And the cruise line's response is to pack up her stuff, give it away, and move on as if nothing happened. They didn't investigate. They didn't notify her family. They didn't tell anyone. It wasn't until September the 7th, more than a week after the cruise ended, that Marian's family realized something was wrong and reported her missing. They hadn't even known she'd gone on a cruise. When a detective began investigating her disappearance, he accessed her credit card records and discovered she had made a purchase in Seattle, the embarkation point for the Celebrity Mercury. The detective called the cruise line to ask if Marian had been on the ship. It took Celebrity Cruises, which is owned by Royal Caribbean, 3 days to confirm that yes, Marian Carver had indeed been on that cruise. By this point, it had been 26 days since she was last seen. 26 days. In those 26 days, the ship had completed multiple cruises. Evidence had been cleaned away. Witnesses had scattered. Any chance of conducting a meaningful investigation into what happened to Marian had been destroyed. When Marian's father, Kendall Carver, learned that the cruise line had known his daughter was missing but hadn't reported it, he was devastated and furious. He called Royal Caribbean, demanding answers. The risk management manager he spoke with told him that it was normal for passengers to leave their belongings behind. It was normal for them to suddenly change rooms without notice. In other words, the cruise line was claiming there was no reason to think anything was amiss. Kendall Carver didn't buy it. A passenger doesn't just abandon all their belongings and disappear. A steward doesn't repeatedly tell his supervisor someone is missing unless something is actually wrong. And a responsible cruise line doesn't just box up a missing person's belongings and donate them to Goodwill. Kendall knew something terrible had happened to his daughter, and he was determined to find out what. He hired a private investigator named Tim Schmolder to get answers. Schmolder tried his best, but he was stonewalled at every turn. Royal Caribbean provided some basic information, but set up numerous roadblocks. Schmolder's requests to interview passengers or crew members were denied. He wasn't allowed access to the ship's video surveillance system. He was given only limited time on board the ship. After just a few hours, he was told to leave. His investigation report ended up, in his own words, kind of empty of content but full of questions. Questions about why he wasn't allowed access, why the cabin attendant wasn't available for interview, why he couldn't speak to the security manager about the camera systems. Kendall Carver wasn't satisfied with that, so he took legal action. He filed a lawsuit against Royal Caribbean, and as part of that lawsuit, he was able to obtain subpoenas for information. The subpoenas produced a passenger manifest with 2,000 names, but no contact information, making it useless for conducting interviews. They also produced a poor-quality photograph of Marion boarding the ship, but little else. The real bombshell came when Carver's attorneys forced Royal Caribbean to make Domingo Montero, Marion's cabin steward, available for deposition. That's when the full extent of the cruise line's negligence came to light. Montero testified that he had reported Marion missing to his supervisor daily for 5 consecutive days. Every day he told his boss that this passenger was missing, that her cabin was unused, that something was wrong. And every day his supervisor told him to forget about it. At the end of the cruise, when Marion's belongings were still sitting in her cabin, Montero asked his supervisor if they should report this to authorities. The supervisor said no. He told Montero to pack up all the belongings, put them in his locker, and he would take care of it. But he didn't take care of it. Or rather, he took care of it in the worst possible way. He had those belongings donated or disposed of, destroying potential evidence. And then, once the Carvers started asking questions and making noise, Royal Caribbean held an internal hearing and fired that supervisor. He was quietly ushered off the ship before the FBI could interview him. He has never been named publicly and has never been located, though many believe he simply found work on another cruise ship. During the litigation process, Kendall Carver also learned that a manila envelope containing money that Marion had left in her room had disappeared along with other personal belongings. He discovered that Royal Caribbean had lied about their video retention policy. They had told him that surveillance footage was only kept for 2 or 3 weeks, and that therefore there was no video of Marion. But documents produced during discovery showed that the cruise line had actually reviewed videos concerning Marion on the 26th day after her disappearance, and that videos were kept on a 30-day cycle. This meant there should have been footage of Marion, but Royal Caribbean claimed it didn't exist. In 2005, Royal Caribbean issued a press release stating that Marion appears to have committed suicide on our ship. This infuriated the Carver family. How could the cruise line make such a definitive statement about what happened when they had conducted no real investigation? Kendall Carver has acknowledged that suicide is a possibility. Marion had struggled with mental health issues in the past, but without a proper investigation, without a body, without any real evidence, claiming she died by suicide felt like the cruise line was just trying to close the case and avoid liability. The truth is, we don't know what happened to Marion Carver. Based on the limited evidence available, several scenarios remain possible. She could have fallen overboard accidentally, perhaps while on deck late at night. Given her past mental health struggles, as her father has acknowledged, the possibility of suicide cannot be entirely dismissed, though there's no conclusive evidence to support this. The lack of any witnesses or physical evidence also means we can't rule out the possibility of foul play, or perhaps a medical emergency in an area of the ship where she wasn't immediately discovered. Without the proper investigation that should have been conducted in those critical first hours and days, these questions will likely remain unanswered. But what Kendall Carver did know was that his daughter's case represented a massive failure by the cruise industry, and he was determined that what happened to Marion would not happen to others. So in 2006, Kendall Carver did something extraordinary. He founded the International Cruise Victims Association, a non-profit organization dedicated to advocating for victims of crimes on cruise ships and their families. The ICFIE, as it's known, brought together families who had lost loved ones on cruises under suspicious or unexplained circumstances. Together, they became a powerful lobbying force. They testified before Congress. They worked with lawmakers to draft legislation. They raised public awareness about the dark side of the cruise industry. And they pushed for reforms that would make cruising safer and would ensure that when crimes did occur, they would be properly investigated and reported. Kendall Carver personally testified before Congress multiple times. He shared Marion's story. He detailed the cruise line's failures. He explained how the lack of regulation and oversight allowed cruise companies to essentially police themselves with predictable results. He pointed out how the jurisdictional complexities of maritime law created an environment where crimes could occur without anyone being held accountable. His efforts, along with those of other ICV members, including the Smith family, were instrumental in the passage of the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010, a landmark piece of legislation that mandated numerous safety and reporting requirements for cruise ships. We'll discuss the CVSSA in more detail later, but for now, it's important to understand that this law exists in large part because of Kendall Carver's determination to find meaning in his daughter's disappearance. Kendall Carver continued his advocacy work for more than a decade. He spent over $75,000 of his own money on private investigators and legal fees trying to find out what happened to Marion. He dedicated countless hours to the ICV, helping other families navigate the nightmare of having a loved one disappear on a cruise. He became a nationally recognized expert on cruise ship safety and crime, and he never stopped fighting, never stopped pushing for change. Sadly, Kendall Carver passed away in 2019 at the age of 83. He died without ever knowing what happened to his daughter. But his legacy lives on in the ICV, which continues its advocacy work, and in the legislation he helped pass, which has made cruising safer for millions of people. Marion Carver's disappearance is a tragedy. The cruise line's handling of it is a scandal. But the response to it, led by her father, is a testament to the power of determined advocacy. Kendall Carver took his grief and his anger and he channeled it into something positive. He turned his personal tragedy into a force for change, and while nothing can bring Marion back, the work her father did has undoubtedly saved lives and has helped other families avoid some of the obstacles he faced. If Celebrity Cruises had reported Marion missing when her steward first raised concerns, if they had conducted a proper search of the ship and contacted authorities immediately, if they had preserved evidence and interviewed witnesses while memories were fresh, we might know what happened to her. There might have been a chance to save her if she was still alive somewhere on the ship. There might have been enough evidence to determine what happened even if she had died. But instead, the cruise line chose to prioritize its operations over a missing passenger. Their response raised serious questions about their investigative protocols and priorities. And as a result, Marion Carver remains one of the many unsolved mysteries of the high seas. Maritime law, jurisdiction, and the perfect crime. At this point in our story, you might be asking yourself a question, a very reasonable question. How is it possible that so many serious crimes on cruise ships go unsolved? How can people disappear, be assaulted, even be murdered on these ships, and yet the perpetrators face no consequences? Why do investigations fail so spectacularly? Why does it feel like cruise lines can get away with negligence and even cover-ups without facing serious repercussions? The answer lies in the unique and complicated world of maritime law and international jurisdiction. You see, when you board a cruise ship, you're not just stepping onto a vacation vessel. You're entering a legal gray area, a floating territory governed by a complex web of laws from multiple nations, none of which seem to apply with the clarity and force we expect from our normal legal system. To understand why crimes on cruise ships are so difficult to investigate and prosecute, we need to understand how jurisdiction works on the high seas. Let's start with the basics. When a cruise ship is docked at a United States port, it's subject to United States law. The FBI, local police, and other American law enforcement agencies have clear jurisdiction. If a crime occurs while the ship is docked in Miami, for example, it's handled just like any other crime that occurs in Miami. But once that ship leaves port and sails out into international waters, everything changes. International waters begin 12 nautical miles from the coastline of any nation. That's about 14 land miles. Once a ship crosses that invisible line, it's no longer in United States waters, and United States domestic law no longer clearly applies. Instead, the ship falls under the jurisdiction of whatever country it's registered in, what's called its flag state. This is where things get complicated and frankly convenient for the cruise industry. Most large cruise ships are not registered in the United States. Instead, they're registered in what are called flag of convenience nations. These are countries that offer ship registration with minimal regulations, low taxes, and lax labor laws. The most popular flag of convenience nations for cruise ships are the Bahamas, Panama, Liberia, and Malta. About 70% of cruise ships worldwide are registered in these nations. Why do cruise lines choose these registrations? It's simple economics. By registering their ships in the Bahamas instead of the United States, cruise lines avoid stricter American regulations regarding safety, labor practices, and environmental standards. They pay lower taxes. They can hire crew members from developing nations and pay them much less than they would have to pay American workers. It's a business decision based purely on maximizing profits. But this flag of convenience system has serious implications when crimes occur. Because technically, when a crime happens on a cruise ship in international waters, the flag state has primary jurisdiction. So if someone is assaulted on a Bahamas-registered ship while it's cruising through the Caribbean, Bahamian law applies, and Bahamian authorities have the responsibility to investigate. Now, as we've seen in cases like Rebecca Corium's, these flag of convenience nations often lack the resources, the expertise, or the will to conduct thorough investigations. The Royal Bahamas Police Force sent one detective to investigate Rebecca's disappearance, and he spent one day on the ship. That's not because the Bahamian authorities don't care. It's because they're a small nation with limited resources, and they're expected to investigate crimes on dozens of cruise ships, each carrying thousands of people, sailing all over the world. It's an impossible task. The situation gets even more complicated when you consider that crimes on cruise ships often involve people from multiple countries. The victim might be American, the perpetrator might be from Russia or Brazil or India, the ship might be registered in the Bahamas, and the crime might occur in international waters between Greece and Turkey. So whose laws apply? Who has jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute? These questions don't have simple answers. In recognition of these challenges, the United States has asserted some level of jurisdiction over crimes involving American citizens on cruise ships, even when those ships are registered in other countries. The FBI can investigate if the victim or perpetrator is a United States national, if the ship departed from or is arriving at a United States port, or if the ship is owned wholly or partially by a United States person or corporation. This is why we see FBI involvement in many cruise ship cases. But even with the FBI's involvement, investigations face enormous challenges. By the time the FBI is notified of a crime, the ship is often still at sea or has already docked at a foreign port. The ship is a mobile crime scene, constantly on the move. Passengers and crew disembark. New passengers and crew come aboard. The scene gets contaminated. Evidence is cleaned away. Witnesses scatter to the four winds, returning to their homes in dozens of different countries. And cruise lines, while they're required to report certain crimes, are not always as cooperative as they should be. Their first concern is often protecting their brand and their bottom line. A major criminal investigation is bad publicity. It disrupts their operations. It might lead to negative media coverage that scares off future passengers. So there's an incentive, whether explicit or implicit, to downplay incidents, to quickly clean up and move on, to present any crime as an isolated incident that has been resolved. This is not to say that all cruise lines deliberately obstruct justice. Many do cooperate with law enforcement, but the structure of the industry and the legal framework governing it create a situation where even well-meaning cruise lines can fail to adequately preserve evidence or facilitate investigations, and cruise lines that are less scrupulous can take advantage of the legal ambiguities to avoid accountability. Consider what happens when a disappearance occurs. Let's say a passenger goes missing in the middle of the night. By the time they're reported missing and a search begins, hours have passed. The ship has traveled dozens of miles. If the person went overboard, their body could be anywhere in a vast search area. The longer the delay, the less likely a successful search becomes. And if the person disappeared due to foul play, the delay gives the perpetrator time to clean up, to dispose of evidence, to get their story straight. Now factor in the jurisdictional issues. Who leads the investigation? The ship's security, which is employed by the cruise line? The FBI, if they can establish jurisdiction? The police from the flag state? The authorities from whatever port the ship next docks at? In practice, there's often confusion and lack of coordination. Different agencies with different priorities and different levels of expertise try to work together, often unsuccessfully. And then there's the question of where a prosecution would take place, assuming investigators even identify a perpetrator. If an American is murdered by a Russian on a Bahamas-registered ship in international waters, which country prosecutes? The United States could assert jurisdiction based on the victim's nationality. Russia could claim jurisdiction based on the perpetrator's nationality. The Bahamas has jurisdiction as the flag state. In practice, these jurisdictional conflicts often result in no prosecution at all. No country wants to take on the expense and complexity of prosecuting a case that occurred outside their territory and involves foreign nationals. This jurisdictional chaos creates what some have called a perfect crime scenario. A perpetrator who commits a crime on a cruise ship in international waters, especially if they're crew member from a developing nation, faces very little risk of being caught or punished. The investigation will be delayed and hampered by jurisdictional issues. Evidence will be lost. Witnesses will disappear. And even if they're identified as a suspect, it's unclear which country would have the authority or the will to prosecute them. For victims, this system is a nightmare. If you're assaulted on a cruise ship, You can't just call 911 and have local police respond. You have to report it to the ship's security, which is employed by the cruise line and may not have your best interests at heart. The security personnel are not trained law enforcement officers. They're private security guards with limited training and limited authority. Their priority is managing the situation in a way that minimizes disruption to the ship's operations and protects the cruise line's interests. If the ship is in international waters, the security team will document the incident and report it to their shoreside management, who will then determine whether it needs to be reported to law enforcement. But which law enforcement? The FBI? The flag state? The police in whatever port they're heading to? The answer depends on the nature of the crime, the nationalities of those involved, and the location of the ship. And even once law enforcement is notified, they may not be able to respond immediately. They might not be able to board the ship until it returns to port, which could be days away. Meanwhile, the victim is stuck on the ship, possibly in close proximity to their attacker. If the perpetrator is another passenger, the cruise line might separate them. But there's no brig on most cruise ships. No way to truly detain someone. If the perpetrator is a crew member, the cruise line might confine them to quarters, but enforcement is difficult. And in some cases, shockingly, victims have reported that cruise line security personnel discourage them from reporting crimes, suggesting they would face retaliation or that nothing could be done anyway. This is the dark reality of maritime law and cruise ship jurisdiction. It's a system that benefits cruise lines by allowing them to operate with minimal regulation while shifting the burden of law enforcement onto countries that may lack the resources or incentive to effectively police these floating cities. It's a system that makes it very difficult for victims to get justice and very easy for perpetrators to escape consequences. The good news is that there has been some progress in recent years. The Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act of 2010 was a significant step forward. It mandated specific security measures, improved reporting requirements, and provided some framework for coordination between cruise lines and law enforcement. But it's not perfect, and it only applies to ships calling on United States ports. For cruise itineraries that don't touch United States territory, passengers have even fewer protections. And even with the CVSSA in place, the fundamental jurisdictional challenges remain. The Act improves reporting and mandates some safety measures, but it doesn't solve the underlying problem of how to effectively police and prosecute crimes that occur in the unique environment of international waters on ships registered in foreign countries. The reality is that when you board a cruise ship, you're entering a world where your usual legal protections are diminished. You're traveling through international waters where no single nation's laws fully apply. You're on a ship registered in a country whose legal system you may not be familiar with and which may not prioritize your safety. You're surrounded by crew members from dozens of different countries, any one of whom could potentially harm you, and the mechanisms for holding them accountable are weak at best. This doesn't mean you should never take a cruise. Millions of people cruise safely every year. But it does mean you should be aware of the risks and take precautions. Don't let your guard down just because you're on vacation. Don't assume that the cruise line has your best interests at heart. And understand that if something does go wrong, getting justice may be a long, frustrating, and ultimately unsuccessful process. The cases we've discussed today, Amy Lynn Bradley, George Smith IV, Rebecca Corriam, Marion Carver, and many others, all illustrate the challenges of the current system. In each case, the investigation was delayed, hampered, or bungled due to jurisdictional issues and lack of coordination. In each case, evidence was lost or contaminated. In each case, families were left without answers and without justice. And in each case, the cruise line seemed more concerned with protecting its image than with finding out what really happened. These are not isolated incidents. They're the predictable result of a system that prioritizes corporate profits over passenger safety, that allows cruise lines to operate in a legal gray area with minimal oversight, and that makes it nearly impossible to effectively investigate and prosecute crimes on the high seas. Until this system is fundamentally reformed, until there's clear jurisdiction and accountability, cruise ships will continue to be environments where crimes can occur with disturbing frequency and where perpetrators can act with impunity. The modern reality, statistics and trends. Now that we understand the legal landscape and the challenges of investigating crimes on cruise ships, let's look at the current state of affairs. Just how common are crimes on cruise ships? What kinds of crimes are we talking about? And are things getting better or worse? The numbers are sobering. According to the most recent data available from the Department of Transportation, which compiles statistics based on cruise line reporting as mandated by the Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act, crimes on cruise ships are not only common, but they appear to be increasing. In 2023, cruise lines reported a total of 131 alleged sexual assaults and rapes to the FBI. To break that down further, there were 52 sexual assaults and 79 rapes reported. This represented a significant increase from the previous year. In 2022, there were 89 reported sex crimes total, with no distinction made between sexual assault and rape. The 2023 numbers show a nearly 50% increase in reported sexual violence. Let's put that in context. 131 reported sexual assaults and rapes in a single year. That's more than one every 3 days. And remember, these are only the reported incidents, only the crimes that met the specific reporting thresholds under the CVSSA, and only the ones that victims felt comfortable reporting. The actual number of sexual assaults on cruise ships is almost certainly much higher. Research by organizations like the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, known as RAINN, has consistently shown that 2 out of every 3 sexual assaults are never reported to authorities. Victims may be ashamed, afraid, unsure of what happened, or simply want to forget and move on. This underreporting is even more pronounced in the cruise ship environment, where victims are isolated, far from home, surrounded by strangers, and may face pressure from cruise line personnel to keep quiet. If we apply this 2/3 underreporting rate to the cruise ship numbers, it suggests that the actual number of sexual assaults and rapes on cruise ships in 2023 could have been closer to 400. 400 sexual assaults and rapes in a single year on cruise ships. That's a deeply disturbing number. Sexual violence is by far the most common crime reported on cruise ships. According to FBI agents who specialize in cruise ship cases, sexual assaults top the list of incidents they investigate, followed by physical assaults. In 2023, in addition to the 131 sex crimes, there were 22 reports of physical assault with serious bodily injury. There were also 7 reported thefts of money or property worth more than $10,000, 2 missing United States nationals, and 1 suspicious death. Let's talk about those missing persons numbers for a moment. 2 reported missing American nationals in 2023 might sound like a small number. But remember, this is only for that 1 year, and it only counts American citizens. When you look at the broader data, over the past 2 decades, approximately 400 people have gone missing from cruise ships worldwide. 400 people who boarded cruise ships and never came home. Some of these were likely accidents, people who fell overboard due to intoxication or recklessness. Some were probably suicides, but many remain complete mysteries, with no explanation for how or why they vanished. And these numbers, remember, only capture crimes that are officially reported under the CVSSA. There are countless other crimes that don't meet the reporting thresholds. Minor thefts, simple assaults that don't cause serious injury, drug offenses, domestic violence between passengers. All of these occur on cruise ships with some regularity, but they're not captured in the official statistics that the public sees. One particularly concerning trend is that certain cruise lines have significantly higher crime rates than others. Carnival Cruise Line, one of the largest cruise operators in the world, consistently reports more crimes than its competitors. In 2023, Carnival reported 45 sexual assaults and rapes, compared to significantly lower numbers for other major cruise lines like Royal Caribbean and Norwegian. Carnival also led in physical assaults, with 14 incidents of assault causing serious bodily injury reported in 2023. Carnival has attempted to explain these numbers by pointing out that they have more ships and carry more passengers than many competitors. But maritime lawyers who have analyzed the data dispute this explanation. When you calculate crimes on a per capita basis, accounting for the number of passengers and crew on ships at any given time, Carnival's ships still have a higher rate of violence than their competitors. Some analysts have calculated that Carnival's per capita rate of sexual assault is higher than the rate in many United States states. Why might Carnival have a higher rate of crime? There are several theories. One is the company's culture around alcohol. Multiple experts have noted that Carnival ships tend to have a party atmosphere, with heavy emphasis on drinking. Alcohol is aggressively marketed to passengers, and bartenders and servers work on commission, giving them an incentive to serve as many drinks as possible. We know that alcohol is a major factor in both sexual assault and physical violence. The more people drink, especially in an environment where social norms are relaxed and people feel like they can let loose, the more likely violent incidents become. Another factor may be Carnival's customer base. Carnival markets itself as a fun, affordable option, attracting younger passengers and those looking for a party atmosphere. This demographic may engage in riskier behavior and be more likely to both commit and be victims of crimes. Royal Caribbean and Norwegian, by contrast, tend to attract a somewhat older, more affluent demographic, which correlates with lower crime rates. It's also worth noting that Disney Cruise Line, which markets itself as family-friendly and caters to families with children, has seen a disturbing increase in sexual assault reports in recent years. In the 5 years between 2019 and 2024, Disney went from reporting between 1 and 3 sexual assaults per year to reporting 15 in 2023 and 18 in 2024. This dramatic increase is concerning and suggests that even on cruise lines that pride themselves on safety and family friendliness, sexual violence is a growing problem. What about the first half of 2024? The data we have shows that crimes continue at a troubling rate. From January to June 2024, there were 25 reports of sexual assault, 32 reports of rape, 16 reports of physical assault with serious bodily injury, 1 suspicious death, 7 thefts, and 2 missing United States nationals. If this rate continues for the full year, 2024 will see similar or even higher numbers than 2023. One area where there has been some improvement is in the first quarter of 2025. From January to March 2025, there were 48 crimes reported, down from previous quarters. But this is still 48 serious crimes in just 3 months, and the composition of these crimes is disturbing. Of the 48 incidents, 23 were reported as rapes, 10 as sexual assaults, and 7 as physical assaults. So sexual violence still dominates the statistics. These numbers represent real people, real victims. Behind each statistic is a person whose vacation turned into a nightmare. A woman who was raped by a crew member who entered her cabin. A man who was assaulted after an argument in a bar. A teenager who was sexually assaulted by another passenger. A person who vanished without a trace, leaving their family to wonder forever what happened. And these numbers, troubling as they are, still likely understate the true extent of crime on cruise ships. Because as we've discussed, many crimes go unreported. Victims may not feel safe reporting to cruise line security. They may not know they have the right to contact the FBI directly. They may simply want to finish their cruise and go home and try to forget what happened. And even when crimes are reported, cruise lines may find ways to avoid counting them in the official statistics. For example, the CVSSA only requires reporting of crimes that involve United States nationals or that occur on ships departing from or arriving at United States ports. Crimes involving passengers of other nationalities or crimes that occur on cruises that never touch United States territory don't have to be reported in these statistics. This means the data we see is inherently incomplete, capturing only a subset of the crimes that occur fleet-wide across the global cruise industry. There are also questions about whether cruise lines fully comply with reporting requirements. Critics have suggested that cruise lines may classify crimes in ways that avoid triggering mandatory reporting. For instance, a sexual assault might be recorded internally as a different type of incident, or might not be recorded at all if the victim is persuaded not to make a formal report. Without independent oversight, there's no way to verify that every reportable crime is actually being reported. The FBI has jurisdiction to investigate crimes on cruise ships, but they're limited by resources. The FBI doesn't have agents stationed on cruise ships. They have to respond from shore, often after significant delays. And while the FBI takes cruise ship crimes seriously, they're also dealing with countless other serious crimes on land. Cruise ship cases require extensive resources, often involving international cooperation, interviews with witnesses scattered across multiple countries, and complex legal questions about jurisdiction. The reality is that many cruise ship crimes simply don't get the level of investigative attention they would receive if they occurred on United States soil. So what's the cruise industry's response to these statistics? The Cruise Lines International Association, or CLIA, which is the industry's main trade group, has consistently maintained that cruising is one of the safest forms of travel. They point out that when you consider the millions of passengers who cruise each year, the rate of serious crime is actually quite low. They're not wrong about that. Approximately 31.7 million people took cruises in 2023. If there were 131 reported sexual assaults, that's a rate of about 4 per 100,000 passengers. For comparison, the rate of reported rape in the United States as a whole is higher than that. But this argument, while statistically accurate, misses some important points. First, As we've discussed, the reported numbers almost certainly understate the true rate of crime on cruise ships. Second, even if the rate is lower than on land, the conditions on cruise ships make crimes particularly traumatic and particularly difficult to escape. If you're assaulted in your hometown, you can call the police, go to a hospital, be surrounded by your support network. If you're assaulted on a cruise ship, you're trapped on the ship with your attacker, far from home, far from help, dependent on the cruise line to manage the situation. The isolation and vulnerability of cruise ship victims makes these crimes especially heinous. The cruise industry has made some improvements in response to the CVSSA and public pressure. Most cruise lines now have better security protocols. They've improved lighting in isolated areas. They've implemented better surveillance systems. They've trained crew members on how to respond to reports of sexual assault. They've provided victims with access to resources like the National Sexual Assault Hotline. These are positive steps. But many advocates for cruise ship victims argue that the industry could and should do more. They point to the continued high rates of sexual violence, the ongoing problems with underreporting, and the cruise line's tendency to minimize and downplay crimes as evidence that the current measures are insufficient. They call for independent oversight of cruise ship security, stronger penalties for cruise lines that fail to properly report or investigate crimes, and better protections for crew members who report misconduct. The bottom line is this: cruise ships are not the safe havens that the glossy brochures suggest. Crimes happen on these ships with disturbing regularity. Sexual violence is a particular problem, affecting hundreds of passengers every year. People go missing under suspicious circumstances, assaults occur, and the unique environment of cruise ships, the legal gray areas, the jurisdictional complications, the power dynamics between passengers and crew. All of these factors make crimes on cruise ships particularly difficult to prevent, investigate, and prosecute. If you're considering taking a cruise, you need to go into it with your eyes open. Be aware of the risks. Take precautions. Don't let your guard down just because you're on vacation. Watch your alcohol intake. Don't leave your drink unattended. Don't go off alone with people you don't know well. Lock your cabin door at night. Be aware of your surroundings. And if something does happen, report it immediately, not just to ship security, but directly to the FBI if it's a serious crime. The victims we've discussed in this video, Amy, George, Rebecca, Marion, and the countless others whose stories we haven't had time to tell, deserve better. They deserve to be safe. They deserved to have their cases properly investigated. They deserved justice. And the best way to honor them is to demand that the cruise industry do better, that lawmakers strengthen protections for passengers, and that the traveling public understand the real risks they face when they board these floating cities. Conclusion and call to action. We've covered a lot of ground today. We've explored some of the most haunting mysteries and tragic crimes to unfold on cruise ships. We've met families who have been left without answers, who have dedicated years of their lives to fighting for truth and justice. We've examined the legal complexities that make cruise ships such challenging environments for law enforcement. And we've confronted the uncomfortable reality that despite the cruise industry's carefully crafted image of safety and luxury, these floating vacation paradises can become scenes of terrible crimes. Amy Lynn Bradley vanished in 1998 and has never been found, despite tantalizing reports that she might have been trafficked. George Smith IV died in suspicious circumstances on his honeymoon, with evidence suggesting murder and with key witnesses refusing to cooperate. Rebecca Coriam disappeared from a Disney ship, with her family convinced there was a cover-up. Marion Carver vanished after the cruise line ignored multiple reports that she was missing. These cases represent just the tip of the iceberg. Hundreds of people have gone missing from cruise ships. Hundreds more have been sexually assaulted. Physical violence occurs with disturbing regularity, and time after time, investigations fail. Evidence is lost. Witnesses scatter. Perpetrators escape justice. Families are left to grieve without closure, without understanding, without anyone being held accountable. Why does this keep happening? We've explored the reasons. The jurisdictional complexities of maritime law, the flag of convenience system that allows cruise ships to avoid stringent oversight, the power of the cruise industry to protect its image and profits, the challenges of investigating crimes that occur in international waters on mobile vessels, the lack of resources and coordination among the various law enforcement agencies involved. All of these factors combine to create an environment where crimes can occur and go unsolved. But it doesn't have to be this way. There have been improvements. The Cruise Vessel Security and Safety Act was a significant step forward, mandating better reporting, improved security measures, and some accountability. The advocacy work of organizations like the International Cruise Victims Association has brought attention to these issues and has pushed for reforms. British lawmakers have strengthened protections for their citizens on cruise ships. The FBI has developed more expertise in handling cruise ship cases, yet clearly more needs to be done. Sexual assaults on cruise ships are increasing, not decreasing. People still go missing. Investigations still fail far too often. The fundamental problems with jurisdiction and accountability remain. As long as cruise ships operate in the legal gray area they currently occupy, as long as they're registered in countries that lack the resources or will to properly oversee them, as long as profits are prioritized over passenger safety, these problems will continue. So what can we do? As individuals, we can make informed choices. If you're considering a cruise, research the cruise line's safety record. Look up their crime statistics. Choose cruise lines that have demonstrated a commitment to passenger safety. Take precautions while on board. Be aware of your surroundings. Travel with people you trust. Report any incidents immediately. As citizens, we can demand better from our lawmakers. We can push for stronger legislation that protects passengers and crew on cruise ships. We can support organizations like the ICV that advocate for victims. We can speak out when we see cruise lines trying to minimize or cover up crimes. We can refuse to let cases like Amy's and George's and Rebecca's and Marion's be forgotten. And we can share their stories. That's why content like this matters. Every time someone watches a video or reads an article about cruise ship crimes, awareness grows. Public pressure increases. The cruise industry can't as easily sweep these incidents under the rug. Families fighting for justice know they're not alone, and potential victims are better informed about the risks they face. The ocean is vast and beautiful and mysterious, and cruise ships offer an incredible opportunity to explore it in comfort. For millions of people every year, cruising is a wonderful experience that creates lasting memories. But we must never forget that beneath the surface glamour, there are real dangers, real crimes, real victims, and real families who are still waiting for answers. Amy Lynn Bradley should be home with her family. George Smith IV should have celebrated his 20th wedding anniversary. Rebecca Coriam should still be working her dream job. Marion Carver should have finished her Alaska cruise and return to her life. They didn't get those chances. But by telling their stories, by demanding accountability, by pushing for change, we can work towards a future where fewer families have to experience the nightmare of losing someone on a cruise ship. Thank you for joining me on this journey into the dark side of the cruise industry. It's been a long and sometimes difficult exploration, but it's an important one. If you found this video informative, please give it a like. Subscribe to the channel for more deep dives into true crime cases and mysteries. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss future content. And please share this video with others. The more people who understand these issues, the better chance we have of creating real change.